Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bush, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up, my boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes here so ratchet, these niggas here so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash, take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and/or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, If I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad side.
Look at me, amateur hour over here. Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? Yo, welcome home. Shout out to everybody who's pulling up in the neighborhood. Yes, we are on time today, ladies and gentlemen. We are on time. Welcome back to another great episode of Breaking the Beats. He is I am he. My name is Mark Nash. You already know what we're going to do. We're going to break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like squeezing into those letters. As promised, we have a very, very special guest in the building. I can talk about this gentleman forever. Y'all seen my intro game, and he already knows. He's a friend. He's a father. He's a mentor. He's a leader in his community. He's a trainer, Cutman, military veteran. He was a farmer, picked cotton and everything. I ain't even picked cotton before. But he's a good guy. I love him to death, man. He always pulls up and give us some of the best interviews ever. This is his first time doing a live with me, so I want you guys to put your hands together wherever you are and enjoy this while I bring this brother to the stage.
TRC Music.
Thank y'all for coming out with here again. So we got a great show. We're back.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Jacob Stitch Duran. How you doing, sir?
My man, what took so long of you getting back to me now? Come on, I told you we were going to do it again, right?
Man, I was trying to blow the show up a little bit. Like when we first started, I barely had 1,000. We almost had 3,000 now. That
Good
interview
for you,
helped me
man.
blow up.
Yeah, good for you, man. I'm proud of you. Doing a good job.
No, you're doing a good job. How you been, my friend?
Good. Been blessed. You know, I was in Atlanta last weekend and San Diego the week before, and tomorrow I head off to New York. And, so been blessed, man, just to be traveling and working under all these COVID conditions and all that. So I'm good.
Man, you killed it. Last interview, you killed it. It was so good. I dropped it off in pieces. And then once I hit my 2,000 mark, I gave him the whole hour. It was so dope. Man, you're a super dope individual. For those who don't know, you've been in the combat sports business for well over 2 decades, right? How many
Yeah, pretty much like 3.5 decades. You know, I actually, it started in 1974 when I was in the military station in Thailand and studied the martial arts over there. That's, when I got my feet wet and my lips swollen and busted up and my shins hurting and all that. But that's when I got going and, haven't stopped ever since.
Absolutely. Now, talk to us about this past weekend. You were a part of a big event. You've been a part of a lot of big events this month, but over the span of your career, you've been involved in, I can't even name them all, but talk to us about this most recent event you just did with Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah, I love Shakur, man. I love all the guys I work with, but I knew Shakur was good. I just didn't know how great he was, and for him to take Jamil to school, and like I told him at the end of the fight, I don't think Jamil won 1 minute of any round. So that was a pretty impressive victory for him. So yeah, I wish him luck, man. He's a good kid. Looks like a baby, but he can fight.
Man, he's tough too, right?
Yeah, he's tough. Yeah, he's definitely real tough, man. When it comes to going out there and being in the trenches and going toe to toe.
Let me ask you this, because you work with a lot of these guys. Let me gonna put this marker up on the screen right here. I was asking my panel the other day in my audience. I said, who do you guys think is gonna rise to be the biggest star out of these guys? Now I know for sure you worked with Shakur, you've worked with Lord Haney, as he likes to be called on Instagram. Have you worked with Ryan or Tank or Tio yet?
No, I haven't. Those three guys, I know them well and all that, but I think if you were going to ask me, which one I favor, to have a long, good career is Shakur, just because of his style of fighting and the dominant factor that he is right now. He can fight. He can fight and he hits hard. So those are two good qualities. Not to say that these other guys can't, but I think when it comes to skill wise, when you put polish on one either one fighter over another, then the Shakur has that polish.
Well, I want to get into a couple things because you have a lot going on. You are an entrepreneur as well. I missed that out in my intro this time, but in our last interview, we did a lot of talking about your background and things of that nature. But a lot of big things have happened for you since then, and a lot of things are going to keep coming your way. You before we get started, let's be honest. Do they pay you extra not to cut off the mustache?
It is my trademark, bro. Let me tell you what I was. I'll tell you, I was in Atlanta over the weekend for the Shakur fight, and I'm walking into the hotel. It's like a Starbucks. Get some coffee, and I have my mask on, of course, like this. And the guy looks at me. He says, "Stitch." I said, "Man, you would recognize me without my mustache, without my mustache." But yeah, it's one of my trademarks, bro. I've had it since I was about 10 years old. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's my trademark. My mustache, my glasses, and my hair. So those are staying with me.
Speaking of that mustache and that hair, a lot of people, you already know who I'm gonna say, right? People say you have a twin out here. I'm sure he gets mistaken for you, and you get mistaken for him. Tell me about your friendship with this gentleman right here that you see on the screen.
Yeah, well, it's funny you bring that up because I have the same damn shirt on, right? Check it out, man. That's good. You're real good.
Other than this, I've never seen. Look, if I didn't see you guys in a picture together, I would be like, man, that's the same person. He's Edward. He's Mr. Olmos. But
yeah, I look at the same shirt, But yeah, I always wanted to meet Edward James Olmos. He's a great actor. He's Mexican, and of course I'm Mexican, and I knew that he was going to be at the MGM in a UFC fight when Anderson Silva was going to fight. I think I can't remember who was fighting. Anyway, I knew he was going to be there because they were going to do a movie together. Chris Weidman, they were going to do a movie together. So I'm in the back dressing room wrapping one of the UFC fighters' hands, and one of the staff comes and says, "Hey, Edward James Olmos wants to meet you." And man, I finished up my wraps. I walked down the hall behind the MGM, and I turned the corner where they have the green screen for the fighters when, after their fight, they'll take a picture. And he's standing right there, and he looks at me. We're maybe 10 feet away, and we start laughing. It's the same shit. I look like him, he looks like me. And, throughout the time we were there, we had a great conversation. And he spoke to my mom. And, of course, my mom invited him to dinner. And the whole thing all Mexican people do, right? But he said, "No, he said, Mr. Duran, I'm gonna get him in the movie also." So I had a little cameo with him. It was an independent film. But from there, we became friends. And I sent him a message one time, Mark, and I said, it's nice when people stop me, they want my picture, they want my autograph, and then they think I'm you, And he said, "Hey, well, people call me Stitch all the time." So that's not a bad thing, man, but a good guy.
Hey, look, you probably can do his job, but I don't think he can do your job with those cuts.
No. Yeah, I've been in movies, so I'm not an actor, but I've been in that area, that dome, but he hasn't been in mine. You're right.
Absolutely. Well, look, let's talk about that a little bit for the people who don't know. Now, you've been in some blockbuster films. You've been in Creed, of course, 1 and 2. Here Comes the Boom. The Rocky Balboa. Talk to us about the journey of doing that, because from that journey, you ended up working with Klitschko. Was it Vitaly or Wladimir that you worked with from Ocean's 11?
Well, it was Wladimir, and then after that, Vitaly. So I worked with both of them.
Vitaly, not
but I started off with Wladimir.
So talk to us about that journey. Like, how did you get to call somebody for Ocean's 11, and from there, you're now work. This guy realized, hey, you're a real cut man.
Yeah. It's a great story, but I think that's that's why we speak on air, right? And so we could go through some of the things that have happened in my career. And I tell you, I've been blessed. I'm continue being blessed with things that are up and coming. And I'll tell you what's up and coming in a little bit. But yeah, I was working for RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company for 23 years. I made the move to Vegas 26 years ago to follow my dreams, right? But there was a time I wanted to do boxing full time as a Cutman. And I came over here, and RJ Reynolds was, they were downsizing their company. So they paid me for a year to leave. And I took an early package out and started working full time in the boxing game as a trainer and as a Cutman. And but the day that I left RJ Reynolds, I get a call out of the blue that they want me to audition for a movie with Woody Harrelson and Antonio Banderas called Play It to the Bone. And sure, I went home, I got my cornerman jacket and rushed up to, can't remember, I think it was a Frontier Hotel, and did a quick audition and ended up getting the part, right? So I was a Cutman I wanted to be with Antonio Banderas because he was Latino and I'm Latino.
Absolutely.
But Chuck Bodak, the legendary Cutman, I followed his footsteps. He used to put the tape on his head of Julio Cesar Chavez or Jorge Paez or Oscar De La Hoya. The guys that he looked like Colonel Sanders, the guys that he used to work with, right? And but he got in front of me and with Antonio Banderas, so I ended up with Woody Harrelson. And
Woody got cut up a lot in that movie. So you got to work.
Yeah, he's the one that got the cuts where the coach is saying, no, the referee, don't worry, you got the best Cutman in the business. The doctor's saying that, the ref. So Chuck Bodak finally said, man, you're lucky you get all the cuts. So that was my first one, right? And then I did Balboa. Joe Cortez, the referee, called me and says that they were doing Balboa, Rocky's last fight, and I want to know if I wanted to be involved or in the movie. And I told him no because I had a championship fight in Paris, France with Fabrice Diozo from Paris, or from Lyon, France. He was going to defend his title. And then the week after, I was going to be in London with Olympic gold medalist Ollie Harrison from the UK. And literally at that point, I'm negotiating with the staff from Ollie Harrison in the UK. And man, I'm right here when we're talking. I delete the email and I sent him a message. I said, look, man, I just got an offer to be in a Rocky movie and, so-and-so, and I hope you understand. And they understood. And then it turns out that the fight in France got canceled anyway. So I called Joe Chavez back and of course, they gave me the opening, but I was with Antonio Tarver. But I got to see Sylvester Stallone. He literally wrote, directed, and acted in Balboa. So I got to be part of that. And I did Here Comes the Boom, Kevin James. Well, I did after the Play It to the Bone. I did Ocean's 11, and it was a 4-day shoot. But I was Wladimir Klitschko's Cutman in the movie, and from there on, I started working with Wladimir. But I had seen him in Vitaly 1991 when the Soviet Union first broke. We took a team of professional boxers and kickboxers to Kiev, Ukraine, to fight their fighters. And at that time, I had Mark Longo, which was a kickboxer. And Klitschko's were young, but they were already well known throughout the Ukraine. And then I did, Here Comes the Boom with Boss Rutan and Kevin James and Selma Hayek, and of course Creed 1 and Creed 2. And I'll give you the scoop now. So
I'm in the city. I'm in the city, right?
Yes, well, that's why I'm telling you.
Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead. Tell us about that trilogy happening.
I'll see you in 2022, brother, for Creed 3. So I see Michael. I got a call. Things work out. They just, I'm a strong believer in karma. You do good things happen, and you keep that energy going. But I was thinking things that happened, were leading up to Creed 3. But when we finished Creed 2, and that was like 3 years ago, I'm telling Michael in the dressing room, because I spent 6 weeks with him, wrapping his hands, guiding him, making him the fighter that he is, helping him, right? And I tell him how proud I am of him and Tessa and Ryan Coogler. He wrote and directed Creed, and Steve Cappell, he directed Creed 2. And he's looking at me like this. He goes, Stitch, and this Michael. He says, I'm directing Creed 3, and you're with me as long as you want.
Michael B. Jordan is directing Creed 3.
Yeah, he told me that 3 years ago, bro. And lo and behold, Nicholas Stern, the executive producer, for the Creed movies, contacted me and just wanted to see if my dates were available January and February. And yeah, of course, I'll make them available. I talked to him, and it dawned on me that, well, he's in Atlanta, and I'm going to Atlanta. So I contacted him, and I said, would you guys be interested in coming to the fights? And he goes, oh, yeah, for sure. So I contacted Brad Jacobs, CEO of Top Rank, and told him, that the staff was thinking of coming. So they came, and Michael B. Jordan was with them, and see him, and he just gives me a hug right off.
I saw you guys. He walked right over to you. You guys
right up to me, man. And, telling me he has some good things coming up for me, and just a super guy, man. So so I'll be in Atlanta, man. Take my wife, because it's gonna be a long journey, and take my wife and see what happens with Creed 3. But I'm so proud of Michael just doing what he's doing. And then Ryan Coogler, to top it off, is in Atlanta filming Black Panther 2. Absolutely. So hopefully I'll get to see Ryan Coogler. So I've been blessed, man. So here we go. Atlanta, here we come.
Man, that is amazing, man. I'm so proud of you, man, because if anybody deserves it, you deserve it. I know you said we overwhelm you too much with the I always tell people he the best damn cut man money can buy. You don't believe me? Do your Googles. Google it, baby. Type in who's the best cut man. Your face pop up. I know you said, man, it's a lot, right? It's overwhelming, but you deserve it, man. Talk to us about some of the bloodiest cuts that you took with. I see right here you with the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. This was bad. This was the Otto Wallin fight, correct?
Yeah, and I came in after that fight.
So you wasn't there for that.
No, they had Jorge Capetillo that was an assistant coach, but he just kind of got thrown in the trenches, and he's telling me that
right, because he wouldn't have been looking like this round after round with you, right?
Yeah, no. And I sat down with him I did. I sat down with him, and he was just at the right place at the wrong time because he's not a cut man. Yeah, Forrest. Now, if you see this cut right there,
it was the video game cover.
Yes, well, Forrest. That was I think when he fought for Stephan Bonner, and
I thought it was Shogun. My bad.
Maybe so, but yes, worked with him, and I worked a lot of bloody fights, man. But the bloodiest one had to be blood-wise was Jay Heron fought Jonathan Goulet from Canada. It was at the Hard Rock Hotel in Las Vegas, and Jay Heron took a knee right here. That big vein we have, Mark. When you laugh, it pops out. Well, that vein was severed, and the cut was maybe only about that big, but it severed that vein, and it came out like a faucet. And both fighters had blood from the top of the head to the bottom of their feet. And I'm working on the cut, and the ringside doctor is asking, can you stop it? I said, yeah, I can stop it. I'm wiping them down, but there's so much blood that it's the smell of blood, the iron, right? It made me nauseated, and I've never been in that position before. It was that much blood. And but I'm cleaning them up, and I normally I'll mix adrenaline chloride 1/1000, that medication we use to close the blood vessels. I'll mix that with Vaseline as the final topical. And I knew I was in trouble because I covered it beautiful, and it just I covered it like this, and it just squirted right out. So like I say, it was that mat is at Randy Couture's gym here in Las Vegas. So I worked a lot of big cuts, big fights.
When you have you ever had a fight to stop because you just couldn't get the cut closed? Like
no, I've been pretty blessed. And if they do stop it, I have no gripes with that because I would tell them myself, it's not fair. I stopped one on my own, but I did it with Wladimir Klitschko, the first fight that I worked with him after he had just lost his world title to Lehman Brewster, and I came and I worked his first fight here in Las Vegas, and he ended up with a cut, same thing, same type of Forrest Griffin cut that I worked on before, right? And you have to understand also the rules of the game, and it was an unintentional headbutt, and if it goes past the 4 rounds, and it goes to the scorecards. So I knew he was winning, and I told him in Vitaly, I said, look, you got a bad cut, you're winning the fight, I'm gonna have the doctor stop the fight. So when the doctor came, they asked, well, what do you think about the cut, Stitch? And I go like this, and I open it up. I say, yeah, it's pretty bad. Stop the fight. Went to the scorecards, and Wladimir Klitschko won the title or the fight. and then shortly after that became the heavyweight champion of the world for like 9 years. So
you attribute that to just, hey, you got to know the rules as well. You can't just be in there playing Cutman.
100%. Everybody wants to be a Cutman. They see what we do. I get offers all the time, but you have to understand all aspects of the game. And like I say, I was a trainer before I was a Cutman. So, and then I've always studied all the rules and regulations because in this situation it paid off. Why would I want him to go out there and continue? And when you get that big old cut, because it's going to continue to bleed, then it's going into the eyes. And then now you're at a disadvantage. So, it was a good move.
I heard you say, Stitch, you say everybody can fight. For you to work with a guy, you kind of got to like the kid, right? And it's about personalities.
Yeah.
What's the personality, the type of person? Because you work with them all. You work with the quiet guy who's more subdued. You work with the more vocal personalities. How do you find a happy medium? And what is the type of personality a guy would have to get with the best Cutman in the world?
Well, it's not so bad. Let me see if you can see this picture. Let me see. Let me get this. Okay, this is Tyson Fury. Oh, look at that. He's saying goodbye to me.
Yeah.
Right? And but there's I tell guys now, Mark, it's not about world title fights, bro. I've done hundreds and in all combat sports, right? It's not about the championship fights no more. It's about the characters that I work with and not only the fighter but the trainers and all that. And it's you have to create a bond with them. Like Tyson Fury and all the fighters I work with, I have to create a bond more than just a cut man. They have to understand that I'm there to take care of them. And like Tyson Fury in this picture, it's a set of 3 pictures where somebody took pictures and gave them to me in the dressing room as I'm saying goodbye. But I had told them before we went out, I said, look, I understand the type of fight you're going to be in. It's going to be a tough fight. I'm going to keep ice on you every round to minimize any swelling. I don't wait till it starts. I'll minimize it as work on his face because he's taking punches and all that. And, there has to be some kind of swelling. So you try to minimize it. But at the end, he's right there in that picture, that 3 sets, he's saying, thanks for keeping ice on me, and gives me a hug. So, those are the kind of relationship I have with all these guys, Wladimir Klitschko, when he fought Anthony Joshua. I hadn't seen Wladimir, I didn't see him to the weigh-ins because my daughter had got married in the island of Crete Wednesday. So Thursday I flew to London and I didn't see him to the weigh-ins in the dressing room. But I'm talking to him and I understand the psychological aspect of a fighter. So I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, Wladimir, don't worry about nothing tomorrow. I'm going to take care of you like you're my son. And I leave because I know in the nighttime, fighters can't sleep. They're thinking about the fights and all that. And right before Michael Buffer does the announcement, right in the middle of the ring, 90,000 Brits are looking at us, millions across the world, and I'm putting the final Vaseline on Wladimir, and maybe we're this far apart, and he looks at me in front of all these people and says, you can call me son. And bro, if that didn't get to me, because I knew I had gotten to him, and it turned out to be one of the best fights he's ever had in his career. Before the Fury-Wilder fight was probably considered the top fight in the decade. So,
I'm glad you brought that up because, last time we talked, it was before the trilogy. You know where I'm going with it, right, Stitch? You're a very wise man. Well, wise. You said, nah. He said, come on, let's. You say you smoke weed?
No, show me. Yes.
Oh, I thought you said I smoke weed.
Oh, yeah, well, I do smoke weed. Shit. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, look, you know what Stephen A. Smith would tell you, right?
What's that?
You can't smoke weed. Period.
Huh? What? Yeah. Say what?
Shoot.
Yeah.
Hey, look, speaking of that, I'm gonna get back to the Fury Wilder, but let's have some fun with this because you do have a CBD business, right? And then you talk about the or I don't know if you're a partner in it or what, but talk to us about the CBD thing that you got going on that I heard this about when I was doing my notes and my research preparing, right?
Yeah.
And I saw that you were talking about the healing power of CBD and things of that nature. Can you discuss that for us? And what's the business venture?
Yeah, I get offers all the time. People call me with different products, for working on cuts, stopping bleeding, and for wrapping hands and all that. And I've had CBD companies call me, right? And this one company, J Tim, he called me and says that they had created a cream for the healing process of cuts. And it has stem cell and, of course, CBD, collagen for the moisturizing, vitamin E for the healing, also in some other items. So I asked him, like I ask everybody else, is what do you have as a proof source? Then I go back to the 23 years of me working with R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. I introduced so many brands, Winston-Salem's, Camels. I mean, it's whatever it is, the same process. So I asked him, he said, well, that's why we called you. I said, all right, well, look, man, I'm working the bare knuckle fights. If you want, let's set up a program where you go with me. And all these guys get cut. So as they sew them up in the dressing room, you give them the cream, you take a picture of them, have them send you a picture a week later. And the guys that have been responding, the feedback has been tremendous. My brother had surgery in his stomach, a big old cut about like this, and gave it to him. And a week later, so it works well. But then there's another company that they sponsored me for the Fury fight, where now they carry products for athletes, different CBD products for pain, for anxiety, for energy. So they're different items that they carry. So these two companies and myself will probably be working together. But I also had a company that in fact, two companies talked about having a stitch line in the cannabis business, right? And I said, all right. I said, but look, man, here's how I would do it. If you want to really be different, number one, rolling papers would be called stitch wrap, automatic, right?
Oh,
right.
Got that market in mind, baby.
So man, no, ain't nothing yet, but hold on. So I told him, I said, look, man, the year I was in Thailand was the best weed I ever smoked in my life, the Thai stick. If you could create,
it's called a Thai stick.
Thai stick was the weed in Thailand. It was the best weed at that time. They would come literally in sticks like this. It would be rolled with bamboo, and but it was So anyway, I told him, if you could create that same taste, it tastes like no other I've ever had. If you could create that, we'll call it Thai stitch. And they love the idea, man. So so we'll see what happens. I'm
gonna be in Vegas real soon.
Huh?
I said I'm gonna be in Vegas real soon again, so I'm definitely gonna see who has it, because they'll push it in Vegas, man. You're the face. They know you everywhere out there.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Got to break it out there. You got to break it in Vegas, man.
Yeah,
I think so. What you think?
Yeah, everywhere I go, it's crazy. Snoop Dogg, when I did the Triller with, actually Snoop has a program called Gloves Up, Guns Down.
Yes, sir.
And they had Gonzo, and they had Bosco 101, whatever.
Yeah, Bosco 100.
Yeah, they did an exhibition together, and of course I worked with them, right, with both of them, and Snoop comes into the ring and Stitch, man, you're a legend. How you doing? And as we're walking, he gives me a hug and all that. And as we're walking down, he says, "Oh, gee, can I take a picture with you?" Normally I'm the one that's saying, "Hey, man, can I take a picture with you?" But he's asking me. So I felt pretty good about that.
We got a question from the chat. This guy right here is a loyal subscriber. His name is D-Ray. He got a question for you. He said, did Mike Tyson lose the Douglas fight because of no inswell?
That's a good question, man. But that had a lot to do with it, because if you don't have a good inswell, that means you don't have a good team. See, it all boiled down to the people that were with him. And I've known Mike. I used to be in the gym, and that's a good question. I think nobody's ever brought that up, but I used to see Mike used to train at Golden Gloves Gym here in Las Vegas, and he would have his entourage of people, and they would one guy would carry his luggage in, and another guy would lay the clothes out, and another guy would tie his shoes, and they were all just a bunch of groupies, right? But none of these guys were really the top of the game when it came to working a corner. And Mike was always a dominant factor, so it was easy. Like a fighter that don't get cut, it's easy to say, "Hey, I work with the champ." Yeah, of course you get that credit because you're in those positions. But when the shit hit the fan, these guys didn't know what to do.
Hands over there shaking and shit.
And just to have, I guess it was a glove, that he had ice with it. What to me was, it was embarrassing. If I would have done it, I would have been embarrassed. So that was, Mike. I don't know, what his preparation was, but it's that important to have a good corner during those type of moments. But that was a good question.
In that movie, I remember that movie what they did. I don't know how true that was, but when he got cut, they was like, They was like, give me the Vaseline, and they was trying to fix his cut. He was like, I'm allergic to Vaseline. They was like, what we got? We ain't got nothing. We didn't have. They didn't have an alternative. What can you use when the guy like Mike Tyson is allergic to Vaseline? What do you use?
Direct pressure, man. How many times have you got cut and let's say you get cut in your hand and you just put pressure on it, right, for a minute? See, blood coagulates itself, so you got to understand how nature works for you. So in a situation like that, Vaseline's not going to stop the cut. It plugs up the vein, but if you got a big vein, it's going to go right through it. But what you would do is you would just kind of pinch it and just kind of hold it as long as you can, you know, and let the blood work for you and start closing it up. And, you know, without any kind of medications or even without Vaseline. And that's why I tell a lot of these young coaches, if you don't have it, here's what you can do. So very simple. It's common sense.
Let me ask you this. We were talking earlier about the Tyson Fury fight. When you and congratulations again for another team win, right? When you hear that Wilder gives him credit after this fight right here, but after that second fight, which you was a part of all three, right?
No, the last two. Both fights with Wilder.
Both, but he did 3 fights with Wilder. You didn't.
Well, the last two.
The last two. Okay,
yeah.
So which is the second one, which was under scrutiny, right? When you hear about the loaded gloves, do you take that as a personal attack on your integrity? Like, because you did wrap his hands, correct? Or you
no,
are there?
I did wrap his hands. Sugar wrapped his hands. You know,
but you are there.
When I came in camp, you know, he's wrapping his hands, and I'm not the guy that, hey man, I wrap hands. Let me wrap your hands. You know, if they ask, I will offer, but I'm not that. So he's doing a fine job. But
right, you did wrap Shakur's hands, correct?
I wrapped Shakur's hands. I took Michael B. Jordan to the back. I said, come on, man, you can see what the real stuff looks like and compare it to what you did, you know, what we did together in the dressing room, right? And but I wrapped his hands, and it's just it's. Do
you take that as a personal attack though when people talk about loaded gloves?
You have to, and I've done interviews. I did interviews on that first fight regarding that, and I thought it was a bunch of bull. And this a good friend of mine, Cash, and he called me and said, "Hey man, I got my friend that still thinks that was wrong." And I said, all right, well, look, let's do this. Have him meet me, because he lived in Las Vegas. Let's go to the Mayweather gym. Let me wrap your hands like I would a fighter. Let's put the gloves on. Let's lace it up. Let's put the tape on it. And if you could take it off, you got my attention. It's impossible. Anyway, he refused. But it's an insult. You know, when guys that bring out these conspiracy theories and there's no proof for it, and they're armchair quarterbacks, it's quite disturbing for guys like us that do things at the professional level. And you know, Nevada is the best of the best with commissions, and they're there to look at everything and make sure everything is within the rules of the game. So
I think he might have answered this one, but we'll try. He said, Stitch, have you ever had a cut that you knew you couldn't do anything with?
Yeah. No, you know what? Well, there are some cuts. Yeah, of course. That one right there with, you know, the one that Forrest Griffin had, the one that Wladimir Klitschko had, those, even though you could control it, you could only control it for a while. See, that, even though this picture with Forrest is a lot of blood, it is not giving him a disadvantage. It looks horrible, and my job is to clean it up, right? It's the blood there comes off the nose. So there's really no danger. But when it comes up, even Tyson Fury, that goes into the eyes. That the fighter becomes gets as a disadvantage. So I've been fortunate. You know, I've known when to hold them, and I've known when to fold them, and for the sake of the fighter. In the bare knuckle fights, you know, they have a great rule that I like, where, because fights are going to happen, and this girl Brittany Hart, I think is her name. She fought, and right on the bottom of the line, real thin, like you had a razor, and just just sliced it pretty good. And they have a rule where the referee can stop the fight. They could bring them to me, and the doctor is evaluating her as I work on her. And Dan Murgliati says, "You got 30 seconds." I said, "No, I don't need 30 seconds." And she, of course, wants to fight it. I said, "No, look, when you go to the dressing room and you see that cut, you're going to thank me for stopping that cut." You know, so I did it in that situation only because it was going to do more serious damage than anything at all. And it was fresh in the first round.
When you was at that Triller card, who did you work the corner for when you were at Triller?
Well, the first one I did was KSI when he fought Logan Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did one with Anson Gibb when he fought Jake Paul. And when Floyd fought Logan Paul, I worked with Badou Jack. A real boxing fight, right?
Right.
But Badou's going to be in. It's going to be.
That was supposed to be a title fight too, but
yes,
old boy popped.
Yeah,
Pascal popped.
Yeah, he popped. You know, so
ruined that event too. It's like that event could have gave that card a lot of credibility, a rematch title fight, and he popped, and everybody blamed Triller for the card. Like, oh, it ain't no real fights. No, it's not their fault that Pascal popped. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And you know that Badou had that cut also. And see, that's where a good team comes in, because I started working with them after that fight, but they should have stopped that fight way before, because under the
corner or Tony Weeks, because Tony Weeks kept that going versus Brown. I think his name was Brown that he fought.
Yeah, Marcus Brown. And but in knowing the game like I did with Wladimir Klitschko, that team should have stopped it way before when it first happened, because what happened is it went to the distance and he lost, because they were fighting for, I think, the #1 contender or something like that. For next one will be a title fight. But if they would have stopped it sooner, they could have relied, because it was an unintentional headbutt, just like Wladimir Klitschko. And if they would have stopped it, then it would have gone on the scorecards, or whoever would have won or lost. But you could have renegotiated for a rematch because it was an unintentional headbutt. Mm-hmm. But they ended up letting it go the distance, and they went to the scorecards, and he got beat unanimously. So that's where it's important to have a good team. And but
you would have told that to the trainer if you was in that corner as the Cutman. You would have said, "Hey, man,
stop
the fight now, because blah blah blah."
Yeah. It wasn't fair to Badou Jack. In fact, it kind of it was disheartening, because he had so much blood in his face that he's shaking his head, clearing all that liquid blood out of his face, and that should never happen.
Absolutely. I remember you had said one time, you were quoted saying Conor is one of the biggest thieves in sports. How did you, not to misquote, I don't want to misquote you or misinterpret your statement. You want to talk, this was when he was setting up to fight Floyd. Some might argue or say, for lack of a better word, you were blackballed from that event. It's been some years now. Can you talk about it?
Yeah. And I had to talk about I think he's a master. When you get Floyd and Conor on the marketing scheme, Conor got to where he was at. Of course, good ability, but selling himself on 101, on marketing 101. And I kind of got blackballed on that. I had seen John Kavanaugh. I think I did a PFL show in New York on New Year's Eve at the Garden. And I walk in the back and I see his trainer, John Kavanaugh, and he comes and gives me a hug. And because I worked with Conor when I was there in the UFC, and he says, "Hey man, I want to talk to you about working with Conor." That's when he's fighting Floyd. I said, "Yeah, of course, I'd love to. It's biggest thing in boxing and MMA at that point." And we spoke, and I went back to work at ringside. And after the fights, I see him again. He said, "Hey, I spoke to Conor. He likes the idea." I said, "Well, so do I, man. Let's get something going." Well, I had like 4 dates already scheduled, and when I spoke to him, he says Conor wants to know, and if you could, and his agent called me, if you could cancel those 4 dates, because he wants you in camp every day, wrapping his hands. But the problem was, I said, "Yeah, of course I could do it. It's mega full." But the issue was that it was at the UFC training center, and the situation I had with the UFC and Dana, I don't think it would have looked too good for him to have his #1 guy with me. The fans would have shit all over Dana. So we sent him a proposal through my attorney, and they came back. And I mean, listen, I would have did it for $1 just for the sake of saying, "Bingo, here I am," and more for the thing. But they came back and said I was too expensive, and so that's what happened there.
When it comes to your one more round slogan, do you remember the first time you said that, or when did you realize, hey, we got something with this right here? Because I remember seeing you on TV on a commercial one time as a kid, and he was like, and it was kind of like almost like they were talking to you, and you was like, "My name is Jacob Stitch Duran, and you know, I just want to give the guys one more round." And they showed you doing your work, and it was like some B-roll footage. You're like, "Give me one more round." I was like,
Yeah.
"Let's go, baby!" And I was like, "Who is this guy?" And I was like, "Was he in American Me or something? Like, who is this guy?"
Yeah.
Right? I was like, I did not know he could do this stuff. But seriously, when was the first time you said it that you can remember, and when did you realize, hey, we got something catchy here?
You know, no, I didn't have nothing catchy. Let me go way back to square one, where and how it started. Right.
Hold up, we got story time. Hold on, let me give you a good drop for this one. Story time. Get your popcorn ready. Let's go.
Anyway, to this point right here, Mark, I've never asked for one job. Everything that's happened to me has happened through fate, but what happened is Mark Zucker he's a designer, used to own BC Ethics, a apparel company, and he makes apparel clothes. He manufactures apparel clothes and all that. Well, he's watching Balboa and Rocky's saying, well, I got to go one more round. And it hit him. Wow. That's such a great line, because one more round, he's thinking apparel. It could go with anything. You go with a golfer, maybe like button-down shirts like this, T-shirts, maybe for golfers, one more round, maybe for whatever, pool, whatever. So he decided to create one more round, the company. And he got a hold of Matt Hughes. Matt Hughes was a UFC champion, and he sponsored him during the UFC. And Matt told him, and I told this story today from a friend that came down from Oregon. I told him the story. I said, Matt says, if you want to sponsor anybody, sponsor Stitch, because he gives the fighters one more round, right? And it turned out that when I met Mark, he got that idea from the Balboa movie, and I said, Mark, I was in that movie, So they sponsored me for the longest time, to the point where people thought it was my company. And until this day, it makes me great to hear guys go, now you got to go one more round. You got one more round, So that word has stayed, and I have people in the audience yell, Stitch, one more round. And so what happened when I worked with KSI and Logan Paul, Mark and I lost contact for the longest time, but I always believed in him, and I always believed in the company one more round. And we had talked about doing, Tommy Bahama type of shirts with, with different classical things, and to represent one more round and never give up, go one more round, that type of stuff. And then this COVID kicked in, and but then once again, I hadn't seen him for the longest, and he saw me during that KSI fight, and it just kind of rekindled his desire, and so we continued it. And then this COVID kicked in, but KSI and Anson Kidd, they got the initial one more round new apparel that we came out with, but the fights I did in San Diego 2 weeks ago, I invited Mark, so we spent some time together, and we will kick in the apparel company. We're working on that right now, but I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, it's one more round. That's what I give the fighters, is one more round.
Do you still keep up with Muay Thai? I know you that was one of your first combat sport mediums back in Thailand when you was in the military, correct? So yes. Do you still keep up with Muay Thai? Do you still watch it? Do you like it, or is it one of those things I don't watch unless I'm involved?
I would watch them. It's not big in the States. Kickboxing used to be decent, but it never big. MMA is big here, but now it's been such a long time, and just like baseball. Baseball was something that I played. I walked onto a college to play ball, and I wanted to be a pro ball player, but I don't watch baseball now. Now, unless they put 2 gloves on, I usually don't follow them. But no, it's if I got invited, to work a show or do a show, I would go. It's what got me going. It was what got me here.
Why'd you shut down the ASK gym? And for the people who don't know, tell them what that was.
ASK, I opened up my own gym. Like I said, I worked for RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company, and one of my accounts had a supermarket, and it wasn't a big supermarket, but it was good size, and they cut his building down to half, and I took the other half, and I opened up a school with just a credit card, but it was called ASK, the American School of Kickboxing. Why did I close it? Because I moved to Vegas. I didn't close it. I transferred it to one of my students, Randy Bassard, and he kept going for a while. But yeah, I made the move to Vegas, and best thing ever happened.
And you spoke briefly of your mentor, who was in the movie, the first movie with you. And by the way, from what I heard, you put a lot of guys in movies like Bayless, Robert Byrd. Talk to us about that, and also talk to us about the importance of having a mentorship very early, because people don't help you become a cut man. It's one of those things you gotta remember. You told me last time, you was like, that guy told you, he said, "No, I'm taking this shit to the grave with me, baby."
Well, he said it very derogatory. He's a F you. I'm thinking this to my grave, and you got to learn like me. You know,
You got to learn like me.
Yeah.
But somebody did give you a chance, and because this is one of those things you only can learn from experience. And in the midst of it's happening, the guy's cut for real. How do you do that other than being in the gyms? This guy give you a chance. Talk to us about that mentorship, and then I want to ask you about you getting Bayless and Robert Byrd in some of those movies with you.
Yeah, I unfortunately had to learn to be, on my own, because then when it was boxing only, everybody thought that, if I teach you my job, you're going to take it from me, right? Mm-hmm. And but coming into the UFC, I got plenty of exposure that way. But Chuck Bodak is my coming out party or fight was Raul Marquez was the IBF, I think, middleweight champ from Houston, Texas. He fought Keith Mullins, and Raul was a champion. Raul ended up with cuts here, and here. He had like 5 cuts, like 70 stitches altogether. I kept him in the game. He ended up defending his title. And Chuck Bodak, my mentor, comes up to me and first one that says, "You did a great job." People are thinking, wow, where did this guy come from? But I had a lot of that experience in kickboxing. I was already at the world level. And so when I came to Vegas, I came solely as a cutman and not as a trainer, because I thought all the great trainers were here, but I could do that also. But yeah, so that was my coming out party. Chuck's the one that welcomed me, and we ended up, coming playing and play Here Comes the Boom together. And I started doing a documentary on him, and it was going to be called Chuck Bodak, the Shaman of Boxing. But then I got so much footage that we decided to call it Boxer's Nightmare. But during the movie, it was his 84th birthday, and they presented him a gift in the ring and all that. And he says, "Thank you, everybody. But when I cash in my chips," and he points to me, he goes, "That's going to be the next greatest cutman in boxing." And I kept him to his word.
And you sure did. Talk to us about some of these when you were talking about the movies earlier. I forgot to ask you this. How did you get those? Because you get other guys in the movies, like they got you in it to be authentic, but then you bring other people, like they let you crack the door open, and you let the homies come get money with you. Like most people don't do that.
I've always said, Mark, when I was back home before I moved to Vegas, I said, "Look, man, I'm going to the top. I'm taking the bus. If you want to get on the bus with me, let's go. Yeah, I'm going with or without you, right?" So I've always been, and we talked about it today with my buddy. When I did Balboa, in the early parts of the movie, I brought in Downhouse, and Downhouse is going to be working with Caleb Plant this weekend, right? And I brought in Livingstone Bramble, the Rasta man, used to be a former world champion, Boom Boom Mancini, and his son. So they were in the movie there, right? And then, but I brought Kenny Bayless, Robert Byrd, and Paul Querido. They were the referees in Creed 2, and Paul Querido is a partner of mine, good cutman. When they asked me also, if I knew Robert Byrd and these guys, I said, "Yeah, of course, I'll get them for you." I also asked him, I said, "Well, look, if you need a cutman that looks like a Russian, I have one for you." And I sent him a picture, right? So he ended up being the cutman for Drago's son. And so I got him in that one. But even with this Creed 3 movie, I was talking to Nicholas Stern, and he says, "Yeah, but Edgar Berlanga was going to be in the movie, but in his last fight, I think last week or the week before, he ripped his bicep, so he's going to be out for a while." And but he says, "Yeah," I said, "Well, how about Xander? Xander's good-looking kid." I said, "No, this takes place in LA where Michael was training, and the fighter's more of the Mexican kind of guy." And so I went to the gym yesterday. And as soon as he told me that, I thought of this one fighter. And I went to the Salas's gym yesterday. And let me show you this. His name is Luis Arias. So
I interviewed him.
Okay. Well, listen to this, man. Let me see if I get it. Let's see where we at here. What?
Yeah, I
Okay,
know
hold
Louis.
on. Watch this.
Cuba.
Listen.
I'm a professional fighter. I'm currently 19, 2-1, one bullshit ass draw. I'll be fighting on December 5th on Showtime pay-per-view. I heard you looking for some extras, man, and I'm your guy, man. I can be a straight Mexican from East LA, Holmes. Or I can be a Spanish from donde sea. I'm ready, and I'm your pick. We saw you.
Yeah, so see, I got that. Well, Nicholas Stern sent me a message today that says, "Hey, man, something we want to look at." So yeah, so I if I could do it, you're in. That type of thing, and why not? Because outside of being friends or guys that deserve it, it makes the movie authentic. If you're going to use guys that that are in the movies or that actually do what they do, why not bring them on board?
Hey, look, and I like how he did that. He did the accent and all of that. Because I interviewed him. I know where he's from and I know his background. So I just thought that was good acting already, showing he can do it. And because he has a lot of character. Even if you just watch any of his face-offs and press conferences, man, he's a super cool dude, super talented, real easy to talk to, similar to yourself. We got another question from the chat. Before we do that, this guy Tiger, he said, "Bro, look like Edward James almost." And I was like, we already talked about that. That's the picture right there.
Yeah, and Tiger still got the same shirt on too, bro. Haven't changed.
Hey, look, he's a real person, man. He's a real person. But some call him the Cut King, man. Hey, D-Ray said, "Do fighters need a union, in your opinion, sir?"
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, not so much as a union because we're all independent contractors, but yeah, but as association is a union, bro. It's the same thing. It's all in the name, right? But there are some programs. We are working on some situations right now where, they definitely need it, no doubt about it. Because there's just so many things that go on without it. Well, when I did this documentary a while back, I sent a bunch of surveys out, but I kind of knew the answers to them, right? A majority of these fighters that fight have less than a high school diploma. A majority of these
again, sir.
Pardon me?
Say that last part again. They have what?
Less than a high school diploma. A lot of fighters, right? There's a high percentage. And a lot of these fighters that fight, when it comes to an annual salary, make less than the poverty level. And a lot of fighters that fight go into a fight with some kind of injury, right? And those are the facts. Those are the facts that have never changed. But when I did this documentary, Boxer's Nightmare, it's still in the shelf. We haven't really done nothing. But I interviewed Mike Tyson, and right a week before he got his tattoo, I said, "Mike, what do you do with these guys? What should we do with these guys?" He goes, "Hey man, get him a clergy or get him an attorney, somebody that will take care of him." He goes, "Look at me, I lost over $100 million, and what do you tell your wife? What do you tell your family?" He goes, "That's what makes the fighter punch drunk." But a lot of that is because there was no representation. But let me give you a fact also, and that was a good question. I'm glad he brought it up. See, the maximum that a manager could get from a fighter is 33 1/3%. That's with the athletic commissions and all that.
So that's the manager, not the promoter.
That's the manager. But the fighters do not know that everything is negotiable from 1% to 33 1/3%. I'll go and I'll say, I said, "Mark, listen, man, I'm going to take care of you. I'll get you some calls. I'll make you some calls. It's going to cost you 33 1/3%. All right. Well, if that's the case, you should just get an agent that will charge you 10-15%, right? If you're going to make phone calls. But in the situation where I'm paying for your rent, paying for your house, your feed to watch you grow with the potential of you making money down the road, then I think 33 1/3% coming back is fair. But you don't have nobody to guide them. So definitely. I mean, it'd be nice to get a union together. I spoke to Phil Casabianco. He is Joe Smith's manager, and I work with Joe Smith, the world champ. But they're real heavy in the union, and I've spoken to them about it. And hopefully they'll give us some guiding on how we can put something together for boxing and MMA, all combat sports. But a good question.
Absolutely. Have you ever heard of ring10.org, Stitch?
No.
Ring10.org. I got a guy, man, named Major Key Boxing, him and Troy Graham. They have a dope show they do on Wednesdays. and they do it with ring10.org, where they bring the guys over. Ring10.org gives 100% of them. It's from former fighters and Cutman. I forgot his name is Matt, and God, man, if I say his name, you'll know his name. But these guys, I think he's still a Cutman, the other guy who's involved in Ring 10. But Matt is a former fighter, and they give 100% of the money to the people and to the fighters who need it, like guys like Gerald McClendon and his family and things like that. It's pretty dope. Pretty dope. I'm gonna see if I can set you up over there, man, because they do this thing called Coach's Corner. I think they'd love to have you over there because you got great stories and insight. Let's see if we can work that out.
Yeah, I'm always trying to help, man. Give back. You have to give back. And me, even that's a good point. Is me as an educator, my job is I leave this game is whatever I leave was that I help make this game safer, and it's through education. And here's a fact right here for you also is all combat sports that we're in at the high level. If you look at it, every other sport, all their trainers and coaches and all that, they all have to be certified one way or the other.
Right.
You don't have to be certified at all, man. All you do is buy a license for whatever state your fighter's fighting from, $50, $35, and you're a pro. So that has to change a little bit.
Yeah, because somebody had asked me, they had that question. D-Ray, he had a good question. And you said basically that's how you become a Cutman. You pay in the state, and somebody got to take a chance on you.
Well, no, I'm just talking about for professional, not only Cutman but coaches. None of us have to be certified to be considered pros. And then the question is D-Ray saying is, how does one become a Cutman? And I get those kind of questions all the time. And here's what I tell them. I said, look, you got to spend hours and days and weeks and months and years in the gym learning the sport that you're going to be working in and working with fighters close, and you donate your time wrapping their hands and get their confidence, and hopefully you'll start working a corner with them as carrying the bucket or a water board, whatever. You work yourself up to being a Cutman. But I get doctors and paramedics and nurses, and they think they could just step into it and do what we do, and that's not the case. We have basically, if you're real good, 50 seconds to work. So.
G Hizzy had a question. He said, would an organization similar to the Screen Actors Guild benefit fighters and others who are contributors to the boxing game?
Yeah, I would say so. And but that's where that union association comes in. Talking to Phil Casabianco is, like they were saying, our union, we have these money, I guess, from the dues and all that. We want to put this back into a program, and combative sports is one that we're looking at. So I've been working with him as times go on and talking to other people, and like the bare knuckle fights, they're setting up a pension plan for these fighters. So it takes that first step to go out and do it. But it should have been done a long time ago, especially this day and age.
Okay. Let me see. Here's another one. Still, he says, Stitch, what was the craziest corner you have ever worked where nothing would? I think we might have answered this one already. Where nothing would go right.
Well, I've worked with some horrible corners, and that's my point. See,
but he never let this happen right here, right, Stitch?
No,
we was talking about this earlier.
That was horrible. Look at this blood. It's just, and look at his mouth. The blood dripping out of it. It's horrible. It never should have happened. And as you look at it, yeah, I mean, I could criticize, but I don't have to. Because
cook them up a little bit, Stitch. Let them know what look. The fans don't know this. You feel like you criticize them, but the fans need to know this because we call this guy a warrior.
Yeah, he's not going to stop. And but yeah, just to have anybody at that point, I mean, it's a mess, and it should never happen. But that's that big vein that you pop. That's a major vein that continues to bleed, and that goes right into the eyes. But yeah, the corner did a very unsatisfactory job, and it was unfair to Badou Jack.
You want to take a couple calls? Are you okay with that before we go? I know you got to go. Man. I appreciate your time. 678-381-1938. I see somebody in the chat. They said are the phone lines open? Yeah. He said he's been here for about an hour, guys, because he was on time. And I really appreciate his time and his energy. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports. And tonight we have a very special guest, Cutman trainer, military vet. He's a California kid, you know what I'm saying? And he's here today, being gracious with his time. And he broke some news. We got Creed 3 coming in 2022. In Atlanta. And it's directed by Michael B. Jordan. D-Ray, how you doing, my guy?
I'm doing excellent, bro. Hey, man, great interview. Stitch, you are the man, bro. Hey, I appreciate him, man. He seemed like just a natural interview, bro. Almost like y'all just having a one-on-one conversation that we get to hear. And I appreciate that. And I also wanted to thank him for the impact that he had in the sport, bringing light to others as well and bringing them, along with him. And I just wanted to know, how much longer does he see himself, in the fight game? I appreciate it. Everybody subscribe, like, and share, because this is great content. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, my man. Yeah, you know what? I call this barbershop talk. I can do this forever, right? In fact, I just, my job is on weekends. So like Monday through Thursday, Monday through Wednesday for sure. I'll go visit the gyms. I'll go by Mayweather's gym. I'll go City Boxing. I'll go to Salas's gym, Bone Adams' gym, and just go shoot the shit with the guys. And it's like barbershop talk and coming to America. So I enjoy doing that. But in all reality,
call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So so I enjoy doing that. But talking stories, because nobody has the stories that I have. Nobody's even close to the stories. Working with so many great fighters. Not that I'm bragging, but I'm in awe with myself. And you're right, Ray. I'm a normal guy, man. I'm just good at what I do. I was born this way, and I have no changes, no plans on changing. But how long will I go on? Until the mechanics start slowing down a little bit. That's everything. But I'll continue at least through education.
Absolutely. Do you see yourself creating like a school in Vegas for Cutman? Because I'm sure everybody all over the world would want to come. Like, just because you didn't even have to be in the room, your face could just be on the marquee. Put the mustache in neon lights, and all the flies will flock to see what you can teach them. You ever thought about creating a school?
No. And the reason why
not? You gonna keep the secrets?
And I'll tell you why. Because you can spend I've done seminars before all over the world, right? And but when it comes to teaching you 4 hours, even if you spend 2-3 days working, learning to be a cut man, it doesn't make you a cut man, right? You'll learn the mechanics of it, but now you have to go and then you got to prove yourself to the team. And the only way to do that is through actions. So I'm
sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I don't want to show you and then you go and say, oh, yeah, Stitch showed me how to be a cut man. And then you go work a fight and you don't work the cut and the fighter loses. So I don't certify guys, and I'll teach you as you go.
Okay, I got a caller from you. Who is this? 919. You're on the line. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, salute to the neighborhood. This Sir Senior.
Hey, Sir Senior, you got a question for Stitch Duran?
Yes, sir. Most definitely, we all respect all the authenticity that you bring to the sport in movies, and just your level of expertise is just so amazing. With all of that, is there anybody, up and coming that you think is, doing a good job and probably be good in the sport, in a few years once they get, some more history under their belt?
Are you talking about cutmen or fighters?
Actually, that was for both.
Okay. Good question. That was one.
Yeah,
that was on
question.
my list. Good question, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I love that, man, because, the cutmen don't get the respect that are due, right? I always say we're kind of like the Marines, first one in, last one out. And the only time they recognize us is when we do a good job. But yeah, there's some good cutmen coming up, and a lot of them have followed the style, the system that I put together. Mike Basil, that I worked with him with the top ranked fights in the bubble. Paul Querido that I told you was a Cutman for Drago's son in the movie. Mike Rodriguez. So there's some young up and coming, the new generation of Cutmen that are wearing gloves, that are wearing the wrist wrap where they put the swabs in here instead of in your mouth, and they put the Vaseline on their hand, and they work. The techniques that I use is they use, and I know that they followed the footsteps that I have. So it's getting better in the aspect of Cutmen. I tell guys if you have a Cutman that put the swab in his mouth or he puts it in his ear, get another Cutman.
I know that's right.
Yeah, that's filthy, and that just doesn't work. Young up and coming boxers, yeah, of course, Shakur, Stevenson, those guys that you mentioned, Fimo and Giovante and Raleigh, and all these guys are the young up and coming.
Rolly, that's debatable.
Rolly Romero.
That's a little debatable.
Yeah,
it remains to be seen.
Well,
because he just getting started. He got a big plate in front of him.
Oh no, he has a major plate.
This guy right here was sitting right beside me at the fight. He said you guys spoke as well. His name is Kyle from the boxing section. He has a dope show. I'm sure he's gonna want you to come on his show one day and do a interview with him. But go ahead. You got a question for the legendary Stitch Duran. Go ahead, Kyle. You got the floor.
What's going on, man? Mark Nash, man. Appreciate you for having me on, like always, man.
Go ahead, get your shot. Let's go.
So, me and Stitch, we met in Atlantic City.
Yep.
I think 2 years ago. They act like they didn't know who he was. I said, hey, man, that's Stitch Duran. That's the best cut man in boxing. You gotta let him in. And they looked at us like, oh, I'm sorry. And then so he ended up walking in. So me, him, and Steven Nelson ended up walking in together. So that's how me and Stitch met.
He's my agent. Well, man, how you doing, boss?
Good, man. Man, I'm excited to have this opportunity to talk to you on Wax. What would you say was your greatest accomplishment as far as being a cut man?
Ooh, that's pretty solid, man. There's been a lot of good ones. It's a solid one. God, I don't know. That's a good one. Let me think about that. I have a lot of great moments, man. And, like say Wladimir Klitschko calling me son, but all that started with Lyoto Machida when he fought Rashad Evans in the UFC. And if you remember, he's very Brazilian, but his father's very Japanese, Brazilian-Japanese, right? But he had his crowd sitting there, and he beat Rashad Evans, Lyoto, and I worked with Lyoto, and I went in the dressing room to congratulate him, and his father is sitting there, very proud, and in front of his father, Lyoto says, Stitch, in the corner, you are my father. And his father looks, and he just, like Shogun, just agreed. That had to be a very special moment for me because it just meant so much, to be considered a father. So that's what I tell the fighters now is that, look, in the ring, I'm going to take care of you like you're my son. So I've had a lot of great moments, man. It's just it's tough to pick when nobody's ever asked me that one. So I gotta see what's the best one's better than that.
G Hizzy said, question on compensation. Are cut men pay a fixed rate or percentage of the purse?
Yeah, it depends on the fighters.
He pocket watching, Stitch. Look at him. He pocket watching.
Yeah.
He with the feds, homie. You got to watch him.
It depends, on economics. There's a certain point, a minimum that I charge, whether it's by percentage or whether it's a purse or straight salary, right? But it depends on the money that these guys are making, and everything's negotiable. So, in that aspect, it works both ways. Because if I got a percentage off of you, and you're just first time you're doing a 10-round fight, and you're getting paid, $5,000. I'm not going to get too much meat off that bone, So then I work for a base, right? And sometimes that works out better. So both ways, it depends.
Got another question from the chat. Kyle, you got another question as well, correct? Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead and ask your question first, and we'll go back to the. Okay, Robert said, "Hey Stitch, you are a legend. My favorite fighter was Michael Carbajal. Did you ever work with him or against him?"
No, I never did. That was Michael Carbajal, I was coming into the mix, into that A-level mix when Michael was already a champion and all that. I was a big fan of his also. You know, his brother Danny, you know, got to know him real well and all that. But no, I did work with Johnny Tapia. That was, you know, like about as good as as it comes with guys comparing them to like Michael Carbajal. So when I worked with Johnny Tapia, that was a blessing, but never Michael.
Go ahead, Kyle, and we're gonna go back to the chat with more questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you got to rank it, right? The movie or a championship fight, which one would you rather do?
The movie. I've done hundreds of championship fights. You know, like I was telling Mark Nash earlier, I've done hundreds and hundreds of championship fights. It's not about the fights no more. It's about the characters that I'm working with, right? But the movies are something that I'm not an actor, right? But to have those opportunities to do something on the silver screen, especially with, you know, guys like, you know, Michael B. Jordan and Sylvester Stallone. You know, how many guys you know have done 3 movies with Sly, and how many guys you know have done 3 movies with Michael B. Jordan?
Yeah, most
I know a guy, you know. So yeah, to me they're just challenges. You know, it's not never about the money. It's just they're just challenges.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got another one. You got another one, Kyle? Before I go back to the chat,
man, I got one more. This one right here. This probably be the best question of the night right here, Mark.
We're gonna see. Let's go.
MMA or boxing? If you had to choose an event to do all day and be at an event all day, which one would you rather be? Would you rather be a cutman for MMA or would you rather be a cutman for boxing?
Well, you know, I've done them both. In fact, I'm doing boxing tomorrow or Saturday, and so I'm doing the boxing version of what we did in the MMA. I like the MMA. I like the MMA because of the action, and every fight was a big fight, and then the cuts were more. So in that aspect, the entertainment value was MMA. But you know, I've been for the last year in this bubble. I've been working. This is like my 34th show with Top Rank. So you know, I can't complain about what's going on right now.
Most definitely.
Plug your show, Kyle.
Oh man, you know, this is the boxing section. TBS, man. We started in Atlantic City. So you know, that was one of the best moves I made was going to Atlantic City with Steven Nelson, starting this podcast. So yeah, man, whenever you free, man, you know what I mean. It'd be much appreciated.
Yeah,
you know, to have a long conversation with you on wax. Mark Nash.
Hey, Stitch. Once he send me my Cash App, I'll square him away. I'll plug him in with you.
You got to talk to my agent, man.
Yeah, man. I'm the new agent now.
Who your first agent was. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much, Kyle. God bless, bro.
All right, man.
Hey, look, somebody asked me, what is your favorite fight movie?
That's a good question also. I don't know. It's you know.
Wow, we stumped him with that one.
Yeah, no, wait, listen, how can I say, you know, Balboa? How can I say Rocky? You know, it has to be one of the Rocky series because Rocky just, you know, brings so much energy for a lot of guys. But, you know, like the movie Southpaw, it was funny because Forrest Whitaker is the, I guess, coach Cutman for this fight. And the guy gets cut and he has a cut right here. But if you look at when they filmed it, he has the swab up there. So you know, so there were some discrepancies there, but you know, I got to go with Creed because that was my first big movie with Michael B. Jordan, and it was done well. But the reason why is because I'll give you another behind the scenes. When I got the script, my character was Marcel, and I said, well, you know, I don't know anybody named Marcel. I'm gonna have to fix that. But when it was time for Rocky to introduce us to Adonis, he says, "This is Stitch. He's the best cutman in Philadelphia." And bro, at that point, I said, I'm locked in. The next day I thanked him and he says, it has to be authentic. And then there was another point, if you remember when Rocky got sick and him and Michael or him and Adonis are in the gym and we just walked out and he throws up and he picks him up and all of a sudden he yells Stitch. Well, the gym is in the second floor in Philadelphia and it was snowing outside. So we were on the stairs going outside and I didn't know what the scene was. And all of a sudden I hear Stitch. So I start going up and I think, maybe it's part of the movie. The next day, I'm wrapping Michael's hands. I said, look, Michael, I ain't one to kiss nobody's butt or anything like that. But that scene right there really was effective, and I'll tell you why. Because, you know, my job in the movie is to take care of you, and I had just left the gym, and you're working with Rocky, and Rocky gets sick, and the first thing you do is you yell for me. To me, that's very, very authentic. That wasn't in the script, bro.
Really?
That's in the movie. Yeah.
That's retainability of him being all the way in character of like, what would this guy do?
100% right. I told him, I said,
that guy's talented.
It gave me chills, you know, and so I have to say Creed, man. Yeah,
would you say, what's the biggest production set you've been a part of? Because Creed was as good as a movie is. I don't think it had the Ocean's 11 budget, right?
No, Ocean's 11 was, hey, listen, I met Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Julia Roberts, Andy Garcia, Matt Damon. You know, these were all superstars, right?
Did you get starstruck by anybody? Like, oh my God.
No, but you know, I'm over there. Just Matt Damon comes up to us and say, "Hi, I'm Matt Damon." You know, so it went both ways. You know, so you know, it's nice because they come into our world, and that's what makes it special.
That's dope. I've heard a lot of the bigger the star, the more they do that. I heard Michael Jackson used to do that. He'll walk up to people and say, "Hi, I'm Michael Jackson," or really? Beyonce still do that. "Hi, I'm Beyonce." Yeah, and people be like, "We know you. That's why we here."
Well, that's nice. But, you know, it's nice that they respect you for that. And but I just saw one of your guys from the Fields of the Garden by chance.
Yeah, he said, "Are you going to continue this?" And he said, "Everyone needs to read this." By the way, amazing job, Stitch. You want to talk to the people about what that is?
Yeah. From the Fields of the Garden, you know, during the UFC days when Tito Ortiz and Randy Couture and Matt Hughes, all these guys were Chuck Liddell, they were writing books on them. That's when the UFC was real hot. And the author that wrote Matt Hughes's book contacted me and took my wife and I out to dinner and talked about writing the book. And I'm the kind of guy, if you want to do it, let's do it. You know, I'm easy. So he never contacted me, and a couple other guys never happened. And there's one guy, Zach Robinson, that is a teacher in Germany. He teaches the military kids up there, baseball player like me and all that. He contacted me, and he's written books called Sports by the Numbers. And he says, "I'm a big fan, and would you be interested in working with me and writing a book?" I said, "Man," turned out I was going to be in Germany 2 weeks later with, I think Vitaly Klitschko was fighting. And I got to meet Zach for the first time, and we shook hands, you know, good old guys, and wrote the book, and it became a top seller in Amazon. So the UFC let me go, and people kept asking about the second book, and so I did From the Fields to the Garden 1 and 2. But now I'll just let you know also is they're turning that into a documentary as we speak right now. The Fields growing up as a farm worker, and the Garden, Madison Square Garden. In fact, I'll be in Madison Square Garden tomorrow. You know, so but when I signed with this crew to film the documentary, a week later I get a call that Triple G is fighting at the Garden, and they gave us all access, and we got some great footage. And then this COVID kicked in, and it took us out for a long time. And these guys came back a couple of months ago, and they interviewed Tyson Fury and Virgil Hunter. We're going to get Andre Ward and Triple G and Cain Velasquez and Javier Mendez. And then, of course, we went to my hometown and got all that stuff. So we're about 90% done. Still got to get Andre and Triple G and get some B-roll here in Vegas, and then Michael B. Jordan. And so it's going into documentary. It's pretty badass, man.
Absolutely. Andre Ward is a class act, man. Every time I see this guy. Is he like that in person?
100%. Yeah. Just a natural guy.
Robert said, out of Jeff, Floyd Sr., and Roger, who was the better fighter and trainer in your opinion, of course?
I think Roger. You know, Roger had the more skills, and I've worked with all three of these guys, and just a super family.
When you see the fight, we got a big fight coming up, a couple fights. I know you say you really don't like to do picks, but I know you're gonna be working, if I'm not mistaken, the Canelo and Caleb Plant card somewhere, right?
No,
you're not a part of that card at all.
Not yet, but things.
Man, they tripping.
And things. I just let it flow, man. But no, I'm doing the show the night before. And
so you're gonna be in town. You're gonna stay in town.
Yeah. I'll be here. I'll be home. So, but no, not yet. Don House is working with Caleb, and I don't make predictions, but I think I told you what I do is I look at the probability of the importance of a cut man, And in this situation, I think, both guys are going to need good cut men because like Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder is going to be that type of fight.
How about my guy Terrence Bud Crawford? He's going to be facing off against Showtime Sean Porter. You worked with the Porter camp and things like that before, right?
No,
never worked with Porter.
Nah, been in the gym. Terrence.
Been in the gym with him though, right?
Yeah.
And you seen him work and things like that, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely. What's the probability of cuts in that fight?
Not as big as the Caleb Plant Canelo fight. I think they're both movers. They're not going to be staying toe to toe. But Terrence Crawford, I know he did some damage and to Jeff Horn, so everything's capable. I think he cut him right on the nose. And I know ESPN brought me in to be a Cutman analyst for that fight. And but Terrence can fight, man. Well, so can Sean. That's on the 20th, 27th.
The 20th, November the 20th.
I'm supposed to be leaving to Dubai that day, but I just might leave the day after.
You got a fight going on in Dubai, or you going to relax?
Yeah, Badu Jack is fighting up there on the 27th. But it's cool because he's kind of hooked up with the royal family, and they just sent me some videos of what they're training, bro. It's a different world, and I'm glad I'm going just because it's that, and plus working with Badu. I mean, but normally going to Dubai at this time of the year, I'd say nah, but I'm looking forward to it.
Did Tyson Fury really have COVID, Stitch?
Yeah, kind of made me a little mad, because I'm putting Vaseline on him during the sparring every day, and I have to assume that why else would they? Is there a conspiracy theory?
They say he needed more time to train. He wasn't.
Oh man, hey, that's a mismatch because this guy was looking good in the gym, man.
So he won't get beat up in sparring. That's cap.
No, he was looking good. I tell you, I'm in the gym every day putting Vaseline on him, and I'm telling him how he's looking good. So that was put a stamp on that one. That's done. No,
is he the best heavyweight in the world right now, in your opinion?
Yeah. When I first started working with him, when I sat down and met with him, I said, I could never understand when you beat Wladimir. We were all so confident that we were going to win. When you beat Wladimir, we were all in shock of what happened. But when I saw you fight Deontay Wilder, that was the second fight. The skill level that you had was now I can understand why. I said, as Bruce Lee would say, is your whole movement is like water. And as big as he is, brother, nobody's going to show a heavyweight how to fight like Tyson Fury, as nobody's going to show a fighter how to fight like Floyd Mayweather. Those two you just can't compare.
Did you just call Tyson Fury Bruce Lee? Did you say he's Bruce Lee?
I said, as Bruce Lee would say, is you move like water.
Is he the best thing since Ali? Because that's what Bob Arum been saying.
I'm not going to answer that question. It ain't my job. But I know he moves like water. Yeah, Bruce Lee said that. That's
I just wondered. Did you see my face? I was like, Bruce Lee. He's good, but he ain't that good.
Yeah.
But look, I don't want to take too much of your time because, like I said, man, when I talk to you, man, I feel like I'm talking to like one of my uncles or one of the OGs from the block who I'm just trying to pick his brain and learn everything from him. I just, man, this was so good, man. I'm trying to see. Did I miss anything? I know I am. I'm missing something right now. I know. Let me go through this real quick. There we go. I'll ask you this right here. Rolly and Tank, are you gonna work with Rolly at all? Have you ever worked with Rolly or Tank or seen them in the gyms?
I've worked with Rolly before. I've known him since he was a little kid. And his father was a Cuban fighter, one of the first Cuban guys to come, and he would go to the gym and spar with these guys, smoking a cigarette, right? And he would knock guys out. So his father could fight. Very, very heavy-handed. Well, Rolly's the same way. But we were talking about that today. I mean, I love the kid. I've known him since he was a kid. But does he have the skills to beat a Gervonta Davis? And some of the fighters in the gym think that he has that knockout skill. And but does the boxing skill, is it going to be good enough to fight Gervonta Davis on a boxing level? Power-wise, they both have that power, right? Rolly probably a little bit more than Gervonta, but skill-wise, who has the boxing skill-wise? So real quick, preference question. Asian Math asked about Aventine or thrombin to use in championship bout. I don't use either one of them. Aventine and thrombin are what they call coagulants. Aventine is more like, good description is like a cotton candy. Thrombin is in a liquid form, but they're coagulants. Adrenaline chloride 1/1000 that I use primarily, that's a vasoconstrictor. So you put that in the cut, and in theory, it closes up the blood vessels. It's like bending a water hose, right? Aventine and thrombin coagulate the blood, but once Aventine, like say, it's like a cotton candy. Once you hit it, it takes it off, and it takes that clot with it. So I don't. Nobody's ever asked that.
Yeah, good job, King Agent Math. Good question. Last one. I'm gonna try to wrap this one up. D-Ray said, "What could be done with the knot like Rodman had against Real Deal?" I interviewed Hasim Rodman about this, and he said after fighting Evander Holyfield, and Rodman's a comedian too. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah.
He is funny, man. So he said, "I see why," and he paused dramatically. He said, "I see why Mike Tyson bit his ear."
Yeah.
He said Holyfield is ahead of his class. And he was ahead of his time. Like just little he made jokes of it himself. Yeah. But the question is, what could be done in a fight like this? You and I talked before, like in the movies, they say cut me, Mick. Right. But in real life, you don't cut this. Talk to us. What can be done?
That's a good, and and I tell Slide many times, I say, how many times I've had to educate people on that cut me, Mick theory? I said, it doesn't work because now you get blood in the eyes. But what happens is everything that's accumulated there is a big puddle of blood. Yeah, you could cut it. It would definitely leave. But now you have two issues. You got blood that's dripping out. Now you got an open wound. Plus, we're not doctors. So that's out of the question, right? But what do you do with that right there? Even though it looks bad, it's not giving him a disadvantage because both his eyes are still capable of being open and undisturbed. So it looks bad, but it's nothing to worry about. And eventually, through the healing process, it'll just absorb back into the system.
Really?
Yeah. It looks like shit, but
But he is okay.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, as long as he don't mind. But it's just an accumulation of blood. So
this is a bad stoppage when we see these type of things, when they stop it because of this.
Well, it depends. If it's on the bottom, it's a good question. If it's on the bottom and you're seeing swelling like that, the chances of having a broken orbital bone is questionable. So you got to look for that. Not so much up on top. A lot of the fractures come on the bottom, but up there, yeah, it looked bad, but it's not affecting his performance or giving him a disadvantage. That's usually when they stop the fights.
And the last thing, what's the next big thing you got going on? You said you got a Badu Jack fight. What's the next big event you got going on? You are about to be a consultant in a movie as well, right? Don't they? Is somebody hire you to be a production consultant to make sure it's authentic?
Yeah, it's an MMA movie. In fact, I just got some information from them today. That comes in after Creed 2, but they contacted me. They're filming an MMA movie, and they want me to be a consultant producer to go with the program. So I've been working with them, and as they set up their plan. But looked like it's going to be in Brisbane, Australia, and it'll be like after Creed, like in March. So I'll go from one movie to another, and it's just the adventures. It's more than just the saying, what. Because I've never been scared to try anything. I would say, as long as it's not going to kick my ass, I'm okay, right? And I'll go try it. I mean, I've gotten zapped, with tasers when I was doing military tours, and because I wanted to try that, and I've gotten bit by dogs, they chase you down and with the armor, and during the military tours, I've always done that. So I've always been adventurous, and I was talking about it today. Is getting going through a gas chamber would be my next one. So I've always been like that, but yeah, just to do another one in Australia would be a different challenge for me.
You do 42 plus events. You do like 40 something events a week. When do you take a break or a vacation?
Monday through Thursdays. Well, you're right. I mean, it's right. And, like I said, I got invited Triple G's fighting in Tokyo, December the 29th, but that's like my 70th birthday that day. And my wife says, well, I want to take you to Cabo San Lucas. And so it turns out I'm not going to Japan anyway because it's like a 10-day quarantine. You know, I'm missing Thanksgiving as it is, going to Dubai. And if I was to go with Triple G, I'd miss Christmas. And of course, I'd miss my birthday with my family. And sometimes at this stage, and you know, family's always important. So.
Does your wife ever want to go, or she ever like, man, you are living your best life? Or does she be like, oh, I'm going to this one because I never been here before?
Yeah, well, she's going to Creed 3 with me for sure. And yeah, I've taken her to France and New York. And, you know, now that, you know, we're pretty well established now that we're going to be traveling together a little bit more and just enjoy life, man. You know, just have fun because what I do is not even a job. It's an adventure. So
what do you do for leisure? Like, do you fish? Do you play cards?
Nah, just chill.
Just be sitting at home smoking a little good joint.
Yeah, play domino with my wife. You know, and but just chill out. You know, like I say, Monday through Thursdays I'm home. You know, and the weekends I travel. But you know, yeah. So how can I complain? I'm living a good life, man.
Okay, well, look, I'm not gonna hold you up anymore, man, because this has been a treat. I can't believe you stayed this long. I think you broke the record. This might be my longest interview yet, so you might have set the new record. Yeah. I think King Asian Mav got a question for you before you go. Go ahead, King Asian Mav. Go ahead, King Asian Mav. You got a question for Stitch?
Oh no, you pretty much asked him everything. I thought he was about to go. He's
about to slide. Stitch, what are your plans after retirement, or do you plan to still ask that?
Yeah, no, like I say, it's not even a job. I'm retired already. You know, it's just that I have the privilege of working all these fights. You know, so this isn't even a job, but it's an adventure. And I don't know what happens. You know, as long as you know I'm healthy, my knees are good, my back's good, and you know, I think you know. I'm in pretty good shape, and
you can do you can do this until you can't do it no more. I guess.
There's I don't know, you know, whatever challenges come in 2022, I'm gonna take them.
Stitch, before you go, I'm gonna tell you, man, I got an idea for you. Just think about it.
All right.
Okay, mustache and facial hair treatment and care products. Like you can sell like the creams and the trimmers. Like I can picture your face on the box. You can sell, yeah, man. It'll just be come on, man. Once it happened, when they reach out to you, look, I might white label it. I'm gonna reach out to you. I might white label that and holler at you about that. We can sell that, Stitch.
Hey, when you create it and make me your partner, man. Ball's in your court.
I'm gonna hold you to that. Hey, look, I'm gonna hold to that. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your energy.
Okay, Mark, I did have one question. All
right, go ahead. One.
Top 3 fighters all time. I know you probably been asked this before, but I never heard the answer. Your top 3 fighters all time. It could be MMA or boxing.
Oh wow. Well, I'll give you top 3 fighters MMA, and I'll try to predict top 3 fighters for boxing. But Wanderlei Silva, Fedor Emelianenko. You know, these guys were super. Randy Couture. I mean, there's just so many of them that are great. Boxing, of course, I got to give Wladimir Klitschko credit. Floyd Mayweather definitely falls up there. Mike Tyson, when it comes to skill-wise, not as good as a Floyd Mayweather or as good as a Lennox Lewis, that type of thing, but he had the knockout power. But there's tons of them.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Can't give it to you, man. It's like saying I like you better than I like Mark Nash.
No, that's just your preference. You know what I'm saying? What division? What weight division is attracting you the most right now?
You know, well, the heavyweights right now, you know, with Tyson Fury, that just kind of rekindled everything. But right now, you know, the Teofimo Lopez's and the Gervonta Davises, all that group right there, that's the one that kind of has my juice.
Yeah, that 135. Yeah, it's been hot like fish grease for about 2-3 years now.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, it's good.
Hold on, Asian Mav. Now I got one more question. Last one for me. Mike Tyson is supposed to fight Logan Paul. Have you got a call about working this card at all? Or have anybody reached out to you? And if so, if not, what do you think about the event anyway?
Yeah, no, I haven't got the call, you know, but not to say that I won't, you know, I just think just happened, right? But, you know, I there's certain things like the Pauls that, you know, it's a little different. They're younger, they're athletic, but, you know, like Holyfield, when he got knocked out by Vitor Belfort, to me, that was heartbreaking. Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson by name, but he's not Mike Tyson by boxing skills anymore. You know, one of the things is in boxing, as you can say, is you can beat anything, but you can't beat time. And when you got a young kid like Logan Paul, I would run around as much as I could, to get him tired. I know when Roy Jones fought, he got tired, you know, and so, you know, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Will I work it? Hell yeah, because they pay good money.
Let me give you the drop. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your energy. Hey, look, man, I don't want it to go this long before I talk to you again, my brother. But I promise I won't keep you an hour and 40 minutes next time.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, we had an hour and 35 minutes right now.
Oh, shit. All right.
I hope I don't get you in trouble with the wife, man.
Yeah,
thank you
I
so
still
much.
got a pack for tomorrow.
Say what?
I still got a pack for tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man.
I got to be at the airport at 9 in the morning. That's all right. That's what I do. But I appreciate it, man. Thanks,
man. No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time, man. I'll hit you up, man. In a couple weeks and see what's going on.
All right,
and just get your take on the fights after they happen. These big fights with Canelo and Plant. I'll hit you up after that.
All right.
God bless you, man. It's Jacob Stitch Duran, the best damn cut man money can buy, y'all.
TRC Music.
Salute.
Thank y'all for coming out with here again. So we got a great show. We're back.
Yeah, man. So that was the interview, man. Jacob Stitch Duran, man. Stayed for about an hour and some change. Had a good conversation with him. I think I messed up. I think Tay Jones pull up what might have been the longest. That might have been one. D-Ray said, one more round, bring him back. And Sir Senior, he said, thank you. He said, another great interview. Talk to me, Asia Mav. What was your take, man? What'd you think?
Oh, classics. One another great one for your archives, bro.
Man,
real good. This your second time having him on, though. This wasn't his first. This wasn't his debut.
No, this is his first time doing it live. He had a good time last time, and he's like, "Yeah, let's do it. Next time, let's do it live." And I said, okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting it confused.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me take this sweat off, bro. It's hot. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. No, I was confused because I didn't know exactly if it's live or not, so I was just putting both of them as live shows. But yeah, I know he had been on your platform before. I guess that's what I was saying. So
yeah, last time we in the middle of the live, we had some technical difficulties where I asked him to turn his camera sideways so we could take up the full screen. Then we messed it up. So I had to edit all of that out, and yeah, it was crazy. But I just learned, hey man, just leave the phone however you got it. That'll work. But definitely a good interview, man. Pretty candid with a lot of things he said. Did you by chance catch the beginning of it, or did you come in at the end?
I think I caught probably like the middle when he was finishing up on Creed. I think he dropped the exclusive, letting everyone know that Creed 3 is in the making. And so kind of like anything before that, I probably had missed. I wasn't even in the house, and I don't like to be. I can listen to it while I'm driving. Sometimes I be like, man, I want to jump on this, say what's on my mind at the moment, but I'm driving. So I said, I discipline myself. Hey, I just pretty much.
It's all good.
No YouTube at all. But I pulled up because I didn't get a notification that you went live last night. And I saw Megas. I went and watched the playback, and the whole panel was there. Megazol was on there.
Reg.
Yeah, Reg.
Deuce,
Major Key. Deuce. Calico. So I was like, man, I missed that.
Yo, did you see Stitch hit the little weed on the live? That shit was dope. Cause he had said something, yo. I was like, I thought you said like something about weed. And he was like, yeah. And he said, no, but yeah, that too. And he pulled up his little pen and hit his pen. I was like, I loved it.
Oh yeah, that's what's
up. And he has a CBD business. I thought it was a good interview. I did not know Claressa Shields was fighting tonight. So I scheduled the interview on the wrong night, man. So that's why we missing people because Claressa Shields was fighting tonight. Did she win? Anybody know?
Oh no, I know Ricky Williams, he made that announcement earlier today. I did get that notification.
I bet you did. No fuck.
And yeah, I don't know why I ain't get yours. I sure was gonna pull up on your show because you know me and Major Key got some unfinished business. So we gonna do this live on air. All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, well, you'll get it. And so as soon as you get this, you make this announcement. All right.
Okay.
That's
What's
one
going
second.
on?
You hey fam.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm reading the chat. Perfect Timing Podcast. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for pulling up. What up, homie?
What up?
Shout out to D Ray over the phone.
What up?
Sorry, Senior. What up?
What up?
Who else was here? G Hizzy.
What up?
All of you guys asked great questions. I'm still said, and thank you, Mark. One of the best interviews I've seen this year. Honestly, it's not often you see an interview that's just so relaxed and chill. Salute to you.
What
Mark.
up?
Thank you.
What up?
Thank you.
What up?
And thank you. And you guys ask great questions, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Before the interview, though, I normally take a nap before I start the show. So didn't take a nap today. Because I was actually on the show with this guy right here, Perfect Timing Podcast, chopping it up with him and his crew, and having a good time over there. Then I was like, oh man, I got to still do some more prep for the interview. And then I realized halfway through, I was like, how much prep y'all really got to do? Like, you talk to this guy at this point. I've interviewed him once, but prior to that, we had met twice. And each time I was chopping up with him. The first time I was like you, King Asian man. If I asked him a question about Cutman and things that they use, but yeah, man. The next time we talked, it was just like having a conversation, man. Like you said, sometimes when you're talking to a guy like Stitch as well, he makes it real easy to talk to him. Like he has a lot of stories. He's easy to talk to. And he's not shy. He's very candid. So I ain't gonna lie, I really enjoyed it. I was super impressed. Every time I'm talk to him, I learned something new. What else was I about to say? Shout out to Kyle from the boxing section. I appreciate you.
What up?
Thanks for sharing the link. Girl behind the mic. What up?
What up?
I believe who else was that guy? Andrew Charles was here.
What up?
Shout out to Pittsburgh. My guy Luther. PGH Big Dog.
What up?
Rob G Films. What up, Rob G?
What up?
Brandon Washington.
What up?
Reggie Owens.
What up?
DJ.
What up?
Of course, King Asian Math.
What up?
We here.
What up?
Sun Claw.
What up?
And the list goes on and on. BX Native.
What up?
I appreciate y'all, man. God knows I do. You guys are like the best audience on YouTube, yo. Super funny, super creative. You guys don't let nothing slide in the chat. You guys gotta stay on your toes, and you guys keep me on my toes. So I really appreciate y'all, and I thank God for y'all literally every day. And I worry about y'all when I don't hear from y'all from a while. I'll be like, dang, did I make them mad or are they okay? And sometimes people, you do need to check on people because they might not be okay. So it's good that people do those health and welfare checks. King Asian Math. Does anybody know if he said I didn't want to say it, but she lost? Oh, she lost. So she did lose. How did she lose? Dang, I didn't know she lost.
Well, she just won. That was an MMA fight.
Yeah, but how did she lose? Did she get knocked out? Submitted? Did she lose on the cards? Let me see. Damn, Shields. Let me see. Claressa Shields. Oh no. Because
was it bad?
I don't know. I'm looking for it right now. Split decision.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not saying as good. She lost, but see, I think she's one of the fighters that's cut from that cloth where she's a throwback fighter. This gonna make her better. Not motherfuckers really better look out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just me. Well, once again, gauging, what she didn't seem like one of the people that's scared to lose. She pushes herself, and when a person pushes themselves to say, hey, I want the best, in the true essence of that statement, a lot of people say, what they want or whatever. And then there's other people. There's people that walk it. There's people that talk it. She's one of the ones that's going to walk it, and that's going to come with walking that walk. What they say, the measurement of a man is not how high it go up, but how he bounced back from from when he's down. Same way applies to a female, as a person in general. So hey, I think she's going to be even more dangerous now.
Yeah, Claressa Shields, they labeling it as her first professional loss. I get it. This is her first professional loss, but it's in MMA, it's not boxing, and still was a split decision. She's tough, man. She's tough to even step in there. Because I hear all the other boxers saying, nah, we ain't doing that. Y'all can come over here, though. Nah, she was like, nah, don't nobody want to fight me over here. I got to go over there. Yeah, she's tough, man. Class act, man. Claressa Shields, man. She's definitely.
And shout out to the chick that beat her, because she had to bring her A game to beat her.
Absolutely. What's her name? Abigail Montez. Yeah, shout out to you, Abigail. Good job.
Like 2-0.
Say it again. What's up, Fight Doctor?
What up?
Yeah, man. Good thing these girls getting into that, mixing it up with it, man. And with like Claressa Shields, I'm glad she's stepping out, doing other things, because most people, their career would just be on the shelf. She's staying active. I ain't mad at it. It's the fight game. It comes with it. Oh, there we go. Still say the same thing. It's the fight game. It's good to be humbled every now and then. She'll be fine. She's a beast no matter what she do. Yeah, Claressa Shields is dope, man. Some people don't like the fact she be out there talking about she can beat up dudes, but she can, though.
Exactly.
She has beat up dudes.
Exactly. If I felt like there was 100% cap, yeah, I'd call out on it. No, I know it's some niggas out there she can work.
Right. Some of them be on this show.
A lot of them ain't got melanin in their skin. No.
Shoot, some of them do, and she'll still beat them up, homie.
I ain't say none of them do. I just said a lot of them don't.
Yeah. What was I at with this, man? Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. Yeah, but I got the phone lines open, man. We was talking about, we had Stitch Duran on earlier. Great interview, and just chopping it up with the homies right now. Let me go up here. That's what I had on the docket. Low-key, I wanted to finish that hip-hop conversation last night because that shit was getting good, but I was like, damn, should I mix it up like that? Would it confuse people? I was like, I'll just leave him on the marquee, and if you pull up, we'll just have a good conversation. But definitely wanted to chop it up with y'all. He picked out the lightweights when we asked him the question about who did he think career would go the farthest out of these guys. And Shakur Stevenson, of course, he's not a lightweight, but he'll be there in no time. He told me Haney and Shakur, he thought had the brightest future, I believe. And that's because of their style and their defense and things like that. What do you think? Was I on the panel
when you asked that question? Yeah,
you wasn't here.
Oh, okay. All right. So you giving me the question now?
Yeah. What do you think of his assessment? He picked Shakur and Haney out of this pack to go to furthest.
Hey man, Tank got something to say about that. Tank got something to say about that. And right now I got to roll with him. He's the popular favorite. He's knocking cats out. Knocking cats out.
With the Bud Crawford analogy, some will argue it's the quality of opponent as well, right?
And Barrios, Santa Cruz. Man, the list goes on and on.
For sure. Hold on 1 second. D-Ray, what's up, homie?
What's up, man? Hey, King Edge, mad salute. Hey, yeah, bro, I just wanted to talk about the Claressa Shields fight real quick, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when she was winning standing up with the boxing, you know what I mean? It was, but the girl, once she realized that she couldn't stand with Claressa, she just drove in and grabbed both her legs and took her down. And that was, pretty much it. But, and basically, she stole the fight in the last, well, I ain't going to say she stole the fight, but I'm going to say she won the fight in the last 30 seconds, because she was on top of Claressa and she just, let everything go, bro. So, you guys said salute to her because she did come in there to win. Claressa, you know, she does, you know, need to really work on the on the wrestling part of it, because you know her corner was telling her, like, you know, use your legs and turn, and I don't know if she could, you know, do what they said, or if she, you know, even could hear what they said. So I don't know if it's that she needs new training or more seasoning, but I also think that she's about to come back into boxing like next month or two or something like that. So she probably just got a lot on her plate, man. But anyway, I appreciate it. And I think too that, you know, it was a lot of money on the line, man. So that girl, that woman that she fought, man, she had a lot to fight for. And I appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna fall back into the chat, man. But cook that topic, Mark Nash. Get him on that hip hop, man. Peace.
My man, D-Ray. Yeah, man. But yeah, I'm gonna put the picture up real quick. What you think of what he said about the sister Claressa Shields? She got to work on her ground game.
Yeah, that's her Achilles heel. That was her problem in the other fight, but she overcame it. But I mean, it was looking bad for her, mainly because of, you know, when the fight went to the ground, and that's what, you know, had a lot of people, you know, worried until she overcame it. She had enough dog in her then to overcome it. You can't you know, rely on that, you know, in every fight against every opponent. So yeah, she's definitely have to work on her ground game. I haven't seen this fight yet, but listening to what D-Ray just said, salute to him. Quite sure he's accurate with it. You know, when I go back and look, it'll be everything he just said. The ground game was her weakest link. It's being exploited now, and that's what people are going to, you know, go at her with, like, if she keep on doing this MMA thing. You know, so she is gonna have to work on that. You know, and I feel she got dog in her, and it's gonna open up like, hey, okay, now I see it. You know what I'm saying? Dog in her.
So you think she should continue with this?
Hey man, like I say, God brought you to it, you see it through. You know, whoever her God is or goddess is, you know what I'm saying? She didn't just up and say, hey, I think I want to do MMA. No, this is what I want to do, and I'm gonna give it my all. By hook or crook, win, lose, or draw.
Fair enough. I don't think she needs to be in there taking unnecessary punishment in a secondary sport where, like, you know, some kicks to her leg can really damage her in the future as far as boxing. Getting her arm broke, you know what I'm saying, by getting put in the arm bar or something like that. It ain't about just the punches or nothing like that. She's tough, but I'm talking about the arm bar, the kicks to the leg, you know, things like that.
Oh yeah, she's at more risk in that sport, but I mean, in boxing, who was really trying to give her a shot? Who was really trying to step up, you know, and challenge her? I mean, they were trying to make her go up like 3 weight classes, you know, to get her opponent. Come on, man. You know, so she had to go and do what she had to do. You know, she, like I say, she felt like that was something she can achieve. I get what you're saying, because, you know, like D-Ray said, well, she got another fight in a couple of months. You know, that's a short turnaround time.
That's training camp. 2 months. She turning right back around when he says she fighting again.
I think he said. Look, I don't know. It's just from what he just sounded like, the timeline would be this year, before, you know, in 2021. Right, and you're right. That's training camp. But she just did a training camp for this fight.
Cersei said, I think he said he believes she should keep it up. Just go back to the lab and work out the kinks. Yeah, man. I just don't want to see her get her knee popped, or, you know what I'm saying, get kicked in the, you know, block a kick or check a kick, and then she got a crack, you know, or ripped the little tibia or something, or the fibula. I mean, like, yeah, man, that shit is. Hey, so man, many freak accidents can happen that can take years or ruin her whole boxing career. This is super dangerous. But I guess they're paying her well, right?
Well, she got a lot of sanctioning fees to pay. How many belts she got?
Right. But shit, they got to give her a fight for her to pay it, don't you?
Exactly. People got to be willing to get in her to fight. And I don't even see a lot of endorsement deals coming her way. I'm like, damn, she is marketable. No matter of fact, I need to call her and shit. Get on my shit. Let her market some of our products and shit.
D-Ray said December the 11th.
See?
Bro, that's too short, bro. That is too short of a time, bro. But what do I know? I just feel like, man, you going from training camp to fight. If she starts, November the 11th, that'd be 7 weeks?
Right.
Come on, man. That's... She'll be
They could have put on that tank card.
Yep, God of War Stitch was on, man. You missed him, man. He was here for about an hour and 40 minutes. He was here for an hour and 40 minutes, homie. You missed it. It was dope. Legendary. Chopped it up.
So, Mark, we're gonna have to wait till Friday for Major Key to pull in because I said next time I didn't know you was going live. I knew you was going live last night, and I would have got the notification. I would have pulled up then. Matter of fact, I went to his live show, but I didn't even want to bring it up there because he had a panel with some other people on. And plus, we said we were gonna do it here on your show.
Do what? Oh, the bet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm all for it. I'm all for it, man. What else happened today that we need to talk about? He said, "Oh, I have to watch it back later." No problem, man. No problem. No harm, no foul, man. Life is life, man, and it's all good. Man, I'm trying to figure out what else happened today we need to talk about. There's a couple of things.
Well, that was a good show you had last night. Was Nori hotter than Jay-Z in 98? If it was in the early part.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I got it. Okay. Oh, it's on. And what's the date?
Today is the 27th, I believe. 27th, what time?
No, the Caleb Plant and Canelo fight. December 5th. Is it November the 5th or December the 5th? It's November the 5th. Tank fighting December the 5th. Sorry to yawn in y'all ear, man.
Yeah, just don't fall asleep like I did.
No. Big Dog Willie. What's up, Big Dog Willie? He said, the question that plagued mankind is professional wrestling real? Please respond to the mystery. Sure, I know some of them injuries be real. I know Owen Hart, he died for real.
Shit, some of the Von Erichs died for real, but I don't know if it would do the professional wrestler. Have you ever been to a professional wrestling match?
Not that I can remember. I not know the major. I remember seeing something little vaguely when I was a kid. Like it was like some shit like how they do a fair or something and they set it up. And I can't remember if they was wrestling, but I remember meeting the Rock and Roll Express.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was big here in the Midwest, and we used to go to them. Actually, got up on the ring one time. King Kong Brody.
What you getting on the ring for, man?
Man, I told you how I get down. We get in those venues, we be way up there on the nosebleed, up there playing with the pigeons up in the rafters and shit. And next thing you know, we front row.
Big Dog Willie said he went to one. It was terrifying.
It was almost terrifying to me, man, because I thought that dude was gonna kick me, man. That's how close we was basically in the ring. I was surprised they let us get that fucking close to it. If I ever could find that footage, I'll be blasting that shit. Look at me right there at the ring. Right there at the Chase. Lindo and Kings Highway.
Yo, Stitch Duran said this fight, he said this shit should not have happened. They should have stopped the fight early when the fight happens because they would have went to the cards, of course, but he would have been able to lobby for a rematch instead of, because he was like, yo, it was a cut and got stopped versus losing a fight, letting it keep going, and you lose the fight unanimously, and then you can't get no rematch. So he started working with Badu Jack after this cut. Because he was like, yeah, you got to know the rules of boxing too. And he was like, yeah, and know what's going on behind the scenes. This cut right here and losing like this unanimously kind of stopped him from getting that rematch with Brown for the title shot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What you think of that though?
Man, it's safety first. Because I mean,
he had no chance of winning this fight. He couldn't see shit, man. He was shaking the blood off.
Exactly. And look at his eyes. Look like one of them. Like, look, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Well, look, the blood is all in his mouth and everything, dripping off his beard.
Right. Yeah. That's. I'm about ready to turn my TV off. Looking at it, look like some Halloween shit.
Right, bro. That joke was crazy. He said, "Yeah, I watched it live. Letting it continue was kind of criminal." Yeah, Tony Weeks let that shit go. Badu Jet was swinging. He was fighting, but he still was getting hit with too many shots. Wasn't really in the fight at any point, really, in my opinion, homie. Never really was in that fight after that cut happened. No, not at all. What else did I have for you right here? Let me see something. Bear with me. But bear with me. King Asian man, you had missed that hip hop talk last night, man. We had some good talk about last night. Did you see the topic I had for him?
Yeah.
Lori said in 1998 he was hotter than Jay-Z, Big Pun, and DMX. What you think?
Man, like I said, if it was like right after New Year's of '98. You know what I'm saying? You know,
because DMX dropped in May and it was over.
Wow. Yeah, but even before then, he had dropped in '97.
No. His debut album dropped in '98, and then he dropped another one that same year. Yeah, we had looked it up last night. Yeah, it's '98. He dropped twice.
Man, I remember hearing something from DMX. It probably just
he was out. Like he had the streets bubbling, but the album itself didn't drop to May of '98.
Okay.
But he was niggas knew about X the year before.
Yeah. So I guess that's the point I'm saying. You know, he was buzzing way more than North. He was in our region anyway. I can't speak for what region Nori was speaking on, but I think he said he gave the exception to DMX. But he said really he was. Oh, did he say he was hotter than all them?
He said I was hotter when I signed. He said I sold more too, and he said other than DMX.
Okay, yeah, he definitely wasn't hotter than DMX, but Jay-Z, like I say, it was right. If he was hotter than Jay in '98, it was right after they finished singing "Old Lang Syne." and then it was a wrap pretty much from after that. Cause even that joint, If I Die Don't Cry, was rocking from Jay-Z. Hard Knock Life Volume 1 was blazing hot in our area, and Volume 2 came out in '98, right? Correct, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember that one off the top of the head, but he did drop in '98. He did. But he was Jay-Z was hot, man. They was trying to tell me Jay-Z was whack last night. It was like Jay-Z won't get no play where they lived at.
But that's not to say anything disrespectful to Nori. He's supposed to believe his own hype, and he probably had his cult following, and he did get a buzz, coming into '98. So no, I'm not going to dismiss. He didn't catch fire, but he said that the topic was he hotter? Was he that dude, that number one guy? And that's why I have conflicting thoughts on from my recollection of back then. And shit, even Big Pun. Come on now.
Not to switch it back to boxing. Hey, look, but Boots Ennis is fighting Thomas Delorme this weekend. come on, bro. Like I thought he was gonna be able to get Jamal James in there or something like that. The WBA is playing around, bro. I know. I get it. Too many belts, not enough champs, and they're supposed to be clearing this stuff up. But damn, man, Boots need a big fight, man. He needs a big fight. Thomas Delorme isn't it? It's just not it. It's not it, man.
So you see that an early stoppage. That's your prediction.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Thomas Delorme. I like Thomas Delorme when he first started off. But man, since then he's like he's been in some wars, man, and the scouting report is out how to beat him. He gets tired around round 6 or 7. I mean, it's just kind of like, damn, man. I don't even think he's gonna give Boots too much resistance.
Well, Boots got to take a page out of Crawford's book. He don't belong in there with him. You got to get him up out of there and do it in spectacular fashion.
Simple as that. Simple as
So,
that.
Speaking of the Crawford Porter fight, have we heard anything about the rematch? Is there a rematch clause or anything yet?
I can't get no answer from nobody on that.
Man, I wonder why they keeping that so hush hush.
Yeah, I haven't heard from anybody who knows about that. Anybody in the chat know? Hey, look, D-Ray, do you know if there's a rematch for the Crawford and Porter fight? Let me know. Definitely let me know.
Because that's going to be key into making that Spence fight. Because Spence been talking.
God. What he said?
Now, come on. So you ain't been heard. So you just saying that dude done crawled into a shell saying, hey, the smoke signals are still out there. Who wants it?
I haven't heard him say Bud Crawford's name.
He look, come on, fam.
Last time I saw he was in Dubai chilling.
Right. Ready to fight when?
Oh, January, February, right?
Exactly. That's not that long. That's not that far from now. That's the foreseeable future. And he's not targeting no particular person. It's who all want this.
Ding.
Who all want this? Whoever, who dare.
Somebody said this is why Virgil Ortiz gonna pass by, bro. His ops just not there. He's a great fighter, but all we have is the eye test to go off. Right? He ain't even get no title shot, bro. D-Ray was like, I don't know, but I think if Bud Crawford need a rematch, he will get one. I just don't. Sean Porter's the one who never gets a rematch. Like, I just think that was one of the worst things ever done to Sean Porter, for him to lose 3 big fights, close decisions, and not get a rematch. He lost his title to Kell Brook, should have had a rematch. That Keith Thurman fight, that was close enough, but that wasn't his title. But I get it. That was close enough, and that was exciting enough. People would have paid to see that again. Definitely when his title was on the line against EJ and he lost his title, at that point they should have known rematch. Who is this dropping the ball? Is it Al Heyman? Is it Kenny Porter? Who is doing this?
Yeah, you have to start with Kenny Porter right there because he's supposed to be,
he's the manager, right?
Exactly. He's the one making all the decisions. So you got to put it on him. So will he fumble the ball this time? But once again, I don't think he have the leverage to demand one. I wonder why Brian Custer did in his interview. Shout out to Brian Custer. That was a good interview he did. Why he didn't, ask that question. Or maybe, he said he was, and Bud was like, I ain't going to answer that.
Right. Who knows? Still said I asked Bomac about that, and he said he ain't heard nothing about no rematch clause.
Oh, well, that means it ain't.
What you mean he ain't heard? He should know. He's Bud's co-manager, right? Or right? Don't he do management with Bud?
Yeah. He's to Bud what Kenny Porter is to Sean.
So I guess it ain't none then. He said D-Ray said Porter not getting no rematch, one shot to get these bars off.
But that'd be bad for Crawford if it don't go his way. Because now where is that going to put him at?
Right. Rematch clause is only for the winner, man. Only for the champion. If he lose, you don't get no rematch if you lose. Yeah. You're right, man. I don't know if I was a champ. I always have a rematch clause in all of my shit. We got to run this back. We don't just do that. If I lose, we run it back. If you lose, it's on you back to the line. You get back in the back of the line, homie. But I gotta grab some water real quick, Agent Man. My mouth. I'll be right back, man.
Man, Major Key said he was gonna pull up, man. And still, who's Bud's new trainer?
Yeah, I'm bad, man.
Sorry, D-Ray, what Major Key do to get this work? He wrote a check that hopefully he could cash in the Canelo fight.
Nah, I got a water. I had to go get some water. I left Major Key. I left King Asian Math with the floor, so I guess he was quiet.
No, I was responding to the chat. D-Ray asked me what Major Key do to get this work.
Oh yeah, man. We're gonna get him over here. I shouted him out though, man. I was trying to plug him in, plug people in with Stitch, because I know he's a good dude and has a lot of great stories. So Kyle pulled up. I definitely told him I plug him up with Kyle, and also with try to see if I can get him over there and help out Major Key and Troy with what they was doing with Ring 10 on Wednesdays for that Coach's Corner thing. Thought it'd be something cool. So yeah. Somebody said Bo Mack is his trainer. Yeah, but I thought he's his manager as well too. I thought he does some management still. Is that true?
Yeah, because wasn't he negotiating with the contract? And every time they was asking about is he gonna resign and all that, he had like this. He had to say so in that.
I thought so too. Excuse me. Man, my mouth's so dry, man. I'm so thirsty.
And D-Ray say Bo Mack is the manager.
Okay, Bo Mack's the manager and trainer. Okay, same team. Bud team the same. Okay. Fair enough. Yo, what y'all think about Anthony Joshua? I think he came out and he was like, man, he said, fuck losing. He tired of losing, man. He said this shit is war now. He said the learning is done.
Well, they put him in the same category with people were saying with Deontay Wilder. Can you teach your old dog new tricks? Can is he able to add something to his arsenal at this stage in his career? And I feel like, hey, you can you add chin? That's his Achilles heel.
You're an asshole, man. He said, can you add chin? I don't know if you can add chin, man.
If you can't, then he going down to Houston for what? I mean, down to Texas. I don't know what part. Where did he go?
If he was with Ronnie Shields, he was in Houston. If he went up there where Earl at, that's Dallas, right?
Okay. So well, that's why I say I had to break it. It's Texas. I don't know if he went down to Houston or up in Dallas or whatever. He wasted airfare and all that shit.
said that man wasted his airfare. maybe
And
he
you gonna
just
put him
wanted
in
to
there
meet him in
one no
person.
Charlo. They're gonna put him in there one no Charlos. You gonna see the memes from the sparring session and shit. Somebody had a good one with Ruiz hit over that ghost came up out of it when it got on the airplane and flew back home.
That was the
Boy,
best shit ever.
oh, you saw it?
That was the best shit ever when he hit him and his spirit left his body.
Yeah, that was. Oh, my bad.
He said, "Fuck this, I'm going home."
Right. He went through the TSA and everything. Boy, matter of fact, shout out to my people in Texas. He sent me that. I said, hell no.
God, what said? Don't write AJ off.
I mean, man, once again, if you can't teach Chin, he another American. You know, he got the skills that he possessed, but he in the heavyweight division. You got to know how to take big shots, and you got to know how to overcome them. And he's a big, or at least put together a good enough defense. He should have went to the Mayweather gym and learned the shoulder roll, learn the Philly shell or something. You know, learn how to catch and shoot.
So who's the best heavyweight to you right now?
Oh man, shit.
Logan Paul.
No, hell no. Is it? he ain't even got a pro fight and shit. Matter of fact, he ain't even won a fight. He ain't. No, he do got a pro fight. That's right. Yeah, but he definitely ain't got no wins.
817, what up?
But the best heavyweight right now. He on. I ain't even know he joined the panel.
Yeah, he up here. What up, my G?
I think it's Mike mute.
Go ahead, 817. How you feel?
I feel good, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. I was just getting back listening.
No, you good. You good. Go ahead. What was you saying there, Asian man? We'll let him come in after that.
Best heavyweight, man. I mean, you know, a lot of people gonna say Fury because he did beat Deontay Wilder, but does that make him the best heavyweight? That makes him the best heavyweight that can get in the ring and be successful against Deontay Wilder. Man. Because of that equalizer, man, I still got to put Wilder up there because I don't know too many other people that's going to get up off the canvas. You know what I'm saying? You know, I said Wilder is the best, but he can't beat Fury. Who else get off the canvas from that punch? Who? Because it's going to put everybody down. That's proven. Who else going to get up from it?
Who else gonna get a 15-second count to get up from it is a question.
Ooh, give me a sound bite.
My thing is this, my brother. I watched the man. I mean, we understand it's the heavyweight division. You know what I'm saying? I have no issues with your issues about Deontay Wilder's style, let's just say, with air quotes. Okay. We all knew. I knew 35 fights ago when I first found out about Wilder. You know what I'm saying? When he was fighting in hotel rooms and stuff, that, you know, some things need to be modified. You know what I'm saying? But if we look at just weight alone, if we're just being honest here, we're looking at a man who was 40 pounds his senior. And I mean, in boxing terms, I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. It's like a lightweight fighting a light heavyweight. And this man was able to, in the first fight, he beat Fury. I don't care what nobody say. I don't know how you get 2 knockdowns, 2 10-8 rounds like that. Fury didn't even really throw punches in the first 2 rounds. And I don't know how they found a way to make it a draw. But it is what it is. He knocked him down, twice in that fight. He got a long count in that fight. He come back in the second fight. We all know about those issues. And then in the third fight, he knocks him down twice again. And then after breaking his head, knocking him down, he somehow survived for 7 rounds with a man 40 pounds his senior using whatever tactics he could. So if that's what it took to beat Deontay Wilder, then the rest of the heavyweight division got some shit on their hands.
What you think? Go ahead, Asian man.
Oh, well said. I mean, I struggle with it, but that's pretty much what I was gonna say, because I mean, you don't want to take away from the victory. Wilder knew what he was getting into when he got into it. He allowed the fight at that, fight him at that weight. I still feel Wilder trying to masturbate to some, huh?
Sorry about that.
I felt Wilder trying to masturbate to some degree. That was a mistake. I still would have stayed light and elusive. I wouldn't have let that guy lean on me. And I would have been knowing I'm gonna catch you, but you ain't gonna lean on me. Because like the brother just say, that's like, hey, heavyweight, cruiserweight.
Hey, well, the one thing you got to think about is if I feel you, saying Wilder should have been lighter, you know what I mean, so he could keep his mobility. But we're not talking about a boxer who is mobile in terms of I can duck out and get away. You know what I'm saying? Wilder ain't one of them duck out, turn left or right. You know what I'm saying? Spin out when he feel his back on the ropes and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? He's not one of those fighters. Maybe that's to his detriment. In that case, but I can understand him kind of putting on the weight. I just really think, just honestly, bro, and this is just me being a human. 18 months, 19 months of eat, sleep, shit, Fury, want to get your hands on him, want to kill him for so many things. I feel like when that bell rung, in that first punch, it told me everything. He threw everything he had to that first body punch. He knocked Fury clear across the ring. The anticipation, the adrenaline, I believe that took more energy than anything. You know what I'm saying? Just the event, the moment, and finally I have him in the ring. I don't think it was necessarily road work or anything that Malik now didn't do. I just think the moment. You know what I'm saying? The anticipation. If you ever want to get your hands on somebody, you know what I'm saying, for any amount of time, you know what I'm saying. You can kind of feel what I'm saying. I really think, just in my heart of hearts, that took Wilder's energy more than anything. And then, of course, Fury's tactics as well.
So when you say you understand him putting on the weight, that was, for what benefit?
Understanding that he was going to be heavier and thinking that my shots that I'm landing, especially if I'm going to be going to the body more, which is what Malik was trying to get him to do more. You know what I'm saying? I need to be able to make more of an impact. This is not a head punch I'm going with. This is a body punch where he's a lot thicker at. You know what I'm saying? Where there's a lot more mass and a lot more that I have to get through to hurt. So I can kind of see that. And then, I want to be prepared for him if he leans on me and those things. But that's at a detriment to Wilder as well, because he's not a great inside fighter, meaning as far as parrying shots on the inside, dirty uppercuts, dirty punches. He kind of leaves himself open to those, and they catch him, and he get lined up. Only with Fury, he get lined up for that right hand.
Let me let Ty get in real quick. Go ahead, Ty. Ty, you sound like you're in a car or something. You in a car?
Yeah, I'm driving. What's up? We talking about the Wilder Fury fight and the weight gain or whatever?
I had asked King Jamev who was the best heavyweight right now. And then we kind of went into it from there. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yeah, I think it's Fury, but
it's open topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give it to Fury right now. I think AJ is a little mentally fragile, but I never really rated Wilder that high. We all know that Fury was a cherry pick going wrong, but in terms of the weight gain, even though we kind of say Wilder's a cruiserweight in theory, like he just doesn't have the footwork to box circles around Fury like a guy like Usyk or a guy like Steve Cunningham would move and try to prevent him from leaning on him. He just don't have the footwork. He's used to coming forward, he's not used to shifting and pivoting. So once Fury's always going to be able to close the distance, jabbing, get within his power and lean on him, and that's where his advantage is. I mean, we saw the fight. Fury would jab his way in, tap Wilder's right hand with his left hand, lean on, put his head on Wilder's left shoulder, and Fury's right hand is more dominant than Wilder's left hand. It's like the fight he made once he got into close quarters. Fury made it his right hand versus Wilder's left hand, and he laid his head on Wilder's left shoulder, and he was gonna batter him at that point, and it was just a matter of time.
Go ahead. Anybody want to reply to that?
I only got one bone to pick with what he said. I never thought that Fury was a cherry pick gone wrong. I truly think Deontay Wilder was looking for a challenge, and he was looking around in the room for the baddest motherfucker, and Fury was the last one standing. He was the only one left that nobody wanted a piece of, and even though he was out of boxing or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Deontay Wilder wanted to challenge himself. He tried with Joshua, the one that everybody thought was super tough and supposed to be the man, and Joshua did what he did. He fought Ortiz. We all know Dillian White's a joke. I mean, who else was really out there? You know what I mean?
You fought a guy that. Oh, go ahead. But you fought a guy in Fury that hadn't fought in 2 years. That was coming off of weight gain, depression, obesity, substance abuse. Like AJ, he got 3 belts. He offering you more money. Like, I don't understand how you don't take the AJ fight. I mean, you could be undisputed. Like,
but AJ was playing games with that, bro. Don't believe that. AJ only offered them a fight when they knew Deontay had a fight. They had the opportunity for a fight. Deontay was took their bluff, and they thought he was bullshitting. So don't believe the hype. Eddie and them was playing games, stalling out Deontay, hoping that somebody else was gonna beat him through them WBC challenges, bro. We seen what AJ really is. Now he over here down in Houston with Tia and Tamira trying to act like he a G. You feel what I'm saying?
Bro.
So I'm just I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
Did you say Tia and Tamira?
Yeah, Tia and Tamira Charlo.
Man,
Wilder, Tia Tamira and Quisha Janae.
I mean, Wilder's already admitted that they offered him money for the fight and he didn't take the fight.
Man, Al Heyman put up $50 million and they went over there with the bag.
So where were they gonna have to fight at? Let me ask you that for that $50 million.
At the O2.
Huh?
At the O2.
Al Heyman put up $50 million.
Yep. All that
and
as
the
well.
rematch clause was for him to fight in America if he lost, and for him to get the lion's share, and they wasn't for it.
So what they was gonna pay? What they was gonna pay Wilder? I'm curious. If they was gonna get AJ $50 million, what were they gonna pay Wilder?
The dollars don't.
Meal on the table. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the dollars don't. At the end of the day, did the dollars, was it about the dollars or was it about the man? Was it about what EJ said, or was it about what AJ said, or what, was it something else? Because they made so many concessions, so many issues, and when he finally went ahead with them all, they found some kind of another excuse not to fight Wilder. AJ never wanted to fight,
So they was gonna give AJ $50 million and gonna have the fight in Europe. Ain't no way Al Heyman was gonna have no fight in no damn Europe.
No, it was $50 million on the table. Now, however it was gonna get divvied up, we don't know, but still, that was gonna be more than what AJ ever had made to that point.
Okay, so they was gonna have to fight here in America then.
No, he was gonna fight in the O2. The O2 is over there in the UK.
So they was gonna give AJ. So how was the split gonna go? So AJ was gonna get that $50 million, and how much Wilder was gonna get?
Man, dude,
if we want to make it about the split, we can make it about the split. If we want to make it about where they was gonna fight, we can make it about where they was gonna fight. But at the end of the day, Deontay Wilder finally, He came to AJ demands, and AJ never took the fight. He ran over there and thought he had a soft touch with Ruiz and got his block knocked off. And then, just like they wanted to get in the way of Wilder and Fury honoring their paperwork and getting a rematch when he got his ass whooped, he wanted his rematch honored. Now, how that worked? If it worked for you, it worked for me. So
he only got that Andy Ruiz. Let's not give Wilder credit for what Andy Ruiz did. Andy Ruiz only got that because Wilder didn't want the fight. Come on now, you got to admit. Now Showtime gave Wilder what, $20 million not to take the fight with AJ.
He already had a fight signed with Fury, bro. He already had business with Fury. Now he could have shook his word. He could have went out of character and shook his word and went against what he said he was gonna do and ran over there and tried to fight Joshua. But again, they had bullshit the entire time.
Fact is, man, AJ was the A side. The fight was gonna happen. Eddie Hearn. If the fight was gonna happen over there in 02, Eddie Hearn was gonna put up the money. Al Hammond wasn't gonna put up no $50 million.
Bro, you can save him all you want to, but we see where AJ is now, and we see he had to leave his whole goddamn country. His whole country shit on him. His whole country.
We know.
And he over here looking for dogs. You think he got something for Wilder, and he looking for the dog in him. Hey, all right, man. Mark, I'm gone.
No. Hold on. Let me let my brother Shelton Moore get in. Go ahead, Shelton Moore.
Oh, I know what y'all cooking on. How's everybody doing? First of all,
I can't take this shit no more. He left. Damn, he left for real. Damn.
Yeah. How's everybody doing? First of all, how's everybody doing?
We good.
Hey, salute, Shelton. How you doing?
I'm all right, brothers. Well, first of all, I want to say salute to Claressa. She did her best. Wasn't good enough.
Did she win tonight or did she lose?
No, she got her ass whooped. Let's see how she handles it.
That's gonna hurt her marquee value. I'm driving. So I drive truck tonight.
Let's see how she handles it, though. The biggest thing we got to see is how she handles it, because her biggest issue is that people don't like her because she talks too much.
Yeah, she needs some femininity classes, bro.
Let's see.
And people don't like Crawford because he don't talk enough, I guess. Or
right.
You know what I'm saying?
But she talks too much. She says idiotic things like I could knock out Keith Thurman and Triple G, and I can beat Jake Paul with one hand tied behind my back, and she says dumb stuff.
She probably could.
That's why people don't like her.
Not with one hand, but she might.
She can't beat Jake Paul. No, she can't. She can't.
Did she get knocked out, or she get cemented, or
she's gonna get murdered? He hits her one time. She's going to the hospital. He's too big for her.
How did she lose tonight?
She got beat up. She got mauled, ground and pounded.
Split decision.
She got ground and pounded. I watched the fight. She got grounded and pounded.
See, that's gonna hurt her.
That girl got on top of her, and she couldn't get her off.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt her marquee value the same way it did for Conor McGregor when he was supposed to have that Manny Pacquiao fight.
Well, I mean, it's MMA. She should have never.
He lost by knockout though, didn't he? Or he got choked out.
Here's the problem, brothers. She went to MMA for the wrong reasons.
Money.
She went to MMA for money. You're not fighting because you love the sport. You're fighting for money. That's the wrong reason. She should stay with boxing. She loves to box. That's what she loves. That's where she should stay. Because we knew this was coming.
Yep.
Didn't we?
Yep.
We knew it was coming. They tried to give her a soft touch, but the other girl didn't get the memo.
He lying. I watched the fight. She didn't get beat up. That's C. Jones 0224.
She lost. Doesn't matter. She got grounded and pounded in the third round. She couldn't get the girl off of her. She got beat. Any way you want to cut it up. She got beat. Don't matter.
Oh man, I gotta go on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it later. I'm gonna watch it again later. But she got her ass kicked. But the thing is, what was y'all cooking on? Y'all was cooking on this Wilder situation again? Y'all still talking about Wilder?
Yeah, let me add this in right quick before you go. Like, Mark, it makes no sense. Like, how they gonna give AJ $50 million when Wilder's biggest purse might have been like $2 million? Like, it makes no sense. Like,
I heard Wilder talk about that on the Boxing Voice some years ago when that came up. But he said we're not doing the fight. He was like, he said we can't. He said no, we giving you the $50 million guaranteed. That means the fight is over here in Vegas. Fight is over here in America. We ain't gonna give you $50 million and you get to fight over there. No, you got to come over here.
Now,
But
right now,
My
check this
question
out.
is, who was putting up the 50 million? Who was putting it up?
Exactly.
remember
gonna
that was
put the
Al.
50
Remember it
million
was
up?
supposed to be Al Heyman supposed to have been putting up the money, and they was like, Eddie Hearn wanted proof of funds or something like that. Y'all don't remember
Wouldn't
that?
you?
I'm just telling you, the
Yeah,
shit
it
had
was.
all played out on the Boxing Voice some years ago. I remember hearing that.
When has Al Heyman put up $50 million
I don't
that
know,
we can
bro.
remember?
For Canelo right now, that's it. And AJ hadn't
That's the
even
only
fought in
time.
America. Yeah, and AJ hadn't even fought in America. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that
the
don't make
thing.
no sense, man. That don't
And
make no
why?
sense, bro.
Yeah, and Wilder don't even have a fan base like that. You know what I'm saying? For them to put up $50 million, the fight would have had to
Wilder,
been in O2.
who did he fight in Alabama, bro?
Spilka or somebody.
He fought,
Spilka or somebody,
he
right?
fought Areola.
He fought
Yeah.
Areola in Alabama, right?
Yeah, I was
That
at that
arena
fight.
held like 15, 16,000 people.
I
And
don't
it was
think it held that
9,000 in
many.
there.
I don't know if it
And it
held
was
that many.
9,000 in there. So
Right.
you couldn't even sell out in your hometown, bro.
Exactly. The fight would have had
Come
to
on.
been over there about 6 or 7 o'clock, so that we probably would have caught it. You know what I'm saying? Around
Like 2 in the
midnight.
morning.
Yeah, midnight, 2 in the morning. So that way they capitalize on both audiences. Because Wilder don't have no fan base over here, and they don't even know AJ over here like that. His introduction to the U.S. audience was Andy Ruiz.
Exactly.
People knew him over here already, though. What y'all?
We knew who he was. We knew who he was. But
Yeah,
you wasn't
but I'm
finna
saying,
sell out against the Deontay Wilder back then.
yeah,
Wasn't gonna sell out.
Yeah, we're saying the fight would have made the most money over there in the UK. You know what I'm
In
saying?
England, it would have made the money. That's where the money was. In England. That's only common sense.
And didn't Wilder go over there to help promote the fight at one of AJ fights? I forget which one it was.
He went to the Klitschko fight. He commentated at the Klitschko fight.
Yeah, he saw how they treated AJ. He was like, damn, I don't even get this kind of reception in my own state.
But see, here's the thing, though. Let me ask this question to the panel. Is that because of the level of competition he faced? Or is that because he wasn't promoted correctly?
I would say both. I mean, the level of competition, like I think more like the way they matching them. Like, these fighters got to understand. Like, we respect the O. We respect the risk, not you protecting your O. You put yourself in risky fights that we don't know the outcome. We're gonna pay to see them shits. Like, the fact that you ain't unified with nobody, you should have unified with Charles Martin easily. But Al Heyman sold that belt to AJ. Like, man,
Facts.
I mean, for a guy with one right hand, they made you a lot of motherfucking money. They made you a lot of money. But
60 million. He's rich.
yeah, they made you a lot of money. I give them that. They did a hell of a lot with your career for a guy with one hand.
So let me ask you guys another question. Was Don House right when he said that in 2015?
I saw that interview.
Was he right? I thought he was right on.
Yeah, I saw that interview. Dr. Malachi, he showed me that. I was like, oh yeah, this is good, Don House.
Yeah, let me hear the quote. What did you refer? I mean, what
he said? Deontay Wilder has a career that has been carefully constructed.
Yep, protected.
And everybody in boxing knows that.
Fight Doctor, join the panel. Big Dog Willie, what up? C. Jones, God of War, if y'all want to join the panel or call in, the number's on the screen. But it seems like everybody in the chat disagree with y'all, but won't nobody call in or join the panel.
Everybody in the chat disagrees that Wilder's career.
No, not everybody. I see 3 already.
About to say that Wilder's career was. That Wilder's career was a manufactured career. He was manufactured.
Yeah, it was manufactured. I mean,
hold on, what is that sound? Hold on. Is that a drill? Who is that little that? It sounds like a drill, or is that a woodpecker? I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, he was manufactured, bro. I mean, come on, man.
So C. Jones said, "Man, both these niggas capping." Fight Doctor said Joshua. Fight Doctor said Joshua ducked Wilder. Big Dog Willie said nobody cares about boxing like they used to. Also, people were still on the Mayweather Jr. ride back then. Said y'all sound like
You
Wilder
say that
haters.
sounds like a Wilder hater. No, we just telling the truth, brother.
Well,
You
ask him why
33
Wilder.
fights in, and the best name on your resume is what was that motherfucker's name that he beat for the title? The dude from Haiti, Mr. Vern.
Mr. Ryan.
You 33 fights in, and the best name on your resume is Vern.
But you had like
Shelly
it's a
Fingers.
whole bunch of big names at the heavyweight like that. It wasn't the heavyweight
And
division is so small right now. He lost and he's still number one in America.
And I agree with that. I agree with that. But after you win the title, why don't you fight that, Vlad?
Yeah,
Why don't you unify like my man was saying?
Shelly Finkel say, Wilder, he a baby champion. He ain't gonna be rushed to fight Wladimir Klitschko. Like, what the fuck?
Wow.
You can Google that right now. He said,
Wow.
Wilder will not be rushed to fight Wladimir Klitschko because
And they
it's a
missed the
rumor
opportunity, is what you're saying.
yeah, it's a rumor that Wladimir knocked out Wilder cold in sparring. Johnny Nelson said it so. Dillian White said so. It's a number of people over there that said so. He said Wilder got jiggy and Vlad hit his ass with that right hand and his ass was on the ground shaking.
Okay, let me ask a question to the panel. Then one more question. Why do we love Ali and Holmes and Lennox Lewis and even Tyson and Holyfield? Why do we love those guys?
They got L's and they took risks.
They fought everybody, correct?
A lot of those guys too. A lot of
They
those guys
fought
too.
everybody.
Not even just that though. Those guys that you named too, their personalities were larger than life.
Right, they were, but they fought everybody is the common denominator, right or wrong.
Some people said Tyson didn't fight everybody. I hear people pick apart Jones.
Tyson fought everybody who was there.
Shelton, you asked the question. Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, you good. It won't even take me 10 seconds. You're always gonna have a naysayer. I've been on the show, doing the show almost a year now. Well, yeah, we just hit a year, and I've had people up here tell me they pick apart Muhammad Ali's record, Roy Jones, Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather Jr. You're gonna have a naysayer. You can't win for losing with these people. That's all I got.
No, I'm just saying, he fought everybody that was there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're at the top of the game, like you can't fight killers every fight. You got to take some easy touches in between fights.
Unless your name is Muhammad Ali, because he didn't have no easy touches. Wasn't no easy touches back then. Wasn't no easy touches. So I'm just saying, Larry Holmes fought everybody, right? Lennox Lewis fought everybody. Evander Holyfield fought everybody. Didn't matter who they were.
Yeah,
after you win the title, after you win the title, we're talking about Wilder here. After you win the title, you fighting Arthur Spilka? Who the fuck is that?
That's that soft touch you was talking about.
A lot of them.
You fight Chris Arreola?
He was a contender though. He had a
You
name.
fought Gerald Washington?
Yeah, the thing we got two Ortiz.
Wasn't Gerald Washington undefeated when he fought him though, or no? Or he
wasn't undefeated.
He only had one loss, right? Or
But who had he fought?
And, man,
Come on, these guys was nobodies, man. These guys was not the guys.
That man fought Stavern twice, Ortiz fight, and then get in the ring with AJ once. And he, like I said, he cherry picked the Fury fight. You getting a man
now
coming off the couch.
Let's go to this. Let's go to that Ortiz thing. I love this. This is the part I love. They say Ortiz was the boogeyman of the division, correct?
Yeah, I believe.
I've heard people say that, but nobody else fought him though.
Who did he fight, and who did he beat?
Well, you got to get a chance to fight somebody. Like they saying that
Brian
about
Jennings. Brian Jennings.
Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that?
Look, people was calling Errol the boogeyman, and he hadn't fought. He hadn't even won his first title yet.
And hadn't fought nobody.
Right.
And hadn't fought nobody.
Yeah, people
He
do
beat
that.
Keith Leftovers. He beat Keith Leftovers. Keith didn't get the same credit for beating the guys before Errol.
Yeah. Keith beat him before Errol, but Errol's the monster for beating him. And they already been beat.
Was Keith ever ranked as high as they got Errol on the pound for pound list?
Oh no, never.
I like AJ. I just think I really think he's gonna rebuild and he's gonna surprise a lot of people who said, hey, he just can't beat Usyk based on what we saw. He can't beat him. Man, y'all got this kid messed up. I think AJ's different than what y'all think, bro.
He gonna have to sell out a little bit, man. He just like his gas tank just ain't there. Like to contend with a guy like Usyk. Now maybe he can land something big, and you know what I'm saying, he can go for the gusto, but you know
he got to start early with Usyk.
But I like what he said today. You hear what he said today in the interview? I like what he said.
What he said?
Yeah.
He said, "Fuck that shit." He said, "Fuck that shit. I'm done with losing."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We was talking about that earlier.
I like that. I like that.
He said, "It's war now." He said, "The learning is done. It's war now, right?"
Mm-hmm.
I'll say so because they got that rematch scheduled for what day? That's February.
It's in March sometime, March or April.
Okay,
That's a long way away. That's about 6 months?
Six months.
Long.
6 months.
Okay, I'm trying to see if Wilder get a fight in since then. Since y'all say he's there.
No, he can't.
Wilder's
He's suspended
for 6 months.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he need to
Come
rest,
off a
man.
brutal
He need to get some
knockout like
sleep.
that, you got to rest.
Yeah, he need to
Fight
get some
doctor
sleep.
said Joshua is done. No, fight doctor. No,
We shall see, fight doctor.
Only 2
We
losses?
shall see. We shall see.
Fight doctor.
We
You got
damn
to
sure
pull
gonna
up,
find
man.
out.
Tell me why you think he's done. I don't think he's done.
We damn sure gonna find out though, ain't we?
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
find
let's
out.
see it.
Do y'all
think
feel Wilder?
Huh?
Do y'all feel Wilder is done?
I don't know. Wilder's 36. Wilder got a shit ton of money. What does Wilder have to prove? What does he need to fight for?
You know, like
What does he need to fight for?
His psyche might be damaged. You know, for a puncher, when you get knocked out like that, it's hard to come back. Everybody looking at you like fool now.
Hey, it took Foreman how many years to come back? 10, right? Took him 10 years to come back.
Wilder ain't got 10 years.
George Foreman took him 10 years to get over that.
And this is social media era. Wilder gonna be memed everywhere.
I'm not convinced too many other cats could get up off the canvas from that punch. Because once again, it's them put down everyone he got in the ring with.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. We don't know what he's gonna be like coming back.
No, we
and it's
don't.
it's not just a knockout. It's another hand surgery. It's another hand surgery on that power hand. So, yeah, man, it's.
Yeah, and his stamina didn't look too great in this fight, fellas.
Oh man, you know I was up here I was calling for Malik Scott and Joey Scott's job. Tay Jones came up here and said, "Nah, Wilder just didn't execute the game plan." And I said, "Well, what about Joey Scott? Because if he was that tired that quick, that should be Joey Scott losing his job. He's the strength and
Well, I
conditioning
heard
man.
Joey Scott on another platform said Wilder was in track star shape.
I couldn't tell.
That's what I heard him say.
I'm saying, but that ain't what we saw.
Yeah, obviously not.
We don't need track star shape. We need 12-round boxing shape.
Oh, that's it. That's the problem. Okay.
Yeah, because track star shape. What they was doing? Hurdles, sprints, like 100-yard dash. He might have been 100-yard dash shape. He wanted marathon shape.
I'm gonna tell y'all when I got worried. This is when I got worried, fellas. When I saw the video of that bench press.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this don't look good. This don't look good. You struggling with 315, bro. You struggling with 315. And why are you bench pressing anyway? Bench pressing don't help you in a boxing match.
Right.
Doesn't help you.
That's having the wrong strength and conditioning guy in there, I think.
Oh, you think maybe he should have got some real trainers instead of his buddies?
Man, I said that up here. I said that to Tay Jones. Tay Jones told me Malik Scott had a great game plan. Major Key, what up?
What up? Yeah.
Hey,
it doesn't really matter
hold on,
if he didn't.
Major Key, Hey, Major
Go ahead,
Key,
brother.
I plugged you in. I talked to Stitch about y'all show too and what y'all got going on Wednesdays, and I told him I'm gonna set him up. I'm gonna try to set y'all up with doing that. He said he was down though, so check the playback on the episode earlier. But I did talk to him about ring10.org, and we was talking about Union for Fighters, and I was talking to him about what you guys got going on over there. So check that part out in the playback. I think he's definitely down though. He said he's down to do it. Go ahead though. I just wanted to tell Major Key that. Go ahead.
Well, that's fine. So here's the thing. Let's ask this question to the panel. Does he keep Malik Scott?
Hell yeah, that's his homie. Malik Scott know where the body's buried. Malik Scott, according to what they say, he got the game plan. Wilder just didn't execute. But I'm like, nah, then something ain't connecting. But I'll go ahead, Ty. I'll digress.
I mean, Wilder was always going to revert back to who he was, who he's been for 41 fights. As soon as Fury, hit him, here's what it is.
Say that again. He had a loud noise. I think that was the air brake. Say it again.
I mean, Wilder was always going to revert back to what he knew once the fight broke out. It is what it is.
Some said that if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have got the 2 knockdowns. What you think of that?
Say that again?
Some said by him going for what he know, he was at least able to get those 2 knockdowns.
Correct.
What do you think? What do you think of that?
I agree. That's all he knows is the big right hand. You know what I'm saying? All that going to the body and jabbing to the body. I mean, we knew that was a setup for him to try to land something up top. Fury ain't that dumb.
And it was that step too. Like he had to step into it. Like he had to do a step and a hop into it to even throw it. And Fury just take a half a step back or just do some lateral movement and then there's nothing there.
Well, here's the problem I have with the right hand theory, fellas. He dropped Fury twice in the first fight with the right hand, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Fury got up.
Yep.
He caught him 3 times in the second fight with the right hand, right?
Twice.
I don't remember. I don't
Fury
remember
ate
nothing in that second fight. That second fight was one side to me. I don't remember him landing no good right.
He caught him in the first and second round with the right hand. Fury ate it.
Oh, yeah.
Fury was in.
So I was saying in the third fight, you got to bring something else besides the right hand because we can see from 2 fights that the right hand ain't enough. It ain't enough. It ain't enough. Got to bring something else to the table, baby. He didn't have nothing else.
I think that second knockdown in the third fight, I think Fury was more still dazed and he just went down just to, you know what I'm saying, gather himself. Because Wilder kind of touched him in the back of the head and he just fell. I'm like, I didn't even hit him that hard.
Well, here's the thing. Wilder, this is the thing. This is the question I got to ask. At 36, what's left for Wilder to do? He's 36. Like Mark said, coming off another surgery and coming off another ass whooping.
I didn't say the ass whooping part. You got to relax.
I said the ass whooping. Was it not an ass whooping? Well, am I lying? Was it not an ass whooping?
It was a good fight, man. I liked it.
It was an ass whooping. He got his ass whooped and he got knocked out.
Yeah, he did get knocked out.
So what's left? Why you got $60 million? Why come back? For what?
Well, why is Fury still fighting?
Fury's 32. Fury's not 36.
Okay, but why is he still
and Fury
fighting?
ain't lost. He ain't lost yet.
And he got a title to defend right now. Wilder don't. I get where he's coming
Wilder
from.
don't have that.
Wilder might
and
want.
Wilder coming off 2 straight beatdowns.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe if Usyk get past AJ again, you know, maybe they want the Wilder AJ fight. I don't know. Maybe that'd be something out there for him. But anything
I'm just saying for Wilder, bro. If I got $60 million and I'm 36 years old, I should be okay. No, it's total. He got about 20 for this fight, but he made about 60 million in his career. He live in Alabama. I mean, how much money can you spend?
Yep.
Ain't like the nigga live in New York. The nigga live in Alabama.
But
$60 million go a long way in Alabama.
Let me let Lisa Bells get in, guys, real quick.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
So,
what up?
Hey, I missed the interview. I have to catch the
Yeah, he
replay.
can. Yeah, he was right on time too. He so like as soon as I hit the live at 10 o'clock, he was in the background waiting. So yeah, but he
Yeah,
stayed for
I
about an
was
hour and a
watching the
half.
Claressa Shields fight. Yeah.
Yeah, Shell Moore said it was an ass whipping. What you think?
Um, I don't really know enough about PFL MMA, but I was like I knew like in that third round it was really tough. She was laying on top of her and she had her leg locked and she was trying to get out of it. The girl was just on top of her. She was really trying. She was fighting. Her stand-up game is better, of course. She has the faster hands, but she got to work on the groundwork more. She's still new to PFL MMA, so it's still, she's still learning, and it takes time for that. So I'm not gonna you know, it takes a long time to learn to really perfect those crafts. So she's still new to this, and I give her a lot of credit. She did good still, but she couldn't get out of that grip of that girl. I forgot the girl's name.
Oh,
Yeah.
Abigail. Her
Yeah.
name was Abigail.
Yeah. The girl was strong, but
Montez.
yeah, she was strong, but so is um Claressa. She's strong too. Yeah.
Big Dog Willie, this is what I have a problem with right here too. I'm sorry, Miss Lisa. When they said, well, Wilder can beat everyone else but Fury. We don't know that because y'all saying people thought he could beat Fury. So we don't know. And especially after a devastating knockout like that, it does something to your psyche. Also, he has to have another hand surgery with that puncher's hand. We don't know what we'll see again. And we can't just assume that. Like you guys assumed AJ would be Usyk. We assumed he would be Ruiz. We just knew, we just knew Pacquiao was gonna go in there and beat Ugas. Like, come on. We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah,
Look,
he hasn't fought those guys yet. He hasn't fought those guys yet, so we don't know.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia was supposed to go there and beat up on the Spaniard kid, right? No, we don't know. We don't know.
Right. We don't know that because Wilder don't have a lot of depth in his resume. Neither does a lot of them don't. I'm not saying.
Queen Lisa, what Wilder does have is a punch that's done put every opponent he faced down.
That's fine, but if it's about the depth of it's the caliber of the opponent too.
Okay, so you got to question everyone on this resume then. That's everyone. There's only one definition of everyone.
But that's what I'm saying. Like it's I think with the better when you rise up in competition, sometimes the knockouts lessen. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get you. Now, outside of the people that's not on this resume, who is better than the people that's on this resume?
I always thought AJ was a better fighter.
Then everyone that's on Wilder's resume right now, AJ is better than all them.
Except for Fury. Yeah.
Except for Fury right now.
Let the queen answer.
Except for Fury right now. Who else?
And he done put Fury down 4 times. Kudos to him getting up. But he done put Fury down 4 times. And you saying AJ could get up 4 times?
That's my opinion.
Oh yeah. I'm just getting clarification.
Wilder he doesn't have any depth in his resume. I'm sorry. I don't care how many people he knocked down.
But I mean that also constitutes Fury as in no depth in his resume.
Fury don't have a lot of depth in his resume. He
Klitschko and Wilder.
Yes. What about other people?
Chiroza. They're Chiroza, I guess.
Chisora.
I said Cheetos.
He's like a good journeyman, but I don't care what people think. You know what I mean? I don't agree with everybody. I go by what's on record and what I see and who they fought, how many fights they had, how many losses. That's what I look at.
Right. He only got 2 losses to one person.
But that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm talking about who he fought at the time. You got to look at the people. How many losses they had. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you break down the, the CVs or the resumes or whatever. You know.
But Miss Lisa,
Okay, I don't have to agree with everybody.
Absolutely, and our show is not
You know
set
what I'm
up for
saying?
people.
I never thought he was all that as a fighter.
Yeah, Miss Lisa, but let me ask you this: is it possible that the American heavyweight scene just isn't that deep for him to get that competition versus like other parts of the world or like the UK and things like that?
I don't think the heavyweight division is really what it was in the past, like the 80s or the 90s or the 70s.
Right, so it's not a lot for like he lost, but he's still the #1 American heavyweight. That shows you how shallow the pool is.
Right. He doesn't have the like just say him and an AJ, they don't have that. You can see the deficit in far as experience and talent when they fought a Fury and a Usyk. You could tell the difference from a person that's been fighting since they was a kid. You know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
But yeah. Yep. That's what I see.
So she said she never really been too hot on Wilder. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, based on his competition. But the question remains now is, outside of AJ, and we just had the conversation about that, we could revisit it.
I don't know why people keep talking about it. That fight is over with. Like, it's done.
No, I'm not talking about Fury. We say AJ. We're talking about AJ now. Yeah, when they was in negotiation, he was offered that fight.
Why am I still going to talk about revisionist history? I could care less about that. They didn't fight. It was irreconcilable differences. I've moved on. I'm not going to continue to talk about a fight that hasn't happened.
Right.
And who's fought and who's. I don't care. I'm not getting no money off of it. It's a done deal to me.
You talking which fight? Which fight you talking about?
Who cares?
Which one you talking about, Lisa?
I think you're talking about
when Wilder and Fury was in negotiation. So what is
no, not Wilder and Fury. You mean Wilder and AJ, right?
Yeah, Wilder and AJ. My bad. So what is the fork of the heavyweight division now? Who how things planning out in 2022? In your opinion?
It looks like well, they're saying Fury the #1 guy.
What do you think, though?
I don't. I think he got to fight everybody to establish that he's #1. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
same way I would feel about any of them.
Yeah, she just said she's not too.
Let her talk real quick, Ajamel, because you clipping her a little bit, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Continue, Lisa. You said he got to fight more people.
Fight each other to determine who's #1. I know they go by the lineal or whatever, but it's still about you can't fight one or two people and say that you're the best of this era. It just don't work like, not in my eyes, but that's just me.
No, and I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
So more, you think Fury got to prove more for him to be the #1 guy? Like he got to fight. Does he got to fight AJ and Usyk, or he could retire now and he'll still be a great?
If he wants to say he's the best of this era, he got to fight Usyk. He got to fight AJ. He got to fight Joe Joyce.
Just those three.
You got to fight the top guys. Those are the top guys right now.
Not Dillian White.
You got to fight Dillian White.
Hold on. So
you got to fight Dillian White. Dillian White's the mandatory. You got to fight him.
What about Jared Anderson?
No, he's not Jared Anderson. He'll be retired by the time Jared Anderson. Jared Anderson only got 10 fights.
What about Ortiz?
Ortiz ain't fought nobody. He don't deserve a fight.
Okay. No Burmans to Vern. None of these other guys. Former
Nah,
champions.
them dudes is washed.
Too old now, yeah.
Okay.
They're
I
washed.
just had
20 years
that.
old now.
He got to beat Usyk. He got to beat AJ. He got to beat Joe Joyce. He beat and Dillian White. He beat those 4 guys. He's the best of this era. Fighting Wilder 3 times and beating Klitschko doesn't do it.
Does he have to fight AJ for the title, or could it be let's say AJ comes up short again? I know it's a lot of what ifs, but what if AJ comes up short again? Do he still got to fight AJ, or do he just need to fight the winner for Undisputed and he the man?
Just because AJ can't beat Usyk don't mean AJ can't beat Fury.
Yeah, but that's his fault though. He should have stayed in position.
No, that's because let's look back at history now. Let's look back at history now.
How's
just
that his
because Ali
fault?
couldn't beat because Ali couldn't beat Ken Norton didn't mean he couldn't beat Foreman. Didn't mean he couldn't beat Frazier. See? You see how that worked?
Boo. I hate when you're right. Yeah, good point.
Boxing, anything can happen. Nobody expected Leon Spinks to beat Ali.
But
yes, we did. Don't stop that one now.
No,
stop that one.
Wait,
No,
he
you
only
didn't
had
expect
7
that.
fights.
No, nobody expected
You didn't
it.
expect
but
that.
it
Stop the
happened.
King Asia math. You did not expect that.
Nobody expected that.
I wasn't around back then, but he was definitely not.
I was there. I was right there.
And so
I can tell you what we did the celebration party.
Asian man, you ain't got to yell at me. I'm right. You
okay? My
but
bad.
you
No,
didn't expect
him to win.
But Asian
You didn't
man,
expect him to win.
Ali was clearly the favorite. We can agree to that, right?
Bam. Yes, we know. I was what, 12, 13 at the time? Yeah. No, yeah, I was still in grade school, but go ahead. Finish your point.
And what happened in the rematch, Agent Math?
Fam, we talking about the first fight. we'll get to the second fight. We'll get to the second fight. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm just saying, like, because he was the favorite, that means people expected him to win. That's all I'm saying.
That's them. They wasn't in the Midwest. They wasn't in the hometown. They wasn't at DeSoto Rec Center seeing this guy train with him and his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm dropping jewels now.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, brother. Yes, you are.
What's up, Reggie? Oh, what up?
You think anybody expected Michael Spinks to beat
Larry Holmes? No.
No.
Nobody expected that. Yeah.
We definitely didn't expect him to beat Mike Tyson, even though we was rooting. But I was like, nah, you ain't gonna beat Tyson.
Yeah. It happens. It's just a part. There's only one heavyweight boxer that retired undefeated, and that's
Marciano.
Exactly.
Marciano.
So this is what I'm saying, and I've heard that he lost fights, but I don't know if it's true or not. But I will say this: if we're gonna hold all these fighters to this standard, then you gotta hold them to Marciano's standard. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna be nitpicky and all of that.
Rocky Marciano, that's day one. That's day one. Rocky Marciano, that's day one. Remember that from Coming to America?
Yeah.
That's day one. That's day one. That's day one.
But look,
right.
Tyson Fury is their one now. But look, let me say this: if he beats Usyk or they fight, I don't see he has to fight the guy. Like, I don't see him having to do that. Like, he can retire after that. He reached the pinnacle. He can retire undefeated. I beat Klitschko. He was supposed to be in the baddest. I beat Wilder. He was supposed to be in the baddest. AJ, if you would have stayed undefeated, you could have tossed it up with me, but you lost. So I'm fighting Usyk for undisputed next, and he can retire with his head held high, and I think he'll do that. I don't see him sticking around the sport like that. Sometimes he doesn't seem like he loves boxing.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
But you do understand that they're talking about having him in the discussion with the top 10 greatest of all times. You do know that, right?
Hold on, man. Who is Dave?
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. He ain't done that.
That's articles that I've seen. I'm not saying I agree with
it.
Do
that, yeah, you can't do that. He ain't done enough.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, he doesn't even make it out of the 70s era top 10. I could run out of rapid fire real quick.
Shoot your shot. Go ahead. Let me hear something.
Ken Norton, Ali, Frazier, Foreman, Carl the Truth Williams, Larry Holmes. How many we at?
Shavers. Ernie Shavers.
Yeah, Ernie Shavers. Yeah. Thanks, Shelton, for helping me out. How many we at now?
That's 7. Ron Lyle, that's 8.
Oh my God, y'all just naming everybody black.
Sonny Liston.
Sonny Liston is bad.
That's 60s.
That's 60s.
Johnson. Yeah.
So y'all think Fury is straight trash?
He's not going to beat them guys.
Nobody.
His style was different. His style would have gave any of these guys trouble, man.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what happens. This is what you need to do, Mark. I want you to go back and watch Ken Norton versus Larry Holmes. Watch the work rate. That's why Fury loses. Watch the work rate. Watch the amount of punches per round.
Yeah, but those guys are smaller though. He can tie him up and lean on them all night.
You can't tie up and lean on him if he hit you with uppercuts and hooks as he's trying to come in.
And they are inside fighters. They want you to come in. They're gonna stand in.
They're not gonna be like Wilder and just let you tie him up and just doing one shot. They not him.
Yo.
Oh, Shelton Moore, Mike Weaver.
Hercules, Mike Weaver.
Yeah. Witherspoon. Tim
Elizabeth.
Terrible Tim Witherspoon.
Okay, well, let me ask y'all this. What heavyweight currently now do y'all think could compete with those guys from the eras that you guys will call, I guess, the golden era, right?
None of them.
None of them.
Damn.
None.
None of them. None of them.
Damn. Damn, Lisa, Shelton, Asian Math. Y'all said fuck these little kids. They can't fuck with our
The
dudes.
work rate alone will kill them.
Right.
Look at
Ali throwing 60, 70 punches around. Norton throwing 50, 60 punches around.
For 15 rounds.
And Tua.
Come on, man.
You think these guys today could go through that? No.
I didn't hear the first part, Miss Lisa. Go ahead.
I'm saying Ike Ibushi and David Tua. You think these guys today could fight like that? No.
That's 90s. That's like 80s, 90s, but still, yeah, I still agree with you though. Just
let's move it from heavyweights in to guys like the lightweight guys who throw more punches. Do you see anybody at middleweight, or could Canelo compete in that era back then, in your opinion?
In the Hagler era?
Like, yeah,
he could compete.
Super middleweight.
He could compete.
168, super middleweight.
168.
He could compete. He wouldn't do well, but he could compete.
Isn't that like a new weight? When that weight, comes out? 168.
68 came out in like 96, 97, something like that.
All right, so yeah, we'll rock with 60 then, middleweight.
160? No, he couldn't have beat Monzon. He couldn't have beat Hagler. He couldn't have beat Mike McCallum. He couldn't have beat Gerald McClellan. He couldn't have beat Nigel Benn. He couldn't have beat none of those guys.
When did Beast Mugabe go up to 160?
Yeah, he went up 60 to fight Hagler.
He would have demolished Canelo.
Yeah, John Beast Mugabe would have decapitated him.
All right, let me go to another weight. Okay, what about
the Canelo that fight now? I think he would be a little competitive with the body work and stuff, but I still think the guys back then, they just threw more punches and stuff here.
All right, let's go down to welterweight.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody at welterweight could compete back then with those welterweights.
Sugar Ray Leonard, Thomas Hearns, Roberto Duran. It's gonna be tough. I think Spence and Crawford could compete, but they wouldn't do well. They could compete, but they wouldn't do well.
What about Spence?
He wouldn't do well. He wouldn't do well.
He
wouldn't do well. He could compete. He'd be close. He'd be a top 10 guy. He wouldn't win no titles though.
When I do the next weight, I don't want you to go first, Shelton Moore. I want somebody else to go first because you lead in the pack. I want somebody else to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
But what do you think, Lisa and King Asia Math? Do y'all think anybody could have competed in with those guys at welterweight, in your opinion? Lisa, you go first.
Like what era? Sugar Ray Leonard and
You pick just
Burns
any
and
old
Duran. Nah.
shit. What about the Oscar De La
Nah.
Hoya and that era back then? Could they compete with them? Shane Mosley, Cotto, Oscar, Pacquiao, and those guys. Could they? Those young
I
guys.
think they would be a little bit more competitive, but I still have those guys as like Oscar pretty much fought everybody too, but I think Oscar welterweight. Let me think. No, I think it'd be a little bit more competitive. I just think they were better fighters back then.
Jay Hizzy said Cotto could compete back then.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all think? What y'all think?
Cotto in what era?
What weight class? I guess it depends on what weight class you want to pick him at too, because he went through some weight classes too. I guess it depends on what weight class, what era we talking. What was Cotto's best weight class in your opinion? 54? Was it 40? 54, right? Or
40, 47.
47.
Yeah.
Welterweight.
Small guy, like yeah. I liked him when he was small too. Yeah.
Well, Pacquiao beat him at a catchweight, so I don't think he was too good at small. He did some of his best performance. Even when he lost to Floyd, that was a good performance that he put on.
I always argue. Me and Major Key argued about that fight a couple times, and I argue that fight with a lot of people. I think Floyd made that fight that way and made it a good fight because he knew he was about to go to jail. When you're a professional fighter, you don't get to punch nothing and nobody in the face other than sparring, and even then you don't really get to go all the way out, right? So I looked at that fight like this kid is upset at the world, what's going on with him. You know, the HBO contract had just ended. He was trying to get that new deal. It was like, nah, we'll see what happens when you come out of jail. And he had a lot on his plate, you know, with it over his baby mom. God bless the dead, God, of course, right? So I just feel like the kid felt like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he wanted to go in there and fight. He didn't want to dance around and jab and point him all night. He wanted to see if he can stop this guy. He wanted to put some pain on him. And it was a couple times where I thought he was going to drop Cotto, but that's my take on it. I thought that fight was an easy fight for Floyd, and I thought he beat him easy. Major Key said that fight, he scored it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. He said the first time he gave it to Floyd. I can't remember the order, but he said another time he had it as a draw. Another time he had Cotto winning. I say every version I watched of that fight, Mayweather won that fight. Easy. But I'll pass the mic on that. Jay Hizzy said Floyd could compete. Do y'all agree?
I guess, yeah.
What version of Floyd? Money May or Pretty Boy?
You pick him, man. Whatever to make the answer for you. Go ahead. And then I'm gonna get Shelton more take on it too.
Man. They won't let Money May be Money May in there. He won't. They'd been and cut that ring off and box him. Pretty Boy probably like Shelton Moore said, he probably could have cracked the top 10. Might have picked up a vacant title against some, but he wouldn't been right. He wouldn't be 50-0. So not there. Definitely not that.
Yeah.
Why not?
That right-handed Thomas Hearns, that combo of Sugar Ray, just the will and determination of Beast Mugabe and Marvin Hagler, the hands of stone, the hands that knocked out horses from Roberto Duran, just the sweet science and movement of Wilfred Benitez, you know, a man child before his time at the age of 17 beating grown men. Come on, man. You got to bend that, Mark. You missed it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, I'm glad I did, and I'll be your age. Glad I missed it. I'm glad. Well, I'm happy where I'm
Mark,
at.
I guarantee you, we gonna race. I bet y'all win that race. We gonna race 15 yards.
Okay.
Why are you saying I'm old?
I'm gonna let you know. I'll beat you in a foot race, man, with some Timbs on, probably, bro. I'm deceptively fast, man. Yeah, okay. I took homie. I took a lot of cash in the foot race, homie. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Not more than me.
We're gonna race it. We're gonna race there and race back, right?
It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, that's why I kill you on the.
I'm bring you an oxygen tank too, though, because I don't think you're gonna make it back. That'll be 30 yards.
You see. Yeah, man.
My children still can't outrun me, or my grandchildren.
I don't know how many miles they ran in basic training or in the army, but I know I can run more than 30 yards with no problem. So we'll see. And I'm gonna hold you to that now. Let me go back to the chat. Let me go back to Shelton Moore. I got you. Shelton Moore. Give me your take on it. Could Floyd compete with these guys back in the day?
In the 80s with Leonard, Duran, Hagler, Hearns, he could compete, but he wouldn't win. He would have been a good top 10 guy. I don't think he beats any of those guys. I know for a fact he don't beat Duran at 35.
His uncle was a champion back then, right? And
yes,
and his dad competed. He lost to Sugar, but this guy Floyd is the better version of both of those guys. He has a better defense than his father, and he's more offensively pinpoint accurate, has more accuracy, and lives a cleaner lifestyle. God bless the dead than his uncle.
Right.
So why do you think he couldn't be a champion?
Can I answer that?
Look at the Floyd's resume that you've seen, right?
Ding, ding, ding. That's what I wanted to ask.
Look at Floyd's resume that you've seen, right, Mark?
Yeah. What about it?
Who on that resume compares to Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, or Duran? Who?
All those guys are different, man. They got their own style.
Who on his resume compares to either one of them?
I mean, styles are similar. He fought guys with similar styles. That to little things that guys do. I mean, okay, well, I'll let you answer your own question. Go ahead. Nobody. You got it. There you go.
Those guys, there's nobody that Floyd fought in his 50 fights that was as good as Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, or Duran. He never fought anybody at that level.
That's your opinion.
Because there wasn't anybody at that level.
Yeah, but that's your opinion. Some people would say it was like in his era, it was versions of those guys. The Mosleys, the Cottos, the Oscar De La Hoyas. These guys they took little things from those guys from that old era.
So I'll ask one more question, and then I'm gonna let you answer. Prime for prime. Do you think Shane Mosley could beat any of those four guys?
Oh yeah. I think Shane Mosley could have beat Duran just how Leonard did. No mas. He'll make him quit. I think I definitely think Floyd could have made him quick. If his hit, if he was hitting him all night like that early on and he just couldn't get his shot off, yeah, man. You picked a bad example with that because you picked a quitter. Put a quitter in the batch with that. Yeah, and he quit because he got frustrated. He was blowing up in weight, trying to drop down in weight. Yeah, I seen the documentaries in the movie. Hell yeah. Big Dog Willie said, stop playing devil's advocate. No, I will not. I got a show to do and I'm hosting. So we're gonna ask questions and we're gonna entertain the audience. You can click the link though, Willie. Click the link, join us.
Yeah, you can get on. But I don't believe Floyd could beat any of those guys. I really don't.
But Duran quit though.
He's not talking about that version of Duran.
I'm talking about the Duran that came up to fight Leonard from lightweight. You know what his record was when he came up to fight Leonard?
You know he was defending champ when he lost and quit too, right? And said no.
Do you know what his record was when he came up to fight Leonard?
No, can't remember off the top of my head. Go ahead, you got me.
It was 74-1.
Now all 74 of those dudes were who? Were they 74 champions? Like what were their records?
He was the undisputed lightweight champion, and he beat all comers. And he came up to 47. He skipped 40, came straight to 47, and beat the best welterweight in the world.
But who belt? He won Leonard's belt, right?
Right.
And so when he fought Leonard the second time, he was defending champ. So he is prime. He's peak. He's defending, and then he quit. What are y'all talking about? Not that version.
That shows you the greatness of Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard beats Floyd Mayweather.
I don't
Probably
know about
knocks
that.
Floyd Mayweather out.
You got to stop that.
Yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard probably knocks him out.
Hey, can I chime in something? It seems like he's over. It's well documented. Duran didn't even train for real for that, but he went to Panama and just partied his ass off because he literally shocked the world.
Mm-hmm.
So he partied like 8 weeks out of his training camp. You know?
And that's why he will lose to Floyd, Asian man, because Floyd don't party.
He's not. We're not talking about partying Duran. We're talking about Duran that's coming in there to be Duran. Like when they say when Gamboa was Gamboa,
he went into Asian man. You making concessions for this guy. He beat Sugar Ray. He shocked the world. He has the title. He needed to stay on point. That's part of it, bro. You can't say, well, no, because he partied. He signed the contract, winning the ring, and he quit. It counts.
It's like Shelton Morse.
As the defending champ.
Sugar Ray upped this game as well. And I mean, once again, these are just hypothetical. These are just hypothetics. But since I believe at least three of us was here to bear witness what went on then and now, we could make the better assessment of what would go on if it was to happen, come into fruition. If we could place the prime versus the prime. We ain't talking about who went to the parties and all that. The prime versus the prime.
You want that prime to be their last win. That's his prime, bro. He just beat Sugar Ray. That's the prime.
The prime is that night he was there fighting Sugar Ray. That's his prime.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's just like when people make the Jordan and LeBron debate. Like, dude, they say, why you say that? Because I witnessed both eras. I lived it. Ain't nobody could tell me. Nothing YouTube could show me. I actually bear witness that. And I wasn't trying to be funny when I said when she was saying. And I get what the Queen was saying. Well, nobody thought Spink was going to be the. We saw this dude here training right here. Not even 3 miles from where I'm at now.
So St. Louis saw that.
Yes. I say us, we.
Fair enough. I was just saying for the people who don't know, sir.
Oh yeah. But Eric in St. Louis know just as well. I don't know if you know him. He be on the panels every now and then on other platforms. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? But that was an error that was true, seriously true to the game. Wasn't none of that, hey, send me the term sheet and all that shit. Man, if you the best, your name buzzing, we gotta fight. And we ain't gotta wait that long to see it. You heard what's his name? Howard Cosell, Brent Musselberger, and all this announcing. We have a fight, folks. October the 10th, such and such and such and such. And then by December before Christmas, we got another big matchup. Shit.
Shout out to my guy, Calico.
And we left out some names. We left out Aaron Pryor. We left out Wilfred Benitez. We left out a bunch of them other cats. Shout out to them.
For sure.
They don't
For sure. D Calico, what's up, my G? How you feel?
What up? Shit, it's all good in the hood.
Talk to me, man.
Shit, I'm just here. I just popped up. I'm a little late.
Oh, it's all good,
but
man.
Hey, Lisa Bells, what's going on, baby? My boy King Asia Man.
Hey.
Shout out to more. Peace, God.
Chilling.
Hey, let me ask you something, D Calico. Do you think any of these fighters of today could compete with any of those legends that from back in the day? Could Wilder or Fury beat some of those heavyweights like, Frazier and Foreman or Sonny Liston? Could Mayweather compete with Hagler and Hearns and Duran and those guys? What you think?
I mean, we know Mayweather could have went in any generation, but I don't think everybody. We know everybody can't, but you gotta have faith in the top guys. It's just like saying, oh, the NBA players of now can't do this back then. Well, I think the top guys would have been good regardless. no matter what. But that don't mean they would have been the champion. They wouldn't have been champions. So I'm not saying they're gonna edge out the likes of Ali or Frazier, but it'd be the Rumble in the Jungle.
Salvador Sanchez, Big Dog Willie said, I don't know what that means. He couldn't beat him or he could beat him. I don't know. Another question I have for you guys, I didn't get y'all take on this, Miss Lisa. This is a topic I had the other day. Which one of these fighters you think will go the furthest in the sport of boxing? Have the biggest and best career? Lisa Bell, set it off. And let's pass it around.
Let me look. Devin, Teo, Tank, Ryan. I see a great upside with Shakur, especially with his spectacular performance this weekend. Teo, he has the hard way right now. So he's he's building his legacy. Devin is still young, up and coming. I see them all. Ryan, I don't know. I'm going to take Ryan out of this. I'm going to take him out of this because I don't really know what's going on with him. I would like to see Tank in there with with like some more people that why can't he fight he had 140, right? Why can't he fight
I think he's back to fight. I think this one is back at 135.
Oh, okay. See that fight I'm not really that enthused about.
Why not? I mean, you're gonna get to see a knockout. Either Rolly gonna shock the world, or he gonna get slept and get doing all that talking and trolling. So win-win.
I'm not interested in that.
Why not?
I'd rather see him. Why?
Yeah, why not?
Because they putting that on pay-per-view. Come on.
Oh yeah,
pay-per-view fight.
Fair enough.
He should be fighting. He's at 135. Why can't he fight Teo?
One of these kids. Well,
I know Teo.
Teo's
I know
got an obligation right now.
Right. Well, then why not fight Devin?
I think Devin got a fight signed too, don't he? Don't he got a fight coming up?
Yeah.
I mean, why not fight Ryan Garcia? Ryan Garcia was the one jumping on the couch with Mike Tyson saying, I'm gonna beat him up or blah 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 and all of this stuff. Wasn't that Ryan on the Mike Tyson show talking about beating up Tank?
Yeah. I like Tank and everything, but I know Floyd said they're gonna be doing in-house fights, but I mean, who's over there to really fight him? That's gonna give him like a challenge into, you know what I'm trying to say?
But they are building Tank up to be the star, though, right? Due to now he's the 3-division champion. He has the pay-per-views. So when he goes into a fight with a Lomo or a Teo or any of these guys, he's gonna be the the A side. What do you think of that?
Nobody cares nothing about all of that.
Absolutely, they care because now you get to fight on your terms. You get the bigger pot. I think these guys really care about being the quote unquote A side.
No, I got what you're saying, but like all of that is LBM talking points, A side, and all of this. He doesn't have the hardware. Like, I get it. Star power and all of this. It's just a bunch of BS to me. He gonna said, what does Josh Taylor bring to the table? He bring the legacy to the table. Undisputed. Like him saying stuff. See, I can't get with all of that stuff.
Did you guys see the MMA card?
I know a con when I hear it.
Brotherhood Boxing, she is talking. He just literally jumped right in.
But I know a con when I hear it.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Brotherhood Boxing. I'm gonna let you talk right after that. Go ahead, Miss Lisa, and I'm gonna let Brother Boxing get in.
just all of that I mean, just look. What they selling, I'm not trying to buy.
Fair enough. Brother Bots and Talk, go ahead.
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, what's up, homie?
Did you watch the MMA card tonight, man?
I was doing an interview with Stitch Duran, so I missed it.
Damn, bro. You didn't see Claressa, man? You didn't see that Claressa Shields fight?
Nah, I saw the highlights of it while I was on live now.
Damn, bro. I was just coming on. She lost, bro. That's crazy, man. That shit is crazy, bro. I seen it, bro. Like it was a good fight. I'm not gonna hold you, but she needs to work on her wrestling, man. Because the girl, like, you know what I'm saying, she took her down, you know what I'm saying? She was talented to take down, though. And stuff like that. So I'm not sure what's happening next for her, though.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to boxing, like somebody was saying in the chat. She should stick to boxing if she can't step this ground game up, because Shelter Moore said she got her ass beat. She was getting grounded and pounded.
Yeah,
all night. She couldn't get the girl off of her.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
full
man.
mount and stuff like that.
Sad about it.
Yeah, you said about it. Hey, it's a part of it, man. If she would have went in there and won, we would have been happy. It got to be a winner, got to be a loser.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask you this, brother Boxing. Who do you think is going to go the farthest out of these guys on the screen right here? Shakur Stevenson, Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, Teofimo, Devin Haney.
I think Shakur Stevenson.
Okay, why is that?
Shakur Stevenson got more skills than any one of these guys. He's Olympic silver medalist. I mean, this guy has a great pedigree, and I think he's just a better boxer than these guys. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Shelton Moore, same question. Who's gonna go the farthest out of these guys? In your opinion?
I think it's gonna be Shakur Stevenson and possibly Teofimo Lopez. The jury's still out on Tank because he ain't really fought nobody yet.
Okay, King Jamal, same question.
Tank Davis.
And why is that?
That devastating punch. Whenever you got that punch that put people down, yeah, you could. I mean, and this is going to heavyweight, so it kind of like won't correlate to exact. It's not exactly parallel, but when you got that punch, that's pretty much, you know, it could put anyone down or end the fight. You know, somebody got to beat you to it, and he you know, he could move. He got other skill sets besides, you know, what Wilder had. No, Wilder was stationary. You know, that's all he had pretty much, or that's all he have is that punch. Tank got that punch and more. You know, so he got other tools in the tool shed, but he got that punch. And who is yet to withstand that punch? Who? You know what I'm saying? That's the question that remains. Until that person step up, then you can say one of them have a brighter future than Tank. Because I don't see none of them cats handling that punch. And he is going to land it on them. On all of them you see up there. Like you say, take Ryan out the equation. You know what I'm saying? Take him up out of there. T.O., he know he got it. Now, the two slick ones on the end, left and right, they can evade it probably 8 rounds. But then the legs start going. And you become more stationary. And the accumulation of the punches as time goes on slow you down, separating, going back to what we're saying, the difference between this era and that era. That era, they was built for that. This era, they not. They're not built for that. And they're not even going 15 rounds. They're going 12 rounds. So once Tank catch pretty much anybody, the way he been catching these cats, it's a wrap. And then the sky's the limit for him. So I don't know why Floyd keeping them on that chain. Well, we know why. Because, you know, and no knock to Floyd, but Floyd don't want to be outshined. We know that. Beautiful boxer, can't take nothing from his career and all that, but for his, you know, his vanity and all that, you know, he don't want that to be blemished, you know. So he keeping Tank on that chain, and he's not allowing Tank to shine. He let Tank loose. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you to finish, and then I'm going to pass it around. I'm
quiet.
just like, really?
I'm quiet.
Let me ask Calico and Lisa Bell, Shelton Moore the same question. Y'all think Floyd is got Tank on a leash, he's not letting him shine, in y'all opinion? Because the kid is doing pay-per-view, headlining, he packing out the arena here in Atlanta, putting asses in seats, he getting a big check, private jets and everything. King Asian F said he's not letting him shine. Do you guys agree or no?
Man, he's creating his shine. You know what I'm saying? Like what y'all saying about Tank power and all that. Tank got the power, yeah. But you know damn well he ain't never knocked nobody out in the first round for you to do that. Like really doing too much. You know what I'm saying? His power carries well as he gains a little weight. Like when he went up, he was stronger, but he's still taking 11 rounds to damn near get some of them out of there. You know what I mean? And Devin Haney, you could think he's soft, but he ain't finna get knocked, out by no one damn punch. Damn sure not early in the fight. And he got too much defense. So Tank can't even beat him. Like he the only person possible that can beat all of them guys. And
Devin.
No, yeah, Devin's the only one that can beat all of them, possibly. You know what I'm saying?
Because of his defense.
Like he got no less than a 50-50 fight against any one of them. But really, he'll whoop all of them. No lie.
Damn. Okay, Lisa Bell, talk to me. Do you agree with that or no?
What about Devin being able to beat all of them?
He said at least got a 50-50 shot with everybody because his defense is so good. I believe some will argue the same thing for Shakur as well. His defense is so tight that he gives everybody a tough fight because his defense is so good. His boxing IQ, his youth, ring IQ. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. I agree as far as the defense and the boxing IQ and everything. But when it comes to like with Tank, I think Tank is very talented fighter, and I think that he would beat a lot of these guys, but I would like to see him, in the position and as far as to be able to get these fights, because I feel like I get it. They building him up as a pay-per-view star and everything, and he's selling out arenas and everything. However, it's still because legacy is money. You know what I mean? So, like, somebody mentioned like Floyd doesn't want anybody to outshine him. See, Floyd has his legacy. Just step out the way and let Tank get his legacy. You know what I'm saying? His legacy is money regardless. It may not be right then and there how you want it, but at least I could say one thing about Tio. He has established somewhat a small legacy right now, more so than any of them.
Say what?
Yeah.
You what?
A legacy off of 2 wins?
No. What I'm saying is the belts that he's accumulated, he has established a legacy, and he has the better win with Lomachenko.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. I was as talented as Loma is. I ain't gonna lie. I picked T.O. to beat him. I thought Loma was a little overrated. I thought it was the guys he fought and when he fought him. Yes, he beat Nicholas Walters, but Nicholas Walters was almost on a 2-year layoff almost. Rigo came 2 weight classes up. Yeah, man.
But who? None of them have beat anybody better than Loma. When you think about it.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm just speaking like as far as like
how much he accomplished, right? The titles,
right.
The gold medals, and all of that, right?
Right. I'm putting all of that into.
I can't knock you on that.
Right.
Can't knock you.
Whether I think he's the best or yada 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 yada, because I know Tank is talented, and I know he would give a lot of these guys a run for their money. But I would like to, you know what I'm saying? Like, see it. Like, I would like to see Tank undisputed. Why not?
Go ahead, Calico, and then I'm gonna let my guy Ty get in. Go ahead, Calico.
Like, I don't know about boxing, but in other sports, everybody always say defense wins championships. You feel me? So basically, a champion has to have some defense, don't he? We know that. You know what I'm saying? So it boils down to Shakur, Stevenson, and Devin Haney. And Devin Haney is a bad man. Man, he got better defense than Shakur. Shakur is flat-footed as a motherfucker. Now, the game is slow to him. It's slow. He sees it coming, so he's not worried. But maybe if he had to worry, he wouldn't be so flat-footed. I don't think he can switch it up. I think when it comes to his feet, he's no better than Tank. But but everything else above, like, the kid is smart. You feel me? So the game is slow to him. Like, the other fighters not fast as him, so he sees their offense is very slow, and he can defend and attack. He's a great counterpuncher. You feel me? But Devin got way better feet than him. That's the only thing really separate him and make him more complete. And you know what I'm saying? If you ever see him against one of them guys on the screen, we're going to understand what I mean.
Didn't they spar before? And some say Shakur might have got the best of him. What y'all think of that?
Man, he was 16. Shakur was going to the Olympics.
Fair
Devin
enough.
was 16. And Devin got on that ass. And he was a nobody. He was unknown. He was unknown. He was only a 16-year-old kid. But he looked great. And that was the best sparring session we seen, on camera.
Big Matthews, what up, though? Look, when I had Stitch Duran up here earlier today, and if you didn't, guys, rewind the playback, check it. It was a dope interview. He told me when I asked him the same question, anybody want to take a guess? Anybody here? Y'all want to take a guess to who he said was going to go the furthest out of these guys?
Ryan Garcia.
Okay, King Asian Mav. That's how you lose your wrench right there, playing around with me. Nah, I get it. What, you think he picked them because they're both Mexican or something?
Hey, it had to been something outrageous, but it probably was Tio.
Okay, fair enough. Lisa Bell, you want to take a pick, or who Stitch Duran said gonna go the furthest out of these guys?
Shakur.
Good answer. Ty, you got a pick for me? Show more.
Stitch probably said Tiafimo.
Okay, sure.
I said Shakur.
Okay, he said Devin Haney and Shakur have the highest skill set. He said Shakur Stevenson he's just a different type of animal in that ring, and he said Devin Haney as well. He said those two guys, in his opinion, will go the furthest in boxing. In his opinion.
Wow, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
He picked Shakur and Haney. So
yeah, I'm
been around
surprised.
both of those guys. Now, granted, he did work both of these guys. He does work both of these guys' corners too. So he might be a little home cooking there.
Might be a little home cooking. But to answer the other question that you had, Floyd got him on a leash, man. Floyd, what has Floyd been doing? Besides Rolly, what has Floyd been doing? He puts him in front of flat-footed Mexicans. That's all he's been fighting.
Hey, I want to ask.
All he's been fighting.
Pedraza.
Hey, Mark.
I bet he won't fight Pedraza at 40.
Go ahead, Calico. Yeah, he will. Go ahead, Calico.
No, he won't. No,
I just wanted to ask, barring a knockout, can any of those guys up there really beat Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah,
they can beat him without knocking him out.
Yeah.
No, they are going to knock him out, though. That's the thing.
He can't fight. Ryan Garcia got dropped by Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell can't beat nobody up here.
Y'all was saying that about Devin.
Hold on, Calico. Not even just that. I just think Shakur can outbox him for 12 rounds. I think Devin could just jab his head off and outbox him for 12 rounds. They don't have to knock him out.
Yeah.
No, he can still win those two, just like they can.
No, he can't. He can't box with neither one of them. You wrong on that.
Man, that guy got offense and he hit hard.
He can't box with neither one of them dudes. You wrong on that.
Man, Ryan Garcia hit harder than both of them.
We don't know. We never been
We
hit
know
by
that.
him. We never been
We
hit
go
by
off the
him.
damage. Go off the damage.
I'm going by the. You talking about between Shakur and Haney? I'm just saying. You said barring the knockout, can they beat him? Yes, I think they can jab him off. I think the boxer IQ is real high. I think he leaves himself open for shots.
He's
That
fought
shot that
bigger.
Luke.
He's fought bigger fighters than either one of them.
Yeah. But it ain't about the size. It's
Yeah.
about
You're
the
not.
fun.
You're not gonna jab nobody to death, and you little.
No, I'm telling you, yes, man, yes. Floyd out
Okay.
jab the taller guy all the
right.
time. Pacquiao does it a lot too. Yes, the talk. Look, Usyk out jabbed Joshua in the last fight. Yes, the shorter guy can't out jab the guy because his timing is working the angles, his footwork and foot position. But Ryan Garcia makes fundamental mistakes when he's throwing the punches, when he drops the guard. Sometimes he pulls back straight back with his chin up, and Luke Campbell caught him.
Well, I was just gonna say, who got knocked down and responded better than Ryan Garcia did?
I don't think none of these other guys been dropped.
Well, these guys have been down.
I mean in all of boxing, other than Tyson Fury, nobody got dropped and responded better than Ryan Garcia did.
Diego Corrales did. Rest in peace, Diego Corrales did.
Oh, okay. You're going to ancient history. I'm talking about right now, today.
I'm just telling you, man.
You had to go, and you had to go in the history books, brother.
I just went with my mind. I went with my mind mentally. I thought of like the greatest comeback. No, bro, bro. I thought of one of the greatest comeback. You said we ain't never seen it, and I thought of we gotta give him credit for getting up.
No, I'm asking you. Well, you gave me an answer. That just showed me that he did his thing. He did something great, obviously.
No, he didn't.
If you look at the fight, Luke Campbell didn't really jump on him.
For one, none of them ain't gonna none of them ain't gonna TKO nobody with a body punch. None of them, except for Ryan Garcia.
Shit, Tank just knocked out Barrios with a body punch. And I wanted to get you pushback on when you said that in the Tank and Haney matchup, didn't Linares catch her? What makes you think Tank won't catch her?
What you mean Ryan Garcia won't catch him? Ryan Garcia got that power too.
See, man, it's hard to make a hypothetical match.
But it's fun though. Don't quit the game.
Yeah. No, I wasn't finished. No, it's good to do it. I'm just let me put it all put all the ingredients in. It's hard to make a hypothetical match taking away the KO. Cause these cats getting in there to knock you, get you up out of there. They ain't getting paid for overtime, especially Tank. He trying to get you up out of there. So he's not gonna take that out the equation.
Hey, can we just get Ryan Garcia to fight somebody first? How about that?
Thank you.
Let's get him to fight somebody.
Damn, because he did pull out. He's out of the JoJo Diaz fight now, right?
I believe.
He's out of that. What was it? Was it an injury? What was it this time?
You say he broke his hand taking a selfie.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Hey, Brandon Washington in the comment section. He can type the answer. He don't have to talk shit. Type the answer and tell me who the hell responded better than Ryan Garcia after getting knocked down, other than Tyson Fury. You don't know nobody.
They said
respect that.
Go back and look at that fight. Luke Campbell didn't really even jump on it. He had got knocked down. I was like, why the fuck jump on this kid? He was backpedaling.
Yeah. Yeah, man. He was still hurt when he got up. That wasn't just a flash knockdown. He felt that. His arm went behind his back and everything. Yeah. But he responded well.
Mark, you turned into an archaeologist. You had to go in ancient. You had to go dig up some shit.
Yeah, Hall of Fame. He had to go into the Hall of Fame relics.
He said we never seen nobody get up and respond. And he
said, why you don't respect this like that? Why you don't respect this like that?
I got one for you too. Andre Ward got dropped by Kovalev, and he got up and did a hell of a job. That first fight.
What he did? He got him out of there?
No, he won that one. He got him out there the second fight. Okay, so he got it. So the person got to get knocked down, get up, and knock the other person out. Okay.
Respond real well. We're real.
Like Andy Ruiz versus AJ, like that.
Ooh.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
Okay, another point for the Nash, man.
Come on,
I mean,
man.
bro.
Hey, Mark getting up off the ground because you had him down with that archaeologist.
Thank you. You got it.
There we go.
You
Tell
right.
him get off me,
Mark
Asian
got
man.
that. Mark's like, fuck no.
Get off me, Calico, with that dirty white T-shirt you had on your. I'm joking. Just jokes.
Hey, well,
Just jokes.
what about Miguel Cotto and that Torres fight? He got knocked down and got up and knocked his ass out.
Torres. I don't remember that. Hold up. Cotto
Y'all
versus
remember
Torres.
that fight?
That was a real good fight.
When did he drop Cotto?
He dropped Cotto, I think, twice, man. Cotto was on his knees happy that he won that fight.
Cotto had hair then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cotto did. Yeah, he was losing that hair quick, wasn't he? He said, "Let me do this ball here." I remember Marquez did that with Pacquiao in the fourth fight as well. Calico.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Put him to sleep. Now that might have been the best. Which fight do you guys think was the best comeback in boxing history that y'all saw?
Oh, you said that, Diego Corrales.
That got to be up there, right? Is that high? Do y'all got the Corrales one higher than the Pacquiao?
There's no question
versus Marquez.
It's Corrales.
Corrales against who?
Castillo.
Castillo.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. The second. No, that was the first fight. That was the first.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
He had him. He had
was
just got
amazing,
dropped
yeah.
twice. Tony Weeks had took a point away from spitting out the mouthpiece. Matter of fact, I think he had took 2 points away. So he got dropped twice, lost 2 points, and that guy put that mouthpiece in. He was like, you got to get in his ass now, baby.
Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to cut you. Brandon, I read the chat. Oh, my bad. I read the chat. Brandon Washington, he said, what about Bud versus Green Machine?
Nah.
Maybe. That one, I can't put that down as the best because he never got.
No, because Bud was never. Bud was never
count.
not in control of the fight. He was in control of the fight the whole time. That don't count.
Yeah, and he didn't get a count neither. Yeah, that ain't up there. But Agent Math, I know your hate for Bud Crawford. You couldn't wait. You was like, ooh, you couldn't wait to get that one off.
Well, I mean, it's in the chat. Shout out to Brandon Washington.
There's a lot of shit in that chat. I see you picked
Ain't
out.
nothing to hate about Bud Crawford, in my opinion.
Let's go, Miss Lisa. Let's go.
But I mean, everybody got the fighters that they like, but I just feel like, Bud Crawford is a 3-division champion, title holder, 2-time lineal champion, former undisputed champion. What is there to hate?
Yeah, he unified first too. He became champ, then he unified that division, then became undisputed.
Right.
The dude been a champ since he been a champ. I got this video doing pretty good on the channel. It's the top 10 reasons why Bud Crawford will defeat Sean Porter. But at this point, guys, I'm up in the ante. I think he's gonna stop Sean Porter. He just looked remarkable when I saw him doing. They were supposed to be doing a press conference to talk about the fight, and announce it publicly. That weekend, Bud Crawford is in the gym doing open workouts. I ain't see Sean Porter do no media workout. Like, that's something guys don't normally do till the week of the fight or the week or two before the fight. They do the open media workouts and all that. Man, he's doing open media workouts for press week. That's how ready he was. That's crazy. I never seen that. Go ahead.
So you don't count the 40 podcast as media workout.
King H. That's how you lose your rank. King H. Always trolling. But nah. And I heard him talking about he was working with Caleb Plant. I like Caleb Plant, but Sean Porter can't help Caleb Plant for Canelo. And I don't think Caleb Plant is really can help Sean Porter for Bud Crawford. Sorry. Do y'all think he's helping him like that?
Nah, I heard he was trying to get Boots. I heard he was trying to get Boots, but Boots got a fight coming up or whatever, don't he?
Who trying to get Boots?
Mm-hmm. But
Boots fight Saturday.
Boots fight Saturday in New York. I'm not mistaken. He's gonna fight Thomas Delorme. But Porter's on his podcast on record saying he don't want to fight Boots. Said it's not worth the while for a guy like him.
if you win, you're supposed to win. If you lose, you become a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
So he said he just don't see himself fighting that guy right there.
Yeah,
You know, the
Thurman need
people
to go
took
ahead
it
and
as
get
he's
that
scared.
work from Boots. Thurman need to get that work from Boots.
I interviewed Bozy Ennis on the channel, and he said they want Thurman. He said they want Jamal James. They wanted Thurman. He said they would like to see Porter, but I asked him about Virgil Ortiz. He said him and his people already said that's not a fight they want. So, excuse me. But yeah,
Right.
Bozy Ennis, man, congratulations too. He just got inducted into the Philadelphia Boxing Hall of Fame. Him and his oldest son. So
Nice.
super dope. But yeah, man, I love Boots Ennis, but Boots Ennis, man, fighting Thomas Delorme, that ain't doing nothing for him, really, in my opinion. What do y'all think, though?
Nah, Bud knocked him out ages ago.
Right.
Uh,
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Y'all keep cooking up.
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
you know, it's I get what Mark is saying, but Boots is nobody don't want to really fight Boots like that. The top guys, it's like a low risk, high risk, low reward type of thing. Unfortunately, they don't really want to fight him like that.
And see, that goes to the point we was making about that one era. They didn't care about that. If they felt like he was the guy to beat, they was standing in line ready to fight him. Why these cats not giving this dude a chance?
He had nobody. He had nobody. They ain't got to chase him. Why would they chase him?
Because nowadays everybody make fun of people when they lose fights.
Yeah,
This is why I don't respect this boxing generation like that. I mean, I don't hate them, but this is why. You lose
It's a
fight.
missing element. But Calico said he's a nobody.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't a nobody.
What he means by
That's
he's
wrong.
not a name.
No, he got
He's not a
skills.
nobody.
He got skills. You know what I'm saying? He ain't been in no title fight. Shit,
Right.
he ain't that man. He ain't the man. He ain't even been on pay-per-view.
Very few people have.
He's a nobody.
These so-called, but the people they call them pay-per-view stars ain't really pay-per-view stars.
He look, he got next. He got next now. He on the sideline. He ready to get on the court. He got next, but he ain't him. He ain't him yet.
What fight will put him on the map?
Anybody that's been on pay-per-view, fight them. But they probably don't really want to yet. So he got to.
Why can't the youngins fight each other? Didn't
that messes up.
Sugar
That
Ray
messes
Leonard
up
and
the pot, Lisa.
Yeah, that's gonna make. Yeah, that's something you save for later. They got to.
That messes up the money.
See,
Everybody nowadays is concerned what they owe. No, everybody want to save
right,
they owe.
but this is why boxing is. I mean, who am I? I don't know nothing. This is why boxing. That's why people ain't feeling it like that. Sugar Ray and Hearns was young when they fought, 22 and 25. No, I don't. But if this is what they want to do, fine. This is what they want to do. This is fine.
See, that's why I ain't gonna lie. I ain't no big Bud fan. I ain't no Boots Ennis fan because I love the skills they possess. But they ain't fought no damn body, and they not like lightweights like Shakur Stevenson. I'm not gonna get mad because he ain't fought the biggest name. He's not in their weight class. All these other guys, Terrence should have been fought somebody.
Man, so who
He
has
old,
fought somebody? Because
he old and
nobody.
he in great shape, so he gonna fight old people. He gonna beat their ass. Wow.
Well, let me ask you this: who's had a legacy fight out of all these welterweights that you said Bud ain't fought nobody?
Man, Errol Spence, the motherfucking man. And guess what? If Sean Porter would have been, if he was undefeated, he'd be the man because he done fought everybody also. There's no way around that. If he won all his fights, he would be the man, just like Errol Spence.
So it's Bud's fault they froze him out?
Oh boy. So again, I said Bud is two-time linear champ, former undisputed, 3-division champion, and he ain't the man.
No, watch this. If somebody just say who is Arrow legacy fight, fuck that. Who is Arrow's mother? Like what you call it when you take a tune-up fight? Who is Errol Spence's tune-up fight? He ain't never had one.
Danny Garcia was a tune-up fight.
Who?
Danny was a tune-up.
Well then, realize what you're saying. This man on a whole nother level. Cause what you call it? Terrence ain't never fought a goddamn Garcia type fighter. He never fought nobody that good.
They offered him. He didn't want to fight.
What I'm saying is that's a tune-up to Errol Spence. That's not that was nowhere near like they said legacy fight. That just show you that's the bottom. That's the cellar. That's the bottom he go. That's the lowest he go. This man fight the best.
The legacy fight for Spence would be Bud. And of course, when he fought the guy over there in England, what's his name? Kell Brook?
Yeah, Kell Brook.
Because he went to his country and he went over there and brought that belt back to the US, you know what I'm saying? But to me, I mean, Sean Porter was a great win, Danny, of course. But I think the real legacy fight is the Bud Crawford fight. And he could have had it, but he got injured. He could have had it with Pacquiao because that would have been a Hall of Fame on his record.
So
But
even if Bud loses, is that still the fight to make? Just ask.
I still want to see it. I don't care if one loss don't really affect
what
me.
do a
I'm
loss
cool
gotta
with it.
do? What do a
Yeah, I
loss
still
gotta
want to
do
see
with
it.
it?
Yeah.
Does it make it a legacy
What-
fight still?
Why wouldn't it?
Why would it,
So-
or would it be better for him to just to fight Porter again and Porter wins? Make it run it back twice, since it was so nice the first time.
Well,
They
how
didn't
many
run Porter
fighters?
Thurman back.
How many fighters retire undefeated? That's very rare. So I'm trying to understand the loss. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Errol Spence might.
No, Lisa. What he's really getting at is they're gonna say Bud's whole career was a bunch of bullshit if he loses this Porter fight. That's what he really want to get at.
Oh man, it's gonna all crumble down. It's gonna be ridiculous.
Because you sound like
what he's waiting to
because
say.
Earl Spence is no Sugar Ray Leonard.
He's different.
He's no Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but he's so sound in his game that he don't have to be flashy. He's not flashy. He give you the old 1-2 and he'll whoop your ass. Like he's like an old man beating these young fast motherfuckers, beating their ass.
That style too basic
he
for
old
Bud
school.
Crawford though. It's too basic. And
Man, no, this is
he,
boxing.
and he has abused his body so much. That's what's gonna separate it from the pack.
I just heard y'all bragging about jabs. Y'all was bragging about how the jab could do this and do that and win.
No,
And
no,
you
no.
trying to tell me
Because you were talking about but hold up, Miss
Errol
Lisa.
got the best jab.
Miss Lisa, hold up.
But Errol has the best jab in boxing.
Calico, slow down. We brought that up because you said barred from a knockout, how can they beat Ryan Garcia? So that's why we mentioned it. But Bud is gonna stop these dudes.
No, you don't. No. He ain't gonna stop nothing. That
But
jab gonna tear his ass
when you
up.
brought up the jab, that's why we brought it.
The best jab in boxing.
Man, that's
The best.
He definitely don't have the
swear,
best
y'all
jab.
talk
He
about
get
Errol-
hit too much.
And
But Crawford has the
I
best
swear they talk
plus.
about
Hold
Errol
up.
Spence.
Let me say this for him because
Go ahead.
he's statistically incorrect right there. But
Nah,
Crawford has the best plus minus in that division right now.
We talking about accuracy.
Okay, but you talking about the jab, but he gets hit with a lot of times. He's not. You talking about how you gonna jab him all night? No, if that jab was as good as you said it was, he wouldn't be getting hit all the time like that.
No, he
But
don't get hit
Crawford
all the time. That was one damn fight. The Sean Porter fight. He don't. He wanted to
Brook
get
was
hit that
piecing him
fight.
up before his face got broke.
Man, come on.
Who?
Man.
Kell Brook was
He
punching
wanted
him up until
I
his face
swear.
got broke.
Kell Brook got game. What are you talking about? He could fight. He got his ass beat though. My boy got him up out of there.
Yeah, Brooke probably got a better jab than Spence. The way he
Nobody
touches the
does.
boy with that jab. I swear, man, y'all talk about Errol Spence like he goddamn Wolverine from X-Men. Like this man can have a
Obviously he is.
Let him talk. Let him talk, Calico.
He came back from that shit. Look at that.
Calico, because your mic is louder than his, so I can't even hear him. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, man, they talk about this boy like he Wolverine or something, man. They had like everything he done went through. He already in a sport of boxing where you put your body on the line. They think this dude just gonna come back 200%. Unfazed. Oh man, he cut from a different cloth. Oh, he built different. Man, he's a human being, man. His body goes through trauma just like anybody else's body.
How many of them survived the Ferrari wreck?
No, watch this. And that's why he need time, right? But guess what? That ain't on his side. And that's why y'all want to see him fight your boy as soon as possible. Because y'all know and y'all feel like, oh, he's not healthy. Let's fight. Man, that's coward shit.
Well,
If he actually did a tune up like everybody else and goddamn ended up fighting your boy next year or the end of next year, man, he'll beat the shit out of his ass, man. Come on, man. Your boy never had a fight, so he ain't got no wear and tear on his ass. So
how much time does this man need? Because if he don't fight, then y'all gonna say, oh, it was ring rust or it was the car accident. Like, how much time does he need for it to be a fair fight? We don't want to hear ring rust.
Is that a 60?
He stayed out too long.
Is that a 60-40 question?
My brother Shelton Moore said it's gonna be 2 years. Shelton Moore said, but we ain't gonna see that kid back for 2 years.
They aging him out.
No. He said the injury was. Go ahead, Shelton Moore. Explain that 2 years that you was talking about before.
It's going to take about 2 years to heal from a detached retina. You won't see Errol Spence back in the ring until this time, 2022.
But Ben Israel was saying that with the because I don't know. He was talking about the technology in medicine today is so different, and of course it is, than when Sugar Ray Leonard had got his detached retina.
Abner Morris just had the same injury. Took him 2 years to come back. That was last year. So
He had
I don't know what
Abner Morris had 2 detached retinas.
I don't know what Ben Israel talking about.
So, man, I'm curious. If he's not gonna be back in the ring till 2022, are they gonna strip him of one of them belts, or they gonna let him keep up both of them belts?
The WBC ain't gonna strip him, but the IBF might.
Yeah, the IBF usually they more strict.
Now I think when
give up that red belt.
when Spence come back, he's gonna have to fight his IBF mandatory, definitely.
Yeah, give up that red belt.
He said he want Ugas or Porter or Crawford when he come back.
I bet he don't want Crawford. When he say that?
He said that a couple days ago.
Okay.
Nah, he said
If
he
you
wanted Ugas. Yeah, he didn't say because he called the WB. What belt does Ugas have? The WBA?
Super.
WBA.
Yeah, because he made a
But
tweet.
they got to do that tournament though. He got to fight Stanionis.
Because he tagged the WBA and the president. He didn't tag Paco.
Somebody eating
and
some
the
potato
WBO
chips.
for that
Can mute your mic if you eating the potato chips or whoever that is. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I think that's Ty. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, because he made a tweet and he tagged the WBA and the president, but you see he didn't tag Bud and who's the president over there at the WBO, Paco, whatever his name is.
Yeah. But go ahead though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
WBA. I know it's Venezuela. It's a Venezuelan belt, right?
Mendoza? Is that it?
I can't remember. Venezuela or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, Ugas is upset because he gotta go through this tournament thing. I know Jamal James. I know he got to fight Stanios. There's a few people in the tournament. That's because they consolidating them belts or whatever. But he wants to go into unification with Spence. But you know, Spence gotta, like you say, heal and come back. You know, get medical clearance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But
Well, if he's talking about, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say that's from what I read. Yeah.
But I mean, if Spence talking about the unification, it seemed like he got intentions on coming back sooner than later. So, I mean, if he coming back sooner than 2022, they might as well match him with Keith. You know what I'm saying? Keith versus Spence. I want to see that.
No, he'll probably
Y'all
have to
forget
fight.
that. Y'all forget that 2022 is right around the corner.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's gonna have to probably fight that IBF Abdul Kakarov. What's his name?
Kukarov.
You got it right.
Yeah.
Abu Kakarov, yeah.
He's gonna have to fight him because he was paid step aside money before, so you know, so he's gonna have to fight him just to oblige with his mandatory, yeah.
Who was the guy that said he's going to have a 2-year layoff because of the retina?
That was Shelton Moore.
That's me.
All right, he just had the retina detachment in August of 2021. So you mean he ain't coming back to 2023 or something, right?
No, I said you won't see Errol back in the ring until this time next year, which is 2022.
Oh, I thought you said he needed a 2-year layoff. My bad.
Well, when you add it all up, that'll equate to 2 years. But on 1, 2, 3, y'all wish Sean Porter a happy birthday. And did y'all see the breaking news? What he got for his birthday?
What did he get?
A victory over Bud Crawford.
You don't believe that yourself?
Really?
I bet you won't.
Anything like that before? Hell, I ain't never even heard of anything.
She took that scholarship to Cleveland State.
Nah, Porter gonna be out there doing the gonna be doing the Cleveland Shuffle all night and gonna get caught up trying to do that Cleveland Shuffle in that fight. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna look different. But I just want you guys to give him this credit at the end of it because I'm telling you, Bud is
Yeah, this shit gonna get ugly fast. This shit gonna get ugly fast, man.
The referee's gonna save him. I don't think Kenny Porter's gonna throw in the towel. I think when you got a son like Sean Porter that you've seen him go through so much adversity and still find a way to win, I think you believe your guy, your son, your champion, your fighter can find a way. But at some point, the referee and the crowd gonna be looking like,
But he'd probably be a little bit more protective of his son. He may throw in the towel, Mark. I think he may throw in the towel, man.
Mark, you giving him justice. You giving him justice, Mark. This shit ain't going past 8 rounds.
well, you got a bet going on for that, so you got to say that. You said it wasn't. You know, your bet is that it won't go to 10, right?
No, my bet is inside of 9. Inside of 9.
Inside of 9. So if it go to 10, you lose.
I go to 10, I lose. If it go to 9, I lose. If it go past 9, I lose.
Yeah, but he can stop him in the 9th, though.
Yeah, he can stop him in the 9th.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go that far. I think Bud is gonna be more than Sean Porter can deal with, and it's gonna be evident very early on. I don't see it going to 8 like that. 8 or 9. Shelton,
this shit ain't going past 8. It ain't going past 8.
It's gonna be early. It's gonna be bad because Sean Porter's style is tailor-made. He lunges with his head. He drops his hand. He doesn't have the reach. He doesn't have the lateral movement. He doesn't move his head as much as he should. If so, it's not like moving it for boxing moves. It's just he's just moving it just to, I don't know. Sometimes he tried to come in with the Frazier style like that. Man, he just been there experimenting, trying new shit. This dude Bud is very deliberate. Bud is deliberate, man. He ain't in there trying to. He ain't working. He ain't doing on the job training.
How was Green Machine able to catch Bud?
How was he what?
Boy,
How was Green
he was in that
able to catch
softball stand?
Hey, Asian man. I'm gonna ask you one question.
Yeah, I heard.
What happened to Green Machine?
No, I just want to know
what happened to him though.
I was trying to
I just
answer this
want to
question.
Todd, just hold it for a second,
Bud-
because y'all keep talking over each other. Hold on. Hold what you got, Shelton and Asia. Todd, say it one more time, because I can't hear you.
I was saying the way he caught Bud, because Bud was in that southpaw stance, and he's susceptible to that overhand right when he pulls straight back. So that's how he caught him. And Cavalasas, he's got a little bit more speed on his punches than what Porter had. Porter throw the more clubbing ass shots. You know, I think Cavalasas got a little bit. He had a little bit more speed on his punches that night, and he actually came to win. He came to fight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead, Shelton. More.
My question was, since somebody brought up Green Machine, what happened to Mean Machine?
I just want to know, how did he catch? That's all. Just to see.
Don't matter if he caught him or not. What happened to him?
He woke up a giant.
Got his ass beat. Come on, man. Just say it.
He got knocked out.
He got knocked out. He got dropped a couple times and then got knocked. Then the referee said, "Leave him alone." Bud walked over to the ring and gave him a one-hitter quitter. Referee said, "Leave him alone."
Hey, Mark, Gamboa caught him too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he got it. It's a clean shot. It's boxing. When you go in there
What
trying
happened
to
to
get
Gamboa,
the guy,
Mark? Mark, what happened to Gamboa?
referee said, "Leave him alone."
Yeah.
Said, "Don't hit him no more. Don't touch him no more."
Who else caught him? That they say.
That might be about it right there.
They say other people caught him too. Yeah, what happened to him?
Who?
What happened to him? What happened to Kell Brook?
Got stopped.
Did Kell Brook catch?
They say he was jabbing his face off his beating Bud, but he lost all 4 rounds. Yeah, but what happened to Kell Brook?
Bud's face was messed up from Kell's jab, yeah. But
what happened to him, Lisa?
He got stopped.
So all
Amir
that
Khan got punched in the leg and let him tell her he was low blow. Got stopped.
So all this Bud is chinny and Bud this and that. I don't ever recall Bud being knocked out.
Or
Yeah,
getting a
Bud,
count. He never even got a count in amateur or pro.
So I don't know where this shit comes from. But you'll see, all of you will see on the 20th how easy this fight's gonna be.
It's gonna be beautiful.
Let me ask y'all something. Anybody?
So you mean that? You really mean that?
He is gonna knock this dude out within 8 rounds. This dude has no chance.
Bud been waiting for this.
So what would you say if it goes the distance? Like, what's your call on that? If Terrence Crawford wins by 12 rounds?
It's not.
So you gonna think he pillow fisted if he go 12?
It's not going 12.
If it goes 12, is he pillow fisted?
It's not.
Because if he knocks him out like you say, then he Iron Man. So what I'm telling
He's gonna
you,
knock him out.
so
He's gonna knock him out.
So Iron Bud Crawford, okay.
It's
But
gonna
if he
knock
don't
him out.
Knock him out in 12. Is he Iron Bud Crawford?
He's gonna knock this dude out. There's no if. He's going to knock this guy out. This guy's not that good.
Nobody knocks Sean Porter out.
Sean Porter's not that good, and Sean Porter ain't really fought nobody.
Talk that shit, Shelton.
Hey, wait a minute, Shelton. Now, wait a
He
minute.
ain't
You
fought
said
nobody.
Sean never fought
Well, hey,
nobody?
that's- hey, you-
He
boy,
fought.
you-
Errol Spence
They
is
night
not
day.
that good.
You can't
He's not
count
that
the
good.
guys he lost to neither, man. Like, come on.
That's
Hold up,
dumb.
Miss
Talk your shit.
Shelton.
Talk your shit.
You know I love you, OG.
Hey, Mark said you can't count the guys he lost to.
Nah, I don't care. Hey, look, I'm
What
gonna let you
the
know. Hold
fuck?
up. I'm gonna tell you what the fuck, Calico. Listen up. When you get fired from the job, when you go to the next job, do you put that job down that you got fired from stealing the meat out the freezer? No, you don't you don't count the jobs you got fired from because you couldn't cut it. No, you put up the jobs that you did very good on. That's what you put on your resume. Y'all guys want to keep putting losses on his resume. Like
I want to ask this. I want to ask this, Mark. Let me ask this. Let me ask you this,
Hey,
Calico.
Sorry about the
I
language,
want to
Miss
know.
Lisa. Sorry about
I
that.
want to know on
No, it's
BoxRec, right? I want to know where is the I came close column, or the I fought really, really, really good column, or the I almost beat him column.
Man,
Where's that at?
What part of what part of Danny Garcia and Yugas don't y'all understand is better
Danny
than all?
Garcia is a bum.
Man, he ain't no neither is
He's a
Yugas.
bum.
And neither is Yugas.
Who
And
is
guess
he
what?
beat at 47? Who is he beat at 47?
Oh, so that means he's a bum?
Yes.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
no, you don't have
OG.
no phone.
Let me say
Man,
this to
hey,
you.
hold on,
But what?
Let me say
Calico.
this to you, OJ.
Calico, let the lady speak a little bit too.
Go ahead, Liz.
Go,
Let me
go
just
ahead,
say
Liz.
this right quick, OG. Listen, when it comes to the welterweight division, I think pretty much Sean has fought almost everybody. He didn't fight Pacquiao. He
Right.
didn't get to fight.
Right.
He didn't fight Jeff Horn, but I mean
Right.
Jeff Horn moved up. But I can
Right.
honestly really say that this man pretty much fought almost everybody. Well, he didn't fight
Mm-hmm.
Mayweather,
Right.
but I mean he's got a really good CV.
How many of them he beat, Lisa?
OG,
How many
we
of them he
not
beat?
into OG. He won more than he lost.
How many of the every time Sean Porter stepped up in competition, what happened?
Come on, Lisa. You know I see.
The close fight.
Every time. Not some of the time, Lisa. Not 40% of the time.
No.
Every time he stepped
He
up in
had more
competition,
wins and
what
losses.
happened?
Who? Oh man, come on.
He nut up every time. Huh?
So when
He
he
lost.
fought, when he beat Devin Alexander, that wasn't a step up in competition.
Devin was a
And
yeah,
don't
he
say,
beat Devin.
and don't
Yeah,
say
he beat
who is
Devin.
Devin Alexander.
No, he beat Devin. He
Never
beat Devin.
hoid of him. No, I'm joking.
He
I'm
beat
joking.
Devin. And that was what 2013? 2013, he beat Devin.
Devin
Never
was a
hoid.
shell, man. He a shell of himself, man.
But he beat Devin. You gotta give him that. He beat Devin. Now
He beat Paulie. He beat Paulie.
he stepped up against Kell Brook. What happened?
He beat Paulie.
Paul never hoid
Yeah,
of him.
that's his first loss. Yeah,
He stepped up against Keith Thurman. What happened?
he lost.
Stepped up against Earl Spence. What happened?
Lou who Zer her. You know what
Ugas.
happened.
He lost to
he won.
Ugas.
He won
What
that one.
about
He won that one.
Formella?
He won. Oh yeah,
about
struggle.
Ugas for Mella?
Never
Come
hoid
on.
of him. I really never hoid of him before that.
For Mella?
Come on, man. Went life
What
and
about
death with
AB?
these.
What about AB? AB.
He beat
Everybody
AB.
beats AB. Everybody beats AB.
AB stands for getting my ass beat. That's AB be getting his ass beat on me. It used to be about billions, but now it's ass beatings.
And let's go to
And
Mr.
he got
Garcia.
dropped by AB.
Yeah, he did. Let's go to Mr. Garcia. Let's go to Mr. Garcia. How many fights he won at 47?
Who, Mikey?
Danny, let
Little
off that
Mikey?
Batiste.
No, Danny.
No.
Danny,
Go
let
with
off that
Mikey
Batiste
first. Because didn't he fight Mikey before he fought Danny? And then he fight
Yeah, he fought Mikey.
Campos?
He fought the lightweight guy.
Come on, man.
He fought the lightweight guy. Yeah.
Couldn't drop him. Couldn't even drop him.
He beat Guerrero. Who else?
The ghost of the ghost of the ghost.
The ghost was what, 36? The ghost was 36?
He lost to Thurman. Who else did he beat?
He lost to Porter.
Yeah, he lost to Porter. Who else did he beat? What's the guy's name?
Red Cat.
Brandon Rios?
Red Cat.
Yeah, he beat the
Ivan
other guy.
Redcat.
Didn't he beat Brandon Rios?
He beat Rios. He beat Granados, Adrian Granados, who everybody beats. Who everybody beats.
And Brandon Rios came up from 35 and 40. Like,
yeah, he came from 35. Yeah. And then we gonna talk about
he had already got stopped by. Didn't he already get stopped by Tim Bradley?
Yep.
Yeah.
Come on, with body shots.
Yep.
Cried in the ring talking about I'm about to retire because I shouldn't be going in and get beat up like this with guys like that. Yeah, man. And he was Brandon Rios be sounding like Peter McNeely low key. I'd be worried about him.
So
he took too many shots.
But I mean, hey, here's the thing though, Mark. If you want to hit your wagon to Danny Garcia and Sean Porter, hey, be my guest. They in trouble. He's in trouble. Well, Danny's smart enough not to take the fight, but Sean, he's in trouble. But I know why he took it. $4 million is a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
gotta take that.
Hey, like Angel Garcia said, why Bud worry about PBC fighters? I say, man, get out of here.
Yo, somebody's in the chat. My guy Mir, what's up, Mir? Mir said, sounds like Sean Porter ain't a good win. To that, I want to answer this, and I'll let you guys say this. It's because of people like Calico. That's why it's a good win. It's because of the general consensus that Sean Porter is this world beater. He's a game dog. I get it. He has been in a lot of wars. He's battle tested, but y'all gonna see that's wear and tear. That stuff that you guys call battle scars, and he's battle tested. Come November 21st, the morning after the fight, you guys are gonna be saying, well, yeah, he was damaged goods and he wasn't that good, and
They're gonna be agreeing with you.
Yeah,
Spence softened him up.
They're gonna be talking.
Nah, I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I respect
Yeah, they are.
Porter. I'm not gonna say that.
Not
You're
you,
not.
because you have
They
integrity.
are.
Not you. You have
They
integrity. But it's some shows out there who shall remain nameless that they said the same thing leading up to the Kell Brook fight. Once the fight was over, totally switched. I mean, instantly, same night of the fight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if he beats Kell Brook, we're gonna give him all the credit. Oh, Kell Brook was washed up. Errol took everything out of Kell Brook. He wasn't the same Kell Brook. He was a bum.
No, GGG took everything out of Kell Brook.
Hey, see, Lisa.
I don't know, let me ask y'all.
Yeah, he broke the one eye socket, and Earl broke the other one. Yeah, that was some wild stuff.
How is it? Does Sean Porter kind of remind y'all of like K9 Bunders to you guys? I don't know. They always.
No, he ain't that bad. He ain't that bad now. He's not that bad. He's not that bad. But he's not good enough to beat
punches
this
like
guy.
Wilder sometimes, though.
Yeah, but he's not good enough to beat this guy. He's not. Clear point blank. Mir said, so sounds like Sean Porter is not a good win. Well, see, Mir, here's the problem with that people have on these YouTube boxing channels. People like to give out participation medals.
Somebody got a lot of clip, and I don't know who else that is. Let me mute your mic while he's talking. Go ahead, Sheldon. I think.
Yeah,
it's
we
time.
don't. In boxing, you don't get participation medals. You don't get a belt or a medal just because you show up. But people like to give them to Sean Porter all the time. He did really, really good. Yeah, but he lost. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. It's just he fought real good, but he lost.
Hey, one thing about it,
he's real good at losing.
If people thought like you, nobody would appreciate a trilogy or any kind of war in the ring. There's no such thing as a war in the ring if it's not two people tangoing. So you just happy
No.
somebody
That's
get
not what I'm
washed
saying.
up.
That's not what I'm saying.
Somebody get washed. You don't want to see nobody put up a battle.
No, you saying that Sean Porter is very good. I'm saying Sean Porter is not that good because if he was very good, he wouldn't get beat as much as he gets beat. That's what I'm saying.
Man, that's how you gonna talk to about that man on his birthday.
That man is not that good.
His birthday was yesterday now. His birthday
That
over.
man is not that good. He's definitely not.
We never said he is. We know what he is, and guess what?
No,
he's
not
gonna
now.
show what he's gonna show all of us what Bud is. Bloop 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 bloop. Bud gonna be looking like that.
Bud, put some money on. You got some money to
Bud
put
ain't
on
even got
that?
a headbutt in a fight yet, man.
You got some money to put on that?
Crickets.
Bro, don't you know that I'm gonna win more. I'm win more with the bookie. I'm going with the underdog. Why would I give you a bet and I got the underdog? No, I'm gonna take that bet to the bookie. That way I'm gonna win. I could put 10 little ass.
You're not even gonna take it there. You're not even gonna take it there.
I'm not really
no money on Porter.
I'm not really no
You ain't
gambler.
gonna put no money on Porter.
I'm not really no gambler. But why wouldn't I? If I'm a bet, why wouldn't I go there? Make it make sense.
Bud too pretty to be getting a.
Like I said,
Bud too
you like talking about him, but you're not gonna put no money on him because you're not
he ain't gonna
confident.
put no
You know
money.
he's gonna get his ass whooped.
Yeah, let's move on, Sheldon. Let's not force him in no bet. He don't want to bet.
No. I bet whatever he want to bet that he won't get knocked out in those 7 rounds. I bet you that. Let's bet that. I bet
that in
$100.
Put that in the private chat. Put that in the
I
private
said
chat.
8
I'm gonna
rounds.
screenshot.
So you need one more round, or can I take one?
Inside, I said inside of 9. That means 8
Hey,
rounds.
guess what? Double or
That's what I
nothing.
said.
Hey, double or nothing. After you lose the 7th round, we could bet double or nothing. He won't knock him out in the 8th round. And then after that, I don't want to bet no more. How about that?
You don't want to bet at all. You don't want to bet at all.
Go ahead, Lisa. What was you saying? Bud?
Go ahead, Lisa.
About Bud getting headbutt.
I said, Bud is too good looking. Why would you want him to get headbutted? I don't understand.
I thought you was about to say some boxing stuff. She talking about his looks.
Yeah, that's that beautiful fine man. Now, why would you want him to get a headbutt? Oh my
That's
god!
how they are with boxing.
Now I see what goddamn. Now I see why Lisa love him. Ain't nothing wrong with that though. Now why you guys love him so goddamn much?
Because of this right here. Bow. Bow.
I love that right there.
That pinpoint
That's
accuracy.
my favorite picture when he jump in that air, boy. I tell you.
Yeah, that pinpoint accuracy, bro. That's why we rock with Bud. The kid is special, man. He's different, and a lot of you guys are missing history and not enjoying the ride because y'all spending so much time hating. Go ahead, Ty. I see you ready. Go ahead, Ty.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just unmute my mic, man. You know, I want.
Yeah, well, I got to mute your mic back. Yeah, what you say about Errol Spence? Yeah, I was just muting it if you're not talking because you got. I'm sorry, it's a delay. Say it one more time.
Tell him to explain his love for Errol Spence.
Calico, he said, explain your love for Errol Spence.
I mean, shit. I rock with the best. That's about it. You know what I mean? And he ain't all that flashy either. He just get it done.
What he be getting done?
Huh?
What he be getting done?
What you mean? My boy ain't never lost a fight. You talking crazy, man.
I'm just saying, what else he
get done? Where'd he get done?
I mean, he
what's wrong with this nigga, bro?
Give me some sugar. He want Yellow Beezy to give him some sugar. Give me a little kissy kiss. Yeah, that's what he be doing. He be getting drunk, homie. And kissing on Yellow Beezy.
And guess what? And your homeboy next. Huh? That's how look, that's how you know you done reached the top. I don't like that shit. But when them niggas reach the top, ain't damn famous motherfucker you ain't seen kiss a man or a child or some dumb shit, some sick shit, fell on his mama, some sick shit.
I ain't never seen Denzel Washington
It's the ritual.
nothing like that.
That's the ritual. Wait till Mark Nash blow up. We gonna see him kiss some goddamn men.
Now I got to tell you. Now I got to slap you, man. Hold up, homie. Hold up, man. Hold this for me because you talking crazy. Slap. And matter of fact, hold this one too.
You act like a little bitch right now.
Don't be up there putting that on my name. Talk about I'm about to be kissing some men on me. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this nigga, yo?
For the bag. You know how y'all is. You know about that bag.
Yeah. Look, we gonna be broke forever, bro. I've been getting a bag and I ain't never had to do that, homie. Like I'll be broke forever then because I've been getting a little bag over here. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. Never had to do that. Never had to do that. But it's a lot of guys though who you don't see them caught up in that mess, man. The partying, the drinking and driving.
Is that his best friend, the rapper?
He said that's his brother.
That's who brought him out. Yeah, he brought him out in a couple of fights.
Yeah, I remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that ain't my business. You know what the Bible said.
The Bible tells us that silence is gold.
The timing, right? The timing is impeccable. Hey, look, it is what it is, man. I wish him nothing but the best, man. Believe it or not, I hope he has a speedy recovery. But I'm telling you, just jumping back into the ring with Bud Crawford, I don't see him doing that. I don't think his advisors will allow that. I just don't see that happening. I just don't see him doing it. If so, I would.
It wouldn't be wise.
I mean, but Bud ain't fought nobody, so. If he ain't fought nobody, why would you not go get that belt? Look, little Mario across the street, I always bring this example up. Little kid I was working with, trying to help him with some little fundamentals, right? I told y'all this. If Mario had the damn championship, though, I'll be over there beating up Mario just to become the champ and get the belt. Because I would think it was an easy win. You get what I'm saying? So if it's so easy, go get it. Like everybody wanted that belt when Jeff Horn had it, when Pacquiao had it. Then when Bud gets it, I'm gonna save him for last. I'm gonna take the easy route. and the fans just let them do it. They didn't put up no resistance. They put all the fingers were pointed at one guy in one promotional company. It seems like the fans love promotional companies and networks, and sometimes even fighters more than they love the sport and seeing a good matchup.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree because, like you said, if it was so easy, you had 3 years to make that fight. 3 years to go take that belt from that easy little bitty dude who can't fight. So why didn't you go get it?
Well, in the spirit of Sean Porter's birthday, I'm picking him to win the fight for his birthday.
His birthday was yesterday.
No, he live on the West Coast. Still his birthday.
Nobody cares about his birthday over here, man. Why you keep bringing up his birthday like we're gonna send him a cash app?
I'm just saying, answer the question. If Bud can't fight, he's a little guy, he's small, he ain't fought nobody, he ain't shit. Why nobody rushing over there to go get that strap?
Go ahead, Asian.
He don't want 60-40. He don't want 60-40.
Why should I take 60-40 when I've done more in the sport than you?
Because you're not a unified champion. So what's the weight division?
Okay, but Bob
I'm a
Arum
two-time lineal champion. I'm an undisputed champion. I'm a 3-weight division champion. I've done more in the sport than you.
No,
I'm not taking 60-40 from you.
Belt. Hey, you don't get grade. You don't get. Look, the girl you had in middle.
I'm sorry.
I've done more than you. I've been
the girl you had in middle school.
Running.
The girl you had in middle school is long gone now. She probably a runway model.
For 8 years running. You've been in one division fighting bums. Why would I take 60-40 from you?
He's a unified champion division.
He's been fighting nobody.
Okay,
his best win is Kell Brook. That's his best win.
Yeah, that's Bud's best win. That's Bud's best win.
No, that's Errol's best win.
No, that's Bud's best win.
Kell Brook is better than Danny Garcia and Sean Porter.
Man, not when goddamn he fought him. What you talking about?
Sean Porter is not good. Danny Garcia is not good.
Shelton, Bud's best opponent is somebody Spence already beat.
Okay, well, here's the thing. He finna beat Porter. Then he finna beat Spence.
Well, that's still hypothetical. We don't know. It's his birthday, so right now I got to roll with him. Now tomorrow's not his birthday. Tomorrow's not his birthday, so I don't know what it's going to be tomorrow. But right now it's Porter.
Beat up.
Bro,
Right now
how
it's-
many times you gonna keep saying it's Porter's birthday? Nobody cares.
He do.
Shout out to Sean
here,
Porter.
bro.
Happy birthday, Sean Porter. We rocking with you
Congratulations.
over
Happy
here
birthday,
with Mark
champ.
Nash. You know what I'm saying? Even though he hating on you, he really supports you too, brother. He doing it vicariously.
Pull up, Sean. Pull on up. Let them know.
Let me ask
We
a
got-
question.
We got you winning by KO.
Let me put Asian Math in the background with all that cap. Go ahead, Miss Lisa. Y'all gotta let Miss Lisa talk too. She the only lady on the panel. And every time she talks, she keep getting cut off a little bit. Go ahead, Miss Lisa.
I was just gonna say, come back, Asia. No, I was just
you
gonna
right
say, okay, so Bob Arum put up this whole purse for Bud and Sean Porter, right? Well, why can't? Because the WBO ordered this fight. Why can't they do that for why didn't they never do that with Bud and Spence? I don't understand it. Like one promoter put up the other one's purse, I don't understand it. Maybe I just don't understand the business side to make the fight happen. I don't get it.
Because at the time, they felt like Bud was only worth 40% of the purse, which was going to generate at least $20 million, which would have been Bud's biggest payday to date, even more than what he's about to get against an opponent that Earl Spence already beat, which is his highest caliber opponent to this date. So if Bud didn't want $20 million guaranteed, we don't know what else to say.
Nobody was getting $20 million in that fight.
I guarantee you he'd get that.
Nobody was getting $20 million in that fight.
Okay.
Nobody was getting $20 million guaranteed in that fight.
That hype is not.
Now, wait a minute. Now, with the pay-per-views and everything coming in, it might have got up to $20 million, but nobody was being guaranteed $20 million on the front end. Nobody,
Well,
neither one of them.
okay, yeah, that's just yeah. I didn't say front end. I'm just talking about when you go home without and count all your money. $20
Cha-ching.
million.
Cha-ching.
Nobody was getting that. What's been Errol's highest guarantee since he's been at PBC? What's his highest guarantee?
Who?
Errol.
I think 1.6 for Sean, wasn't it?
$2 million for Sean. That's his highest guarantee so far.
Okay.
And what did he take home in all in all?
We
He
never
probably
know.
made about 5, 6 because he only sold 350,000 pay-per-views. So it wasn't that much because PBC got to get a cut, Fox got to get a cut, the government got to get a cut, and then whatever's left, you split between Errol and his opponent.
And Errol got
The
60.
IRS
Sean
is
get
not the
40.
government.
What?
That's a whole other story. That's a whole
If you
other
don't pay
story.
them, they'll
I might
put you
have
in
to take
jail.
you to
You know
school.
that though, right?
I might have to
The
take you to school.
IRS is not the government?
Nope.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they hired them.
Revenue Service.
They hired.
Hey, Calico. Regardless, though, Calico. Let's not go into too much of your conspiracy theories, because here's the deal. At the end of the day, when you type in IRS, it says .gov. Period. If you don't pay them, the government will put you in jail. We all know that. That's pretty simple. We don't have to play the semantics.
That's not a point to debate.
You will go to jail if you don't pay them. Ask Wesley Snipes.
Nah,
Ask a
nah,
lot
you
of
don't know
people.
what you're talking about. You know better than that.
I'm just saying.
The last president tried to show you ass that you lying.
Okay.
You know that. You know better than that. Every politician there is done goddamn went around what you talking about.
Wesley thought he had
could too,
but he found out he couldn't.
Yeah,
But how y'all could see that fight would not generate $20 million for Bud?
Oh, I didn't say it wouldn't. I think that was the biggest fight that America wanted to see. That was the biggest fight in the fight game at that time. But no, I said nobody was going to be guaranteed no $20 million.
Earl had a bigger fan base, and he sold more tickets, and then with the Mikey Garcia, that was like a big, up over there. And Earl has a connection. He's a Dallas hometown young man, and so he has like a lot of backing. So I think maybe they was trying to build up maybe Bud's profile more for the pot to get bigger. Could that be it?
Well, I mean, the public was like Shelton said, the public been clamoring for it for a while, so it's been boiling. It's not on par with Mayweather Pacquiao, but I mean, it's getting up there. It's at least at 75%, huh?
Yeah, I think the brother that said the 20 million, I think he got his thoughts a little mixed up. He said 20 million, but he said the 40-60 split. So I think he meant Bud would get 40% of the 8, and Spence would get the other 60%, which was 12. I think that's what he meant to say. Maybe not, but it sounded like what he was thinking and what he said came out different.
Go ahead, Agent Man, if you want to reply to that. I think you said the 20 million. Go ahead, Agent Man. You might mute it.
My bad. I thought I unmuted. No, I think that 40% would have generated up to 20 million or more, because that fight was on. That fight was all through the potential fight rather was all through the media. I mean, from the smallest platform to the largest, to ESPN, people were clamoring for that fight globally.
So how many buys do you think it would have done?
Once again, yeah, I believe it probably, yeah, about 8, yeah, probably close to $1 million.
Man, all this is real tactical. You know what I'm saying? What they've been doing by getting Bud to fight Kell Brook actually opened him up to a new market. So doing that and doing this, like now he's gonna actually be known enough to even fight Errol Spence. Nobody knows that nigga.
People have known Bud Crawford since he became a champ, bro. When he beat Ricky Burns, he went overseas to get the belt, just like Kell Brook. Ricky Burns became a champ after he lost to Bud Crawford. They know Bud Crawford from fighting at the next division, becoming a champ, then becoming unified, then becoming undisputed.
Not true.
Then moving up in weight. Yes, man. Are you talking about casual fans or are you talking about boxing fans? Like, I don't get it,
bro.
Casual fans don't know Errol Spence neither.
Bro, no, a lot of us don't know. None of us really know these motherfuckers until they get damn near 16 to 20 wins. Nobody knows their ass. And if you do, whoop-de-doo. They still ain't shit at that point. So, you know what I mean? It don't even matter.
That's your opinion. I'm just saying, once the guys become champions and
it's how most of us think. Because you can call me a casual, and I'm over here with the majority of people in the world.
Look, man, you can take Errol Spence and drop him off in the mall in New York, LA, probably Florida.
Never heard of him.
And nobody will know who he is.
You mean Bud? Definitely. Bud only known in Nebraska, man. Omaha, some damn well. Come on, man. Go to it.
Well, people have been putting him on the pound for pound list for years, bro. Like 1, 2, 3.
But we talking about him walking through a mall and getting treated like a celebrity. Nobody would know that nigga.
I thought you was talking about casual fans and boxing fans didn't know him though.
Man, nobody will go crazy if they see Terrence Crawford. I'm just saying, I ain't gonna go crazy if I see none of them. But I'm telling you, nobody will go crazy if they see Terrence Crawford.
Neither one of them. Nobody know who either one of them are. If you're not a boxing fan, you don't know who that dude is. That dude is not famous like that.
The sports market already had been generated the interest of seeing them two getting into the ring.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
And it was on a global scale. I don't know what it was at now, but
no doubt, because boxing, people think that boxing is only big in America. No, boxing is global. There's other places besides America.
So how we can't see that 40% generating $20 million for Bud?
Because you got to remember, the biggest fight we've seen since the Mayweather era was what? Well, it got the most pay-per-view buys. Do you know? Well, I can tell you if you don't know.
Since the Mayweather era, didn't Mayweather
since the Mayweather era, what's the biggest pay-per-view fight we had?
What you mean? Wilder and Fury.
Wilder and Fury, and that was 825,000.
Triple G and Canelo 1 and 2.
Oh yeah. Triple G and Canelo got 1 million. Yeah. And the closest after that was Wilder with 800,000. It's not the same anymore.
Right, and they call Errol Spence a pay-per-view star because he did 300,000 buys, right?
Yeah, he's a pay-per-view star, and he did 350,000 pay-per-views. That's his biggest pay-per-view.
Right. Cap.
It's a different world, man.
But I don't think that many people was clamoring for that fight as they wasn't as intrigued with Fury and Wilder versus Bud and Spence.
Well, but Fury and Wilder did 825 in the second fight. They did 600 for this third fight.
Right.
Bud and Spence will probably do somewhere around 600-700. I doubt if it does 1 million because neither one.
Even with all the buzz that is going to, even with all the buzz it's going to generate, you think the people are not going to?
That's on YouTube, and that's
on
in
this
boxing.
Channel is not going to buy that fight.
That's on YouTube, brother, in unboxing circles. You haven't heard any promotions for that fight on ESPN, on Fox Sports 1, on the major platforms.
Man, it's been many things.
Them dudes are not that big.
It's been segments saying, hey.
They not. I'm sorry. I love Bud. Bud is my favorite fighter fighting today. But he's not that big.
What is the biggest matchup in pro boxing?
Right now? Probably Fury and Usyk.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest fight in boxing.
Oh yeah, that's big, man.
Well, you know what? Yeah. You're right because the Spence injury. But I'm talking,
Devin
before the
Haney and
Spence injury.
Teofimo.
Who? Never heard of him.
Yeah.
That's what them casuals gonna say.
Yeah, Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez. See,
nobody knows those guys. Teofimo been trying to sell this one fight for 10 months and can't sell it. Nobody knows those guys.
No, because he's fighting nobody knows. Everybody knows.
Nobody knows Teofimo Lopez.
Bro,
nobody knows
that
Devin
shit ain't gonna
Haney.
sell. No, that shit they gonna be.
Bro, I just said that about Duran Boots Ennis, and y'all act like I should be crucified. And you just said that shit about Teofimo Lopez.
Nobody know him either. Nobody
who
knows
actually
him.
has a belt.
Nobody knows him.
Who actually fought a legend. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't fight no legend. He fought Lomachenko. Lomachenko is not a legend.
Stop it.
He's not no legend. You crazy as hell.
Oh, so he ain't no Hall of Famer.
15. No.
He ain't no future
15
Hall of
fight motherfucker ain't no Hall of Famer. He only got 15 fights. Hell no.
But
I'm streaming.
I ain't talking about Teofimo being no damn Hall of Famer. I said
Lomachenko only got 15 fights. Hell no, he's not a Hall of Famer.
All right.
Hey, is Usyk a Hall of Famer with his 19 fights?
Hell no.
Like Usyk done did as much as goddamn Lomachenko in boxing.
Usyk was undisputed, man.
Undisputed at cruiserweight? When has Lomachenko been undisputed at anything?
And became unified champion, bro.
Let's go. No, let's just go back. When has Lomachenko been undisputed at anything?
But he had a big following.
When has he been undisputed?
Nah, that motherfucker had them 400 damn fights in the program.
He said
you didn't know nothing about them 400 fights until he turned pro. You didn't even know who he was until he turned pro.
And then we see how
Nobody
good
knows
he
that
was.
dude. Nobody knows that dude, bro.
Well, look how good
Nobody
he is.
knows him.
The motherfucker look like AI in that bitch.
Nobody knows him.
I ain't talking about Allen Iverson. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. That motherfucker look like
Nobody knows him.
All right. Yeah, but that motherfucker got skills though. Don't
matter.
All right.
It don't matter.
People that follow him, nobody knows you. He had the following for the Olympics.
People know him. He got the whole goddamn country behind him. We got a city. We niggas got a city or maybe a state.
What country behind him?
ESPN had been blowing them up. Sky Sports had been blowing them up. So he was in the market.
And his biggest payday has been what? 3 point what? Nobody knows him.
Well, Bob gonna do Bob.
Nobody knows him, bro. Because Wilder ain't done shit. He got damn near 30 million for a fight. So nobody knows this guy.
So boxing revolves around one or two people. Let you tell it.
It does. It does. Canelo, AJ, and Fury. Those are the money people. Everybody else is getting $2 and $3 million a fight.
No, I'm talking about even if they're getting the money, they still don't.
They're not getting it. That's
I'm saying
problem.
even the ones who getting the money, you saying they're not shit.
They not.
Damn.
You put them motherfuckers in the time machine and drop them off in the 70s or the 80s. They get their ass mollywopped.
But you biased because you're older and you're gonna. People always say that guy could beat. Jordan can beat LeBron and Jordan can beat these
because
guys.
I seen it. Because I lived it. I saw it.
No, you never saw those two against each other though.
It would, of course, because the rules were different. Everything was different.
No,
the rules were more physical. The game was more physical. LeBron cries in this game. What you think he'd been doing if motherfucking Rick Mahorn had slammed him on his back?
Come on, man.
If he was playing in that era, he would have been like those guys were. If they were played in this era, they would be like this. They wouldn't be less.
Now that I can probably agree with.
Yeah,
I think the top guys would be okay.
Yeah, they probably.
I think the top guys would be okay
if they couldn't. Anthony Mason, if he couldn't just straight elbow you, certain guys who were that physical back then probably wouldn't be this good in this era, or they would adapt and they would,
Yeah,
they would change.
The only guy that would have problems from this era, in my opinion, is Steph Curry, because they wasn't letting you shoot 100 threes back then.
Nah, but they was doing
after that that third three go in, somebody go put him on his ass.
Right, like just like some hacker shit. They don't understand for real.
Somebody go put his ass on his ass.
But that's not basketball. That's not skill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just
That's
But that was the basketball we had in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's
That was
how they
called
played.
defense. It was like
That's how
that.
they played.
Defense wins. Yeah,
Yeah.
defense wins championships. That was
Yeah,
part
it's
of
called
defense.
win by all costs.
Let me let my guy Easy Work Boxing get in.
Go ahead, brother.
What's happening?
Easy Work. What up, homie?
Not much. What y'all discussion tonight, players? How y'all doing out there?
We talking some good boxing talk, man. Had the interview earlier tonight, and we just stayed on cooking afterwards. Talk to me, man. We talking about this Bud Crawford and Sean Porter fight. I said it ain't going to the cards. I said Bud Crawford gonna stop this guy, man. Love Sean Porter, love his father, but I don't see no tactical advantage for Sean Porter. What say ye?
I already predicted this fight, man. It's a stoppage, y'all. Y'all gotta remember, Adrian Broner knocked Sean Porter on his ass. Ugas knocked him on his ass. Errol Spence knocked him on his ass. If Terrence knock him on his ass or even get him dizzy, y'all know it's over with. Terrence one of the best finishers in the game. He didn't stop everybody at 147 pounds, y'all.
Now, Easy, what would you say for the people say it's the level of competition?
You mean everybody
he stopped?
Not everybody.
Yeah, those guys at 147. What would you say to the people who said, well, the guys who stopped at 147, he should have stopped them?
He stopped everybody at 147. The level of competition, you know, when they come up to the level of competition of who Terrence is fought, I feel like it's a lot of fanboys basically just saying a lot of stuff that they don't know about boxing. You got to go back to Thomas Delorme, which is Gerald Boots Ennis is finna fight right now. Gerald Boots Ennis is, you know, a talented fighter, good fighter, but Thomas Delorme is past his time. You got to think about Breeze Prescott. You got to think about Gamboa. You got to think about Ricky Burns. All these names Terrence has beat, but yet people still say, who has he fought? When they say that, that right there lets you know that they are casual fans of boxing because they haven't been watching.
No, they eliminate all of that. They'll say, I'll give them credit for that, but I'm talking about 147.
147. Oh, you talking about as far as who is he fought all that? Jeff Horn. He fought Jeff Horn. People say he was gonna get manhandled because of what Jeff Horn did to Pacquiao. He go out there, he manhandled Jeff Horn. Who's the next opponent? Let me just list. He stops Jose Benavidez. He stops Jose Benavidez, who was naturally a 154 pound. A lot of people complain and say, "Oh, Jose Benavidez was shot in his leg." Yet he signed a contract.
And he was knocking guys out with that one leg. Easy work.
And he was beating Bud ass until he got knocked out.
Okay, and he got knocked out. But even still, if we would have beat Bud with that one leg, we wouldn't have heard no cry from that, correct?
Nope.
Man,
okay, Kavaliauskas.
Man, we would have really laughed at Bud.
Kavaliauskas, a fighter that they said was a nobody, who's undefeated. Kavaliauskas knocked down Virgil Ortiz Jr., and they did not count it. But if Terrence was the so-called go down, which he didn't in my opinion, and I'm not a dick rider of Terrence, nobody talks about that. But he stopped him. Amir Khan, world champion, stopped him. Kell Brook, world champion, coming off 3 wins at a higher weight class. His confidence is higher. He's a bigger fighter. Stopped him. I don't know what else to say. What else I got to say? He ain't fought nobody. These are former champions. These are not men who work at Walmart and got picked up.
Go ahead, Calico. Go ahead. Spit your shit.
Spit your shit.
Man, half of them motherfuckers work at Walmart now.
Oh, man. I like that comeback.
Comedy hour over here because he ain't got no reply to that. These guys were undefeated. Horn was an undefeated champion. Say what you want to say about that Pacquiao loss, about Pacquiao losing. The dude got the belt. He roughed Pacquiao enough where it was competitive and the judges split it. He couldn't do none of that with Crawford.
Hey,
none of that.
Man, you know it's a new consensus of people saying that Floyd Mayweather never fought no damn body.
I was telling that early on, bro. I said that
So
earlier tonight,
you
Calico.
know the bar is so fucking high. You can't say Terrence fought no goddamn body. If Mayweather ain't never fought nobody, Terrence Crawford ain't even looked at nobody.
They say that
Can I
about
just say
Canelo
this?
too. Canelo.
If 24 former champions is nobody, then who the fuck you supposed to fight?
Very real.
If 24 champions ain't nobody, who the fuck you supposed to fight?
Since we're on resumes, let me ask you this, cause I think I'm the baby on the panel. What do you guys think of Mike Tyson's resume? Because I was listening to a conversation, and I just was like, I was thinking in my mind, if you really want to, you can nitpick anybody's resume. I seen him do it with Roy Jones, Tyson, Roy Jones, Tyson, Mayweather, Bud Crawford. You can nitpick anybody's resume. What do you guys think about Mike Tyson's resume? Easy, you can go first since you just got here. Let me hear what you got to say first, and then I want to hear the ladies. Where the ladies, Miss Lisa and Calico. Go ahead.
I gotta say, Mike Tyson was a hell of a fighter. He defeated majority of the fighters he defeated was intimidated from him already. The major fights that he should have won that would have made him the Rocky Marciano heavyweight, the Lewis, the Evander Holyfield. You know, he lost to Buster Douglas, Danny Green. So he's still a legend, but I don't think Mike Tyson deserves the hype that he gets. Mike Tyson was a star because he was made a star, in my opinion. That's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got to agree with it. If you go and watch Mike Tyson missing rounds, you'll understand about Mike Tyson and how he was created. But when it comes to fights that needed to create his legacy, he lost those fights. Holyfield, Lewis, and really B-level, C-level fighters. But he is a legend. I take nothing away from him. But in my opinion, Mike Tyson don't deserve all that he acclaim that he gets. If you watch Mike Tyson missing rounds, then you'll understand what I'm saying. Now,
that's
for
on
people
your
who
channel?
don't,
That's on your channel?
No, sir. No, sir. It's on Industry Hosts Revealed. All you gotta do is type in Mike Tyson missing round.
Okay.
And you see it and you can judge it for yourself.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Miss Lisa. What you got? How do you break down Mike Tyson's resume, Lisa?
I mean, hey, Mike Tyson is a legend. He made history. Youngest heavyweight champion. In history. He dethroned, of course, Floyd Patterson. He broke that record.
Who did he beat to get that title again, Lisa? I forgot.
For Burbitt.
Trevor Burbitt.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
You know, Mike Tyson is an anomaly. He had I could say that his prime seemed to be kind of young, and unfortunately, he had some situations where, you know, which led him to be away for a while, being incarcerated. I think Mike Tyson is an all-time great. Of course, he's an all-time great and a Hall of Famer, of course. He just Mike is just a very complex man. And I think his complexities started to show. And then he wasn't living the boxer's lifestyle no more. So it started to show in some of his performances. And you know, but I really can't take nothing from Mike at the end of the day. I think he's definitely in the top 10. You know, one of the great, you know, heavyweight.
Okay. Fair enough. Does anybody have a problem? Have a problem with Mike Tyson's resume?
Yeah, I got a problem.
Go ahead, Calico.
Because I'm you know, I gotta use I gotta use the Mark Nash metrics, you know, the metric scale that Mark Nash created, right? And when you use
Hold
Mark
on,
Nash's
on me, hold up.
The talented Mr. Mark Nash.
You feel me? When you use his metric scale, Mike Tyson is Sean Porter. Because
damn.
Hey, because
I fucks with that.
Yeah, watch this.
Hey.
Yeah, watch this. I'm
Ooh.
saying, you feel me? Watch this. Though, what I'm saying is, we can't count the fights that he lost. You're not gonna put this on your resume, or you know what I'm saying?
Damn sure I ain't.
Your application. So who is he beating if we take away those great fights he lost?
Francois Botha. He got Francois Botha on that, and he was getting beat up a little bit in that fight before he finally stopped Francois.
But one thing undeniable, the reason he is who, reason we call him Iron Mike, because nobody was punching like this. This man knocked out 28 people in 2 years. No boxer will ever do what Mike Tyson did. I don't give a damn if he fight bums. Nobody can do that.
Hold on, say that again, bro, so I can hear that. Because
28 knockouts in 2 years. No
that's
boxer.
a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a bad man. I'm talking about this is how he walked in the game. He walked in the game like that. His first 28 fights was all back to back. He probably was fighting twice a month. This man, come on, man. 13 one year, 13 the next year. So he fighting more than once a month.
And I don't mean to say this, y'all, but if I was a boxer, I would have been irritated by the number system that he had to learn from Customato. I'd have been mad as hell. I wouldn't have liked the number system. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
No, explain it.
You know, the number system is where they got numbers on the bag, like the 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 5. You know, it's certain punches that they call out, and you have to hit that spot on the bag. They call it the numbers. I couldn't have did that shit.
So basically, that's why he was such a good fighter with Casamayo, because he was just yelling out those numbers from the corner. He was throwing those punches like a video game, like a video game. Go fight for me. Boop, boop, do this.
So when you up there, you hearing your coach, you sweating and you irritated. Your coach say 2, 1, 3. You like, you finna call somebody?
No.
You like, what the fuck you mean 2, 1, 3?
But do you know part of that too is the even numbers is the left hand, I believe, and the odd numbers were the right hand. Did you know that?
No, sir, I did not, Mark. Thank you for that.
Fun fact.
See, that's why I fucks with you, Mark, because you got that wisdom as well, my nigga. You understand me? Not only can you rap,
man, I'm still learning.
Not only can you rap good as fuck, you know boxing, bro.
I appreciate it, my brother.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Last question, and after this, man, I'm gonna go over to the boxing section, support my guy Kyle. We'll put the link in the chat. I hope you guys do.
Well, you didn't let me answer, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me answer. Yeah, Mike was more recognized for his ability to bring boxing back. Mike was a global star. At one point, Mike was probably the most famous person in the world. Everybody knew Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying?
You mean Michael Jackson?
No, Mike Tyson.
You mean Michael Jordan?
85 to 88, Mike Tyson was the most famous person in the world.
85.
Everybody knew Mike Tyson. Everybody knew Mike Tyson.
That's Michael Jordan. I mean, that's Michael Jackson time too, though. But they always together. I mean, with them two was together.
Mike Tyson was the guy.
Man, he get the bronze medal out of the mics.
Mike Tyson was the guy. I'm talking about as far as boxing. Everybody, he was global. Everybody knew Mike.
Yeah, fair enough.
So he brought boxing. He put the spotlight back on boxing. Because remember, after fucking Leonard and Hagler, boxing was kind of dead. And then here come this kid from New York. And boxing was back. Everybody going to see Tyson fights. Whole city stopped when Mike is on. Everybody got to pay. Nobody missed a Tyson fight because you knew if you don't watch it from the first round on, you probably gonna miss it because it ain't gonna last long. You know what I'm saying? Now, like my man Easy Work said, his big fights, he actually lost, except for Tony Tucker
Who?
Trevor Burbick.
No, I'm
Tony
joking.
Tucker.
I was about to do it. Never
Tony
mind.
Tucker. He got the IBF from Tony Tucker.
Yeah.
Trevor Burbick and Michael Spinks. Those
Bruce
are the big
Seldon.
fights that he won. Them other fights he lost. He lost in fights.
Bruce Seldon.
Bruce Seldon won the big fight because Bruce Seldon was nobody.
He was big. He was big over there where he was from.
That's the only place he was big. Bruce Seldon was nobody.
Y'all cold, man.
He was nobody.
Damn.
He
man,
was
y'all-
the champ. He
This
took
is
the
you.
belt off of Bruce.
I hung him up in the closet.
Off of my clothes. Down the floor. Get off my clothes.
Let me mute
But
some
what-
mics. Let me mute some mics around here. I'm sorry. Heard somebody say, "Get my clothes." Hey, look. Let me say this. This the last one I got right here, man. Who do y'all think is the? Do we got to do that one? I get y'all take on. Yeah, we did enough of Mike Tyson right now. Hey, who do y'all think is the most powerful man in boxing? Is it Arum, Ellaby? Is it the networks like Showtime, or a show like PBC that does a lot of one-offs everywhere? Is it Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, Oscar De La Hoya? Who do you guys think?
Arum.
Tell me why Arum. Go ahead.
Arum.
Because
Tell me
he's
why
been
Arum.
the longest. He's been here the longest. He got all the connections. He's seen it all. He's done it all. Everybody respects him. Fans don't like him, but in boxing circles, he's highly respected. He can get any fight made that he wants to get made, and he can break any fighter that he wants to break.
Okay.
Bob is the most powerful guy in boxing.
And I don't care what nobody say, that motherfucker in the mob. You know what I mean? And you feel me? He basically the spokesperson. You feel me? Like he been doing it so long, he can put his face on it. You know.
Right.
So it is what it is. Bob Arum.
The only person he wasn't able to defeat was Mayweather.
What say
Yep.
you, Lisa? Lisa, who do you
Yep.
think? Is it Al Heyman? Is it Steven Espinoza? Arum, Eddie Hearn? I got Frank Warren up here because people say whoever controls the heavyweight champion can control boxing because that's the biggest money to get. But what do you think, Miss Lisa?
Yeah, Bob Arum and Frank is co-managers of co-promoters. I'm sorry,
Right.
of Fury. So, I will say this: when it comes to the most, like, what was the question again? Who's the top dog?
The most powerful man in boxing. I don't know if you can see the screen. I got the picture up.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it now. I hate to say it, it's probably Bob Arum. I can't stand that dude.
Fair enough. You got a reason why you say Bob? Or is it for
Been
the same
around a
reason we
long
showed?
time. He battle tested, been around a long time. He know all the ins and the outs, know all the people in the business. He do use bully tactics, but he's just been around a long time. And that he knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. So it's like, come on, man.
All right, go ahead. Did everybody give me their take on this one?
Well, Mark, it's like I used to say in my day. It don't mean a thing if I don't get you in the ring. I'm Bob. I run this boxing shit. Hell, I even brought Rumble to the jungle. Facts. Look it up, Mark.
He never said facts. You broke character right there, Asian man. Yeah, because Reggie always kept saying PBC. Kept saying Al Heyman. Kept saying Al Heyman run boxing.
No, he doesn't.
Right, and I wanted you guys to have that debate. I think when we did it, when we had the conversation, you didn't show that day. Go ahead.
I
Easy
showed
Work.
up. I had to dip.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Easy Work. I think Easy Work want to tell me what you got. Who you got, Easy Work? Your mic's muted.
Oh, we talking about who is the real deal man of boxing.
Most powerful man in boxing. Go.
Now, I agree with what a lot of y'all was saying because Bob Arum used to be a lawyer. Bob Arum was actually bought into boxing to stop the corruption. But I guess Bob Arum seen so much money that he was like, fuck that. I'm finna get in boxing.
It was like, I don't see nothing wrong.
No, I don't see nothing wrong. I'm fuck that. Fuck help. Fuck stopping it. I'm finna be a part of it. So Bob Arum is a lawyer. That's what a lot of people, that's why he can't be fucked with. If y'all ever notice, don't nobody sue Bob. Don't nobody sue Bob. But I think the person
Mikey tried.
Like, yeah, a lot of people say it's Al. A lot of people say it's Bob. I think the man who really controlled boxing, we don't even know his fucking name.
Yeah, that's the world. That's how the world is. For real, for real.
We don't even know his name because what we don't understand, Bob don't own ESPN. Al Heyman don't own Fox. You see what I'm saying? It's somebody who they shake hands with that runs the sport of boxing. That's my opinion.
Okay.
And that's a good
that's
opinion
my
to have.
Fair enough. Did everybody get that take on this, Calico? Did you give me your take?
Yeah. It's Bob.
Fair enough. With that said, man, I'm gonna land this plane. Let me put this in the main chat. I'm gonna go over here and show my guy Kyle at the boxing section some support. Please do the same when you get over there. Leave a comment. Let them know Martinez sent you from the neighborhood. Let them know I did do my job. Did tell people once I was done that we can go over there and check them out. With that said, I love y'all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your energy. You've been watching Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you guys feel like squeezing into those letters. Remember, it's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Anybody got anything they want to plug? I'm sorry, before we go. Anybody got anything they want to plug?
Just thank you for letting me on with y'all.
Plug your channel. You got a channel, right? Plug your channel.
Hey.
Okay. Go ahead.
Nah, I was gonna ask, is that the name of his channel? Easy Work Boxing.
I think he got two.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and follow you, brother.
Okay, well,
I appreciate you.
See, look, all it takes is one, and then it snowballs, man. Thank you so much, man. God bless y'all. I see y'all. What's today? Thursday. I probably do a pop-up around midnight on Eastern Standard Time over here. So until then, man, remember, dreams require sleep, goals require effort. You can get that hoodie and that t-shirt at martinez.com. I will see y'all on the next episode. In the meantime, for all y'all hating on Bud Crawford,
I want to hear that.
I don't want to hear that. Hating on Bud. Let's get it.
This that squad sound. This is madness.